All right, we're live. Eating, we're live. I'll be checking out the news for a little bit, then play some POE, too. Maybe some mecha break. But yeah, I wanted to check out what's going on in the news. Good or bad, we know where we stand. So let's see. There was. Let's see what's going on with Tucker Carlson. I eat my sausage biscuits and gravy.
We have gotten everything
Yeah, it's good. Thank you.
World War II wrong.
That is good, Gabe.
Last year I wrote about the history of World War II. I did a mini Daryl Cooper.
Yes.
It's good.
And it started when I read a book by Diana West, who would be good if you interviewed her. And it's this all revisionist history of World War II. And you go, well, why would you want to read that? Well, it turns out I think the story we got about World War II is all wrong. Actually.
I think that's right.
I'm Rich Lowry with National Review, where we defend truth, justice, and the American way every single day. And I'm here to tell you some weird crap has been going on the Tucker Carlson show. His latest guest, a chemistry professor from Cornell University named Dave Cullum, thinks we should have allied with Hitler in World War II. Yes, allied with Hitler against Stalin.
One can make the argument we should have sided with Hitler and fought Stalin.
Does this make any sense? No, it doesn't. Cullum doesn't explain when this would have happened, this alliance with Hitler. Maybe when he undertook the Anschluss in 1938, the invasion of Czechoslovakia in 1939, the invasion of Poland later in 1939, the invasion of Denmark and Norway in 1940, the Blitzkrieg against France a few months later, the Battle of Britain beginning in the summer of 1940. When would it have made sense to join in with Hitler's conquest of Europe?
Anyone? Haven't seen this before?
Among other things, it's a problem that during much of this period, Hitler was allies with Stalin. For anti-Soviet purposes, if we're going to play along with this game, the natural window for siding with Hitler would have opened up in June 1941 with the launch of Operation Barbarossa against the Soviets. Let's put aside the moral question of opportunistically joining in an attack that was conceived from the beginning as a war of annihilation.
I mean, Germany would have tried to wipe out everybody.
Needed our help in subduing the Soviets. And by the way, in June 1941, we weren't formally in the war. Yes, we were doing everything we could, short of formal hostilities, to aid the Brits, but we weren't in the war. Now, when Pearl Harbor changes that, it's very important to realize a detail here that is kind of crucial to this whole argument.
Yeah,
Hitler
Germany
declared war on us.
Amerikanske Kreuzer innerhalb der Sicherheitszone den Dampfer Columbus britischen Kriegsschiff in die Hände gespielt.
Yeah, they attacked our ship
we could,
first.
I suppose, have chalked it all up to a misunderstanding and asked Herr Hitler to reconsider. By the way, at the time of Pearl Harbor, the Nazis were on the outskirts of Moscow. No one was thinking at that time that the Soviet Union was bound to be a colossus bestriding half of Europe. No, they had barely been able to prevail over Finland in the Winter War in 1939, 1940, and had suffered one catastrophic setback after another after the Nazis invaded.
Russians did horrible in World War II until the end.
Pearl Harbor, by the way, made enormous advances as well. One of the swiftest advances by any empire in history, swallowing up, I think it was another 350 million people. In short, nothing in this situation said we could spare any Allied help in fighting the Axis. As it was, it took us years to wrestle Nazi Germany to the ground with the entire Grand Alliance and all that productive capacity arrayed against it. To simplify, there was the division of labor in World War II. The Brits and us provided the material and fought the air and sea war, while the Soviets grounded out in a devastating ground war. They lost something like 9 million military casualties, taking considerable pressure off of us.
It's the sound of desperation.
To lose more men on the ground. But what Dave Cullum is talking about with Tucker's non-objection or apparent assent is not just eschewing an alliance of convenience with the Soviets. He is talking about siding with Hitler. Surely this would have entailed ceding to the Nazis everything they gained in Western and Central Europe, and assuming the war against the Soviet Union would have gone better for them with our help, Ukraine and swaths of the western part of the Soviet Union. In short, there would have been a Nazi behemoth sitting at the center of Europe, lending to a rapacious, genocidal regime that obviously couldn't be trusted and that was fundamentally hostile to the United States. All the geopolitical power that comes with having that position on the map in Europe. Centuries of Anglo-American effort had been devoted to preventing even less malevolent powers from being in that position. In fact, the fight against this was one of the defining features of European history. Hitler himself realized this. He said in May 1943 that whoever controls Europe will thereby seize leadership of the world. Why would we hand him that? It's hard to see, finally, how our grand strategy was flawed in World War II. We beat the Japanese and the Nazis. We turned them into productive allies of the United States, if occasionally, especially in the case of Germany, annoying ones, and then we defeated the Soviet Union in the Cold War without a major war. Yes, obviously, the Soviet Union was a monstrous regime. It would have been better for everyone if it had never existed or it had been beaten back sooner. But reality imposes difficult, unwelcome choices on statesmen all the time. And our sequencing in World War II, first defeat the Nazis, then outlast the Soviets, was the correct one. But Column's idiocies don't just end with saying we should have allied with Hitler. Check this out.
One can make the argument we should have sided with Hitler and fought Stalin. Patton said that. So, and maybe there wouldn't have been a Holocaust, right?
All right. This is
Yeah,
bad.
okay.
Whatever you
They're already
do,
doing the Holocaust
please
no matter
do not
what.
distort and mess with General Patton.
Patton was a real hard butt.
No. That's not how any of this works. Patton said after the war, after we defeated the Nazis, that we should go after the Soviets. And what is even Column talking about with regard to the Holocaust? The Nazis began the mass slaughter of Jews with the invasion of
39.
Poland. But wait, there's still more. Check this out.
The story is that there were a few missing American soldiers at the end of World War II in Russian territory.
No.
Like 15 to 20,000 were missing, and we left them there.
I don't think that we left them there. But okay. Maybe in Japan, there were 15, 20,000 MIAs. But not Russia.
And then you read about Pearl Harbor. We all sort of know the Pearl Harbor stories now, what we're told. But I dug into that, and you find out we knew to the morning that Pearl Harbor was going to get attacked. Stalin knew it was going to be attacked. He wanted us to take the Japanese off his flank.
He's just making it up about the U.S. leaving 20,000 POWs in the Soviet Union. And it's also completely wrong in his conspiracy theory about Pearl Harbor. Yes, we expected the Japanese to strike. Actually, the White House had asked Congress not to adjourn for Christmas in 1941 because a declaration of war might be necessary. We warned all our bases in harm's way that war could be imminent and to take all appropriate measures, including a warning that went to Pearl Harbor. Now, the commander thought it was so unlikely that the Japanese would make it all the way to Pearl Harbor and launch an attack there. He did not conduct air searches. So this is all nonsense and raises
all
the question once
lack
again,
of
why does Tucker
all
Carlson
complacency.
repeatedly have guests on a show who argue that the Nazis were misunderstood, or maybe we shouldn't have even
Which is
fought the
disgusting.
Nazis? Hey, I'm just asking questions.
Disgusting. That Carlson would even having somebody on like not that he would have somebody on, you're allowed to vocalize it, but he didn't even like attack it. He agreed with it.
Illegal immigrants are getting evicted from sanctuary cities, and activists are furious. Well, they're not pulling any punches today.
No. Good. I don't think they should be pulling punches.
Oh! It's like a riot. I can't believe law enforcement has to put up with this nonsense, just trying to get criminals off the streets. But here's
It's
what
ridiculous.
the activists
That's
are
the
so
left.
mad about. They're
No left
mad
for ya.
that neighborhoods are getting cleared out of fugitives. Wonder who's in the back of that thing.
I mean, home prices are going to be going down.
Do I even want to know? Oh my gosh, look, the activists are chasing them. Look at all this, trying to stop the car. Look at them just running. Wait, don't these people have jobs? What do they do for work if they can just come out of their apartments and come out of these stores? That one says it's for lease and just
see her right
attack
there.
federal agents. This doesn't make sense. Now they're
Right
all
here,
standing in the
searching
street,
for-
wondering what
And
to
you
do.
move it, like,
What do we
this
do?
way a
They
little bit
took
more.
all the fugitives. But look what just happened at a local
Oh,
car
okay.
wash.
She's in the crib. No, I don't see her in there. If you change her, you slide it. I can also camera angle here harder. There we go. New camera angle every day.
Wow. This is crazy.
Why are you arresting him?
Because he doesn't even speak English.
How can you sleep at night?
Very well. Knowing America's safer.
How can you sleep?
Funny.
Oh, he's got an application pending.
How can you do
Yeah,
this?
shit, they didn't get approved. But the same
Yeah,
people
pending
tell
doesn't
us
mean
borders should be
you're
wide
legal.
open and walls don't work. Well, look at this. They're learning that they do work. Look at this madness. There's a fence around the ICE detention facility now, and they can't break in. They've
Good.
got Mexican flags. They're standing outside screaming, okay,
Is
there's
this in
a
LA?
chopped
Yeah.
up American flag. Look, the fence opens, and people can come out. They're so mad that the wall is working, the fence. This is what they had to do to keep these criminals from assaulting this place constantly. Close the door. That's how border security works. Look at all these people. They want to come in and attack ICE
yeah.
agents. They can't do it, and they tell us walls don't work. Look, just leaving their cars in
Look
the
at all
street
that spray
to
paint
come
on
out
that wall.
and scream at federal agents. This is crazy.
Looks no different. I mean, it
Very
looks
few
better
American
than
flags out here.
when
And
they
if these
originally
people
went.
find an American flag, you know why
In
they found
LA.
it? They found it because they think it makes Trump
during the
look bad.
riots. It makes their cause look bad.
This
They don't
is
even want to be
crazy. It's
Americans.
just a
They're more proud of
nonstop
their
riot.
Mexico and Argentina.
All day. But unfortunately, this doesn't stop at night. It never takes a break. This guy shouldn't have done whatever he did. Now he's going behind the fence. Listen to him screaming. This is crazy. These people are out of their minds. And
Yeah,
the wall
demonic.
works. Look at that. The wall is doing its job. They cannot get through the wall. It's working. What better advertisement could you ever see for border security? Right here. Build a wall. It works. It's working. Look at this. Crazy. These people are just
Swearing.
awful.
Going nuts.
What started as a
He's
quiet
resisting.
morning at Studio City Hand Car Wash quickly escalated when unmarked vehicles pulled in
look
and
at all the
immigration
agents at the
agents
car
swarmed
wash.
the property.
All of a sudden, all these cars pulled up
Yes, they did.
and just started pulling people. Everybody started screaming. My car is sitting there.
Should have
with
got a
towels on
legal
it.
car
My
wash.
photographer and I pulled up as the raid was happening.
this
Witnesses
guy,
who
look at him, he's
spoke with
fighting.
us asked us not to share their names,
That Border
telling us
Patrol
what
agent's
car wash
8 feet
employees
tall.
did after the agents jumped out of unmarked vehicles.
They
And I
need
see
to
them
get
all
fined
run
for
high behind
hiring
cars and everyone just
or
started swarming
illegals.
out here.
This
I
witness,
think
who's a
they do.
regular at this car wash, says he thought there was an active shooter and ran into a nearby closet.
And I went in the closet, 5 people came in with me. And when they came in, they closed the door. They're like, it's ice, please, please, please.
He says they all stayed inside until
That's
agents
crazy.
left.
It's honestly the saddest thing I've ever seen, like to see grown people cry and scared and think they're going to lose their families.
Well, whose fault is it that they're losing their families? Who told these people to enter America without permission and get jobs at a car wash?
Like that.
Employees say they were caught off guard. One worker running into a nearby car during the chaos.
¿Está buscando a su esposo? You're looking for your husband?
Yeah, él trabaja aquí también. She eventually found her husband, who also works at the car wash. She says her husband has legal status.
So then what's the problem?
Have immigration officials come here before?
Primera vez que vienen ellos acá. She also says this is the first time an immigration sweep has happened here.
ICE came into a bunch of employees without even asking them if they had documentation.
And car wash manager Ben.
Okay, this guy says ICE came and took a whole bunch of employees without asking if they're documented, but we just heard the news talk to a woman who says her husband has documentation and was perfectly fine. So what's the big deal?
Yeah.
Criminals are no longer running this guy's car wash. Maybe he's upset that he's got to hire legally.
Barat says agents didn't show him a warrant or even
They don't need
identify
one.
themselves.
And I see the ICE agent threw him on the floor. And the guy's like, I have my ID in the locker. I have my ID.
Well,
in
he
my
was
pocket."
resisting, apparently.
And it was just disgraceful. You're a big bully.
Oh,
We are
my
at a car
goodness.
wash, so people are working, they're pushed to start vehicles, and you take that key and you put it in your pocket. Some of those vehicles unable to be moved because the people that they took had the key in their pockets.
Well, don't hire illegals.
Officials stopped by hours later to return at least one key, and since then, clients have come by to pick up their cars. However we can help. Regulars at the wash that know some of those detained say this is not right.
They work hard, their children grow up here, and then...
But who told them to come in here illegally without being vetted to get jobs in a sanctuary city? If you're upset that people have come here, built a life, and are found to be criminals, well, you've got nobody to blame but your own politicians for telling people laws don't matter. They do matter.
And border czar Tom Homan today said federal authorities will ramp up raids across the country. Eyewitness News reporter.
Oh, there's going to be more raids.
On video, the moment when the unmarked vans drive into the area, and within seconds,
there's like a flea market here that got raided.
Up and down, people tripping over themselves, people falling, people
Don't run if
people
you're,
frantic, people trying to find safety,
legal.
not knowing if they're going to be grabbed or not.
Why would you not know if you're going to get grabbed or not? If you're here legally and ICE grabs you, so what? You're here legally. Nothing's going to happen. You're not getting deported.
it all happened outside the Carecen Day Labor Center next to the Home Depot.
Oh, this flea market's
This
leveled.
surveillance video shows how it all unfolded. Within seconds, they launch gas canisters. One person tries to run and is chased by an officer. He falls down, gets up, and still tries to run.
Because they're showing up at a hostile
This man
environment.
says he saw the agents and screamed out, "ICE is here." He says they came out with weapons.
They
and
should
masks.
arrest that guy, too.
We found several empty gas canisters in the area.
Bro, they got raided right now.
It's the same Home Depot where just a few weeks ago we saw agents jumping out of a truck
Oh,
in the
yeah,
so-called
this place.
Trojan horse raid. This comes as White House border czar Tom Homan pledged this morning an increase in raids all over the country.
I think we need that because you know what? There are a lot of fugitives hiding out where they shouldn't be. These fugitives, they might look like, oh, they're just
Hiding out in plain
honest
sight.
people working at a car wash, but the reality is they're gang members. They've got a criminal record. There's something that brought ICE to their location.
They're gonna
ICE
get
only does
drunk and
targeted
drive
enforcement.
because
When they go looking for
they don't
somebody,
believe in the
they got a
laws here.
dangerous individual that they're after, and if they find others, those people have to get deported too if they're here without permission. We don't even know who some of these people are.
30% of the people ICE arrests are criminals. Who's the other 30%? National security threats. We arrested thousands of national security threats.
People here say this morning they closed the doors to the labor center and agents did not try to
the
go
labor
in.
center's
I
shut.
didn't see them carry any warrant. I didn't see them identify themselves or ask.
They don't
for
need a
anything
warrant.
Seems Seems to me as if they were
They
just
don't need a
grabbing whoever
warrant
they
if you're in
could.
public.
We contacted the Department
Yeah,
of
if you're
Homeland
running, they're
Security,
gonna
and it
grab
sent us
you.
a statement which says in part,
Don't
3 of those
run.
arrested had extensive rap sheets for crimes, including visa overstay and grand theft. One individual also had a final order of deportation from an immigration judge.
These are not people who make their community better. These are not people who make America great
They
for
ignore the
anybody,
laws
except the
and-
criminals that made money getting them here in the first place when they
Mm-hmm.
never would have been allowed in legally because of who they are and their criminal records. These are the people being taken.
If you want, for example, the DHA law enforcement has made over 5,000 arrests. Who are these people?
5,000
Among
arrests.
them, criminal illegal aliens. Let's take a look at the board. Here's her quote from Christy Nome. DHS law enforcement has
Gang
made
members.
over 5,000 arrests. That's more than 5,000 criminal illegal
Rapists,
aliens, gang members,
predators.
murderers taken off our streets. Precious lives saved, families
Right.
protected, taxpayers
What's
spared
wrong with
the
that?
cost of crimes and the burden of their benefits.
Why would you want somebody like that washing your car. Like, why would you want to be anywhere near somebody with that kind of record? No, thank you.
They're the worst of the worst.
Wow.
Would Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom be happier if they were running around Los Angeles?
They would. Murderers convicted of kidnapping. These are the individuals that people are apparently taking off work or just enjoying their unemployment to protest in the streets. These individuals are who Allison Spanberger claimed.
That's interesting. So they're making the point that the people that are out there protesting in the streets, they're being paid to do it. Even if they're not professional protesters, they're on some sort of government benefit, or they have a job where they don't really have a whole lot of responsibilities. They can just leave whenever they want. They have no obligation holding them back from creating an uprising at the local level.
The law. This is
for
horrifying.
sure,
And anyone
man.
who protests against this, any elected official that tells you this is who they are enjoying having margaritas
bad
with,
guys.
that is who they are serving. Remember this when you go to the ballot box at midterms.
So that's Diego Fernandez Martinez, carjacking, theft. Then you got other people. Look at this guy. That is retired.
If these people were Trump supporters, no one would have any sympathy for them. But they're not. These are open borders, progressives living in a sanctuary city who are here illegally.
Over Los Angelinos.
And I don't think that it's a problem just with left-wing, crazy, wacko Democrat areas. I think this is going to be a problem for Democrat politicians everywhere, because in Virginia, which is a purple to leaning blue,
I don't know how you're going to win elections supporting this.
You have Abigail Spanberger running for governor, who has vowed to undo the current governor, Glenn Youngkin's executive order that local jurisdictions help with the removal of these criminal aliens.
There are so many people advocating to protect criminals in this country that if something's not done to stop them, criminals are going to get a free pass. Is that what we want? Is that who we want living in apartments near families who are innocent? Do we really want people with rap sheets that are so heinous they had to keep their past a secret and sneak into our country to get in here? These are people who would never be allowed in the legal way. That's why they've got bogus applications that are never going to get approved. Cases in court that go nowhere because these people have no legal pathway to citizenship. Yet here they are, living in sanctuary cities, taking jobs away from the law-abiding. What do you think about that? Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Get my camera there. We'll see how that works out. Oh, Greta the gremlin. What are you doing now? Did you get turned around yet? Oh.
But it looks like the police are trying to cause a scene. Look at that. Look what they're doing.
She's thrilled.
Look what the police are doing. What are they doing?
We're seeing those protesters are talking a lot like Americans. How about this? And I mean this. If there was some way to pull this off, because those in the UK, they want more migrants. They talk about how this is what makes the country great, right? They just studied, they conducted a study in a rural area, and they said what they need more of is halal food places in rural England. Really? To be clear. So how about, we just went through Minneapolis, how about we trade the Somalis and the Muslims of Dearborn, and we'll trade them for your patriotic protesters there in the UK. So let's go now across the pond. Let me ask you this. For them, do you think they're the people there, do you think they're more upset about Muslim grooming rape gangs, or all the Hollywood B-listers moving over there?
What's the difference?
And protesting Trump.
Well, the main difference is one of them doesn't exist.
Kevin Spacey's definitely there. Well, to set the context here, because these Hollywood celebrity, the elite, right? Again, they play by different rules. Not wealthy business owners. Not the person on your block who does pretty well for himself, but those in Hollywood and those in D.C. are quite a bit different. So let me set this before, and over the weekend there were protests in Epping, England, after a court ruled that migrants must be allowed to stay at a nice hotel at the taxpayer's expense.
Ladies and gentlemen of the press, we stand here today as proud English men and women, steadfast in our resolve to uphold our constitutional and common law rights as subjects of this great nation.
They have a constitution?
Well, they are
I was surprised to hear that too.
We declare that we will not consent to governance that endangers our communities in response to the misinformation and propaganda.
I endeavour
could be saving our country with this number. That the people. We refuse to pay the television license fee.
What is the television license fee? No wonder.
As non-payment of taxes has long been a legitimate form of protest in our land.
Our land too.
Yeah, we like that one.
Yeah, we're actually pretty big on it.
Yeah.
You got any tea or a harbor anywhere?
So I'm glad to see that there are some people there with a backbone, and of course they can't have that. Just to be clear, in the UK, they can't have. You saw those people protesting. From everything I've seen, has been almost entirely peaceful. Certainly, again, it doesn't exist in a vacuum. In contrast to what you see from the leftist protesters, both here and abroad. So both in the UK and the United States, but those who play by different rules, those in positions of power, government, they made sure that that lady, Sarah White, she was arrested after she decided to proudly hang the British flag.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They're not allowed to hang the flag. They made it illegal. Against the law.
She's thrilled. What are they doing? She looks positively thrilled. She's like a 4-year-old's first time on a roller coaster. But here's the thing: we're seeing those protesters are talking a lot like Americans. How about this? And I mean this. If there was some way to pull this off, because those in the UK, they want more migrants. They talk about how this is what makes the country great, right? They just studied, they conducted a study in a rural area, and they said what they need more of is halal food places in rural England, really, to be clear. So how about, we just went through Minneapolis, how about we trade the Somalis and the Muslims of Dearborn, and we'll trade them for your patriotic protesters there in the UK. How about that? They don't want them there. We don't want them here. Let's just do a trade.
That seems...
It would be better for everyone, wouldn't it?
Well, they
That's
had
a good trade there.
They have Sharia courts. Yeah. Fantastic. Done.
Trade alert.
Now, to be clear, the police deny she was arrested for hanging the flag that said she was protesting. She was protesting too hard. It's got nothing to do with the flag. She was too enthusiastic protesting.
What does that even mean?
Did she burn anything down?
Right.
Did she shoot anyone? Did she burn any flags? Well,
No, they don't burn
it
flags.
struck a chord.
You don't want to show too much emotion. We're still Brits, mate.
Yeah. I mean, you can show emotions, if you're beating your wife in a no-go zone, but that's a bit different, isn't it? Flying the British flag, all bets are off.
Stupid.
To make it worse, the UK government, and this is why I say it is a dead nation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Canada probably has 10 years left. You guys comment if you disagree.
Nah,
I don't think
they got
Canada has
5.
more than 10 years left in them. It's not
5
going
years
to
of
work.
Canada.
These countries in the UK, I don't know how long they have. And I think there's a case to be made where, hey, imperialism. So,
well, hear us out.
They announced, the UK government, special visas specifically for Gazans attending UK universities. Yeah, what could go wrong there?
Office has put in place systems to issue expedited visas with biometric checks conducted prior to arrival for children and their immediate accompanying family members. And we have done the same for all the Chevening scholars and are in the process of doing so now for the next group of students from Gaza who have been awarded fully funded scholarships and places at UK universities so they can start their studies in autumn this year.
Makes sense. That's the legitimate role of government. Look, whenever the left says constitution, you know they're lying to you, because when people say, hey, what about this as far as government? Like, should we have a military? I go, look, there are constitutional parameters of government. Mm-hmm. The analogy I've given you is that of a hockey referee, right? The job is to keep the players, meaning the citizens, safe from both internal and external threats. Otherwise, keep the whistle in their pocket. Keep the pace of the game, that's it. Right? We know what a legitimate purview of government is. When you don't understand that, in the United States, that's how you end up with people pandering, doing pirate dances in front of Somalis who have rebel flags for Somalis in Ethiopia. That's how you end up with a country where people are arrested for hanging their own flag and providing right-of-way to potential terrorists in their country. And here's the thing. These have negative ramifications that are very observable. Let me give you some facts on the UK and why it's not doing well and why they could use a little bit of American imperialism, which we really have never actually carried out, but I think we should start. Key fact number 1, they don't have freedom of speech.
Omar Feta. He looks like Sid. Or not Sid. Looks like the sloth from Ice Age. Sid, yep. Yep, that's him. Yeah, he just doesn't look normal. He looks evil. In a way. Big smile though. Always smiling. Like Sid. So that's a good comparison.
I see it. I hope there's never a picture where he opens his mouth and smiles. You are just mean. That is way too good.
Yep, he looks like Sid.
That's hilarious and all.
Omar Feta. What is he? Minnesota Senator? Yeah. No.
At all in the UK, to be clear. This story right now, I believe, is also, there's a new one, the British sitcom writer, Graham Linehan, if I have that right. Linehan, I don't know. Yeah. Arrested for anti-trans.
What? Yeah, probably. That'll be one of my thumbnails one day. We gotta think of somebody for probably the woolly mammoth girl for Alexandria Cortez, AOC. Maybe we'll find something. We'll find something for AOC.
His tweets was detained by 5 armed cops upon arriving at Heathrow today. This is just today. One of the tweets that met the threshold for inciting violence, according to police over there, was this one. If a trans-identified male is in a female-only space, he is committing a violent, abusive act, make a scene, call the cops, and if all else fails, punch him in the balls.
Well, it's funny, too.
It's funny. There are 30 arrests per day in the UK for social media posts. 30 arrests per day. That's why I don't believe them when they say, we didn't arrest her for hanging the flag. Yeah, but didn't you just arrest that person for a tweet? Whoa, if the shoe fits.
How can you be proud of your profession as a British police officer?
You shouldn't be.
You can't.
All the charges that they lob against American police, right, for being racist and for profile, you could actually apply legitimately to police in the UK toward conservatives.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys understand? Like, it's observable. 30 arrests per day. And we haven't had the breakdown. I'd like to dig into this. How much you want to bet that none of those are for people like Greta Thunberg? None of those are for people who are radically left. How much you want to bet it only has to do with trans speak or what they view as nationalism? It's so bad that even the rest of Europe is concerned. There was a European MEP asked, and I believe, bring this up? I believe this was a German, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Maybe, yeah.
I believe it was a German. Lane the Brain, you let me know. It said,
the
what safeguards
candidates
exist
for Prime
in
Minister
EU
for
law to
Germany
prevent similar
died.
over-policing of speech in the member states, particularly when this results from employing vague legal terms and concepts?
You know you've gone too far when you lose the Europeans. They're like, oh, thank God for Brexit.
Right.
We'd look like those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, Germans don't like the vague.
No.
No, they got to be very specific.
30 arrests per day.
Jeez.
Ridiculous.
Oh, my God. It's too liberal for the rest of Europe. Here's key fact number 2, okay? We talk about importing all these migrants and, by the way, arresting people for speaking out against the importation or importing, whatever term we want to use, of migrants. So 2005, there were 60,000 annual sexual offenses, okay? 2005, 209,000. That's a 250% increase. Let's look at the economy and the GDP. Remember how you were told during COVID? Well, actually, the United States, you can't just compare. We're actually on track with the rest of the world because we saw stagnation. Well, that's not true. We never actually have been. The world follows us, not the other way around. So look at the economy and the GDP. So 2007, right, and UK was 3.09 trillion, 2024, 3.38 trillion. So that's a growth of 9.3%. If you compare it to the United States in that exact same period of time, 07 to 24, we saw a growth of 91.5%.
Well, that's higher.
10 times higher. 10 times higher. Think about this for a second. Mississippi's GDP per capita is higher than the UK.
No.
If you were to just do it on a per capita basis.
How embarrassing.
And it's within striking distance of per capita GDP with Germany. Think about that, because we all think of Germans as ruthlessly efficient
And my
and
coffee
disciplined.
cup and creamer.
And pretty soon, some redneck from Mississippi is going to be eating their lunch.
What is Mississippi selling? Oil? What? I mean, what else do they have there?
It just tells you
What
how
business
inept
does
the
he
UK
have?
is. Like, talk
for
about
sure.
squandering your lead.
It's incredible. I had no idea that it was that bad. I mean, we've been covering a lot of stuff that's been bad, right?
Right.
That you saw, but economically, I was like, holy crap, 10% in that time period. We've grown 10 times the rate.
10 times the
Do
rate.
the Scottish still have any like freedom-loving people? Is there any William Wallace blood still kind of going around, or are they kind of a captive people as well?
I'm not
think they're
entirely
British. I think it's like
yeah, sorry, go ahead,
invade.
Josh.
that was done with my thought. I think they're British.
Well, here's the thing is, we're in that gap where socialism collapses. Where they go, well, the left, they'll say every other country on earth, okay, 1/10 of the GDP growth. You realize that's unsustainable, right? You realize that's why there's the euthanasia policy in places like Canada, right? Like, you understand we're at the point in time where socialists are starting to run out of other people's money. The closest example we have in the United States is look at New York, look at California. You look at these places that have had unfettered leftist policy, basically since Churchill. You know that's why Churchill was ousted.
Yeah.
2 years after the war, he didn't support socialized healthcare. He said, because there's going to be another threat, and we can't create a complacent people by just giving them everything. Churchill, you're gone. Now, that's not something on the radar of the wealthy celebrities here stateside who are moving to the UK. Let me give you their reasoning. And this shows you why these people don't understand what your life is. You don't hate the media and you don't hate Hollywood enough. So Robin Wright.
Who?
On Saturday. Well, the lady from Forrest Gump, by the way, who played the character Jenny, who knowingly tried to give Forrest Gump a retarded man AIDS.
Want to get AIDS?
That's the worst character in all of cinematic history.
Best night of his life.
Yeah.
Jenny.
And then left him with a kid.
Well, it could have, like, that would, if, I will say, Hitler bad? I don't think Hitler would have the stomach to knowingly infect a retard with AIDS. I don't know.
Nice.
That's not. That seems a little cruel. I feel like there should be some disclosure. The child will look like a hot tamale.
Hold on, is it a Jew?
Still.
Oh, I'm not a monster.
Well,
I'm not a monster.
Forrest did know what love is.
Yes, he did.
Well, she showed him.
Yeah, she showed him with her AIDS. So anyway, Robin Wright said that she's really happy to go to England, where people are being jailed for hanging the flag, and people are being jailed 30 arrests a day because of social media memes. She wrote, "America is a shit show. I love being in this country," meaning I believe she's in England. "There's freedom of self here. People are so kind." Well, what if yourself is someone who speaks out against the oppressive government? They're living. They're not in the car in traffic, panicked on a phone call, eating a sandwich. That's most of America. Everything's rush, competition, and speed. Yeah, they also have a GDP growth rate that's 1/10 of the United States. Yeah. And here's the funny thing. Europe always hangs us over. Like, you guys, the French, but you're so competitive and you don't take your time to, why am I doing German? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
to
know.
smell the rose. It's like, yeah, okay, so you're leisure culture, right? That's what you need to be creative. Why has no great art come out of Europe in the last century?
Yeah, true.
Why is it coming out of the evil capitalist system? Why is our biggest export art? Film,
Whoa,
music,
what are you doing,
painting? Pick the category. Outside of maybe postmodernism, it's going to be an American. Oh, turns out that working hard actually yields results. Ellen DeGeneres, by the way, her.
Well, there's also she said that most of America is fast and eating eating sandwiches in your car and business and phone call. Like geographically, that's false.
Right.
Idaho, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming,
right.
Colorado. There's all kinds of dumb states over there. But they got nothing going on. There's lots of people just hanging out, living their lives in the mountains, just being people.
Yeah.
Also, that when you're rich, you can probably do a lot more of the leisure stuff. I think that article was about her parenting with Sean Penn.
Ellen DeGeneres as well, and her wife. I'm doing this because they both have vaginas. Moved to the UK to avoid Trump.
Before you go to
You can
Leah's
do
house.
it, baby.
No.
We're going in a circle.
Yeah, it looks like she's still getting the hang of it.
We're going in a circle.
You need a new diaper.
Ellen and wife Portia de Rossi moved across the pond after President Trump's re-election last year. Today, they live in a village about 100 miles outside London in the Oxfordshire region. So why this part of England? Well, because it's a celeb hotspot.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. By the way, it's cute when two lesbians can't operate the simplest of boats, a rowboat, in the 25th century. But in the year 2025, in the 21st century.
Whoa!
But before modern luxuries, that's why we didn't send out a female hunting crew. You understand that? It's like, no, you need someone to lead. You need there to be a higher. It's cute to us now. It's a scenario where women are useless. That's why we typically didn't, as a society, recognize two wives. By the way, they're going to stay there because, quote, the Baptist Church in America is trying to reverse gay marriage.
Well, good.
Okay, stay there. So we have Robin Wright, we have her, we have,
I don't think
by
any
the
church
way,
should be
a
involved
bunch
in
of celebrities
gay
moving
marriage.
to that area, Oxfordshire. Let me
I
explain
think
to
that's
you what.
against
It's
church
87%
rules.
white.
So you want to go to a judge and get it done
Ooh,
fine.
and there's probably acreage and
Yes.
rich people around, lack
Very
of
high
crime.
concentration of wealth.
Has half the Muslim population
of the rest of the
England. So,
yeah.
I'm wondering what the connections are as to why they chose that place.
So maybe that's why they don't understand the people who are being arrested for
Especially when they
protesting
get a
mass
Sharia
migrant waves.
law
They
in
don't experience
England.
it because they move to exclusively white areas where they don't have to deal with it and then tell you, Americans, it's free here. It would be like them moving to the very, very wealthy suburb of Minneapolis and telling those dealing with the Somali waves to shut up.
Yes.
And they can do that in America, too, by the way.
Yeah.
There's plenty of places 100 miles outside of a city that are just,
But the Baptist Church
Nirvana.
is trying to overturn gay marriage, so they can't.
you know, I guess.
It's those Baptists. Got to get away from those Baptists. Courtney Love.
Changing their
Courtney
tune
Love.
there too.
Speaking of Nirvana.
Yeah, she applied for British citizenship because of Trump. She said, in terms of Trump and particularly this group, it's like Emperor Corps. Like they're wearing $1 million watches. Emperor Corps is going on at Mar-a-Lago. It's frightening now. It's like cyanide now. You know what's frightening? If you show up and I'm your boyfriend.
Yeah.
Rosie.
Funny she mentioned cyanide.
Yeah.
Don't take any pills from Courtney Love.
No.
And so we have Courtney Love, we have Robin Wright, we have the DeGeneres couple, and then of course Rosie O'Donnell. Again, the backdrop: this is a country
Rosie
that is
O'Donnell.
struggling, that is basically extinct economically, and is jailing its own people for being proud of the country these celebrities claim they want to be a part of. These people claim that. Are you starting to see how the whole hippie thing was a lie? Like, I used to be a liberal the left has never been pro-free speech. You can go back to the 60s, never, ever, 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 ever. They've always been communist fascists.
Yep, they're
Just to
always
be
gonna
clear,
take over
Rosie
whatever they
O'Donnell,
could,
of
the
course,
left
went
or
to
whatnot.
Ireland as well because, she's a lesbian and Trump.
I'm trying to find a home here in this beautiful country. And when, it is safe for all citizens to have equal rights there in America, that's when we will consider coming back.
Stay there.
Okay. Hey, what equal rights are not afforded right now? Can you name one?
No.
Can you name one? And all these celebrities, how many lesbians can you fit in a room? They're all teaming up for their new foreign film, to be clear. Sisterhood of the Traveling. That's the Photoshop.
Oh gosh.
Laugh, cry, abandon your country.
Abandon. Yeah, that's the thing is she's abandoning her country, and then at the same time saying, "Well, maybe we'll go back when it's safe for all people." Because right now it's safe for you.
Right.
It's totally safe for you. So you're going to leave because it's unsafe, supposedly.
Yeah.
For people who are not as good as you.
Right. And it's safe for you in the UK because
So true.
you are a lackey for the corrupt government. We have a whole. We still haven't gotten to it, but there's a Cuban running for mayor, in New York City.
New York,
Probably won't win. But he saw socialism. You guys may not remember. That was the communism that the left praised. I'm talking about Steven Spielberg. I'm talking about Jack Nicholson. I'm talking about Coppola. I'm talking about Jane Fonda. I'm talking about Sean Penn, Jay-Z, and Bob Dylan. He had the Susan, I believe Rotolo was his girlfriend, who was this huge figurehead in the hippie movement. She went to Cuba back then, again in the 60s, and supported Fidel Castro and condemned the freedom protesters as worms. These people are not pro-free speech. They're fine because she was in good with Castro. She was a useful tool. So Cuba's great. What about the people who are being jailed for speaking out against communism? It's the same. History repeats itself. That's what's happening in the UK. And this is why Hollywood is dying. It's why people don't trust their institutions. And people should trust none of their institutions right now. This is my default position. If it's a three-letter agency, if it's an institution that I've been told to trust, I'm not gonna
trust it.
I'm not gonna until you prove it to me. That doesn't mean I'll believe all clickbait out there. But for me, it's, hey, you need to make the case to me. Oh, you're still here? And you're still watching this on YouTube? You've probably noticed something is missing by now. I'm not here.
Yeah,
that's because the live...
more. We can watch it on Rumble, but I wanted to stick to YouTube a little bit longer.
Here's the story we got from Mediaite. Joe Scarborough calls on J.B. Pritzker to seek Trump's help to stop Chicago crime.
Let's see it.
Well, you've lost MS Now, MSNBC, I guess. But this is the rumor that's been circulating, that Donald Trump will be deploying the National Guard into Chicago. And as someone who spent 23 years... I left formally when I was 23. That's when I really moved out.
Hey, stink butt.
I've been back periodically since. Someone who spent 23 years of his life growing up in this city.
Not you.
Literally in the city. And oh boy, do these lefties really just lie to try and win brownie points. I say, please, please, Donald Trump, fix my city. You know what's funny is what these liberals have been doing. They say Tim Pool's not from Chicago. He's from several hours outside of the city. This is, these people are evil. It is absolutely wild. Let me just tell you, I grew up near Archer and Cicero. It's the city's southwest side. It's a really working class area, a lot of firefighters and police because it's cheap, and you have to live in the city if you're going to work for the city. Yeah. In this area, there is gang violence. We had an area that was pretty bad I will leave unnamed, where gangs, largely groups of young black males were the gangs, although we had Latin kings and otherwise. Vice Lords, 2-6, Four Corner Hustlers, the Popes, the Disciples, a lot of Catholic gangs, I guess. Anyway, yeah, a lot of violence. I had friends who'd witnessed corpses being dragged to the street. I myself had been shot at randomly for no reason. Me and my brother driving in our car, and someone just fired at us. The high school in my area, I went there for about 2 months. A fight broke out, and one of the guys brought a gun. These are common occurrences. That's Chicago. And because I can say that and say that's how I grew up and we shouldn't live this way, what does the left do? They start lying and spreading rumors saying Tim actually isn't from the city, which is wild because my friends from the city work here. And like I go and hang out in my old neighborhood sometimes, like for the holidays. But that's what they have to do. That way, when they go to these political debates, they tell liberals, don't listen to Tim Pool. He didn't actually grow up in the city like we did, to try and discredit what I have to say. But I have a lot to say. So, my friends, we're going to be joined by, I believe we got Larry Elder in wait. Let's bring him in and have this conversation with him. I also want to talk about the flag burning stuff and the potential rumors that Trump will be dispatching the National Guard, not just in Chicago, but other places. So we'll boot this up. Let's see. Sounds like it's working. Let's make sure it is. And bring in Larry Elder. I've been gone for a few weeks. Larry, can you hear me?
Hear you fine.
Excellent. Thanks for joining me. Let me try and adjust the levels a little bit here and bring in. How you doing, man? Good to hear from you.
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely, absolutely. I've been out for a few weeks. There's a lot that I want to talk to you about. But the big rumor right now, I don't think it's true, but there is something to talk about. Donald Trump will be deploying National Guard to Chicago, is the rumor. And they say that he's going to make that announcement in an hour or so. I don't think that's the case. Carolyn Levitt said that it's related to the Department of Defense. But in the past couple of weeks, there's been discussion about Donald Trump sending National Guard troops to 19 different cities.
Right.
Chicago being the most notable. Curious your thoughts. Is this fascism, authoritarian overreach?
It's called trying to do something about urban crime that nobody seems to care about. I hope it's true. I hope he deploys troops in places like Chicago. And by the way, while Chicago has the honor of being the murder capital of the world, of the country in terms of absolute number of murders, it is not even close in terms of per capita. St. Louis is worse. Baltimore is worse.
Yeah.
Washington, D.C. is worse. And Birmingham is worse. And let me just say something quickly, Tim, about Birmingham. Right now, as we speak, there's a man named Damian McDaniel on trial for allegedly killing 18 people.
Wow.
He happens to be black, as are virtually every single one of his alleged victims. Nobody is talking about it. He's on trial as we speak. It's a big deal locally, but
I said, geesh.
Nobody cares. And the answer is nobody gives a rip about black on black crime. If this guy
he's getting charged for 18 murders.
In the history of
some guy
over a period of
in
2
Birmingham.
years. Nobody knows his name because the media could not give a rip. Right now, Chicago, Labor Day weekend,
18
over 50 people shot. I think about 7 people killed. Nobody gives a rip. Donald Trump cares.
Yeah.
Donald Trump allegedly hates black people. I thought Black Lives Matter. I guess Black Lives only matter if they're taken by white cops. If they're taken by other black people, nobody cares.
Yeah, we saw this Gallup poll a few years ago that stated in the black communities, these actual neighborhoods, it was like 80% said, please give us more cops. This was during the defund the police cycle or whatever you want to call it. And I'm from Chicago. I left for a variety of reasons, one of which largely is the crime and the corruption.
Yeah.
So when I hear that Trump wants under the National Guard, I can tell you right away, like my friends, my family would be like, awesome. Maybe we don't have to worry about all of these murders. But you know what's fascinating? You bring up no one cares about black on black crime. It's been a trope. It's been a joke. And sitcom, Family Guy made fun of it. I was doing some research on this, and I used everyone's favorite ChatGPT and asked it because we had this other mass shooting at the Catholic school, and it told me that white men are the biggest perpetrators of mass shootings. And then I asked it about Chicago, Baltimore, St. Louis, and D.C., and it's fascinating to see how Google, these AI platforms, they omit the black-on-black mass shootings that happen all too often, that are the majority of your general mass shooting, that is 4 or more individuals.
Right.
And then they blame white people for it. I'm like, hold on, how are we going to solve the problem of mass shootings that the liberals claim they want to solve? I think we want to solve too. When they ignore the majority of it and claim it doesn't happen at all.
Yeah, you remember the D.C. sniper, those 2 people that were mowing down people a few years ago?
Yeah, I remember that.
Turns out they had been stopped several times by the cops. But some FBI profiler said that the likely perp will be a white male so they were let go. The fact is that whites are around 60% of the population, but they commit roughly 50% of mass shootings. Blacks are about 14% of the population, but they commit about 18% of the mass shootings. So in terms of population, whites are underrepresented when it comes to mass killings. Blacks are overrepresented, by the way, as are Asians. So it's just not true. Fact is that 60% of the burglaries, the robberies, and the shootings in America are committed by black people, often against other black people, which brings us to the reason
high
why,
percentage.
Tim. The reason why is the
Such a low percentage of the population. What are they, like
once said,
6%?
Father, you're 5 times more likely to be poor and commit crime, 9 times more likely to drop out of school, and 20 times more likely to end up in jail. Fact is, 70% of black kids today enter the world without a father in the home, married to the mother. It is a massive, massive problem that neither Republicans nor Democrats are talking much about.
Why?
Just like
why
population
I've
rates.
heard a lot of the talking points, the expansion of the welfare system and things like that. I'm curious your thoughts on why it is that there's so many fatherless young black men.
It's the welfare state. You look back in 1965, 25% of blacks entered the world without a father in the home married to the mother. That number now has almost tripled. If you look at the welfare state, the so-called war on poverty launched by Lyndon Johnson, and look at the amount of money that's spent and the increase of fatherless homes, they almost parallel each other. What they've done is incentivize women to marry the government and incentivize men to abandon their financial and moral responsibility. The out-of-wedlock birth rate in the white community has also tripled since 1965. So it's not just affecting blacks, it's affecting everybody. And we need to do is rethink the welfare state, but that's an unpleasant conversation. The left doesn't want to do it because they created the problem, and Republicans often don't want to do it because they fear that they'll be accused of racism or somehow demeaning single women who are heroically raising these boys and girls by themselves.
Yeah.
You know what's funny?
But it's not heroic.
It's
For all
controversial,
of
but
them.
Kanye West.
Some of them chose to be single and raise that kid. Some of them chose to get pregnant and tricked their baby daddies into having these kids. And yeah, there are just some nasty women out there, man, that play men like they're a CD player. They just press the button, pop out a kid, and get more welfare.
The arc that he went on, there were a few points
Same
he had
with
made
fat
early
people
on
getting
before he
Social
kind of
Security.
He's kind of gone
Can't
off in a very
stand it.
bad direction. I'll put it like that. But but here's absolutely. But here's the thing. He made
What are
a
you
few
doing?
points early on. One was he had tweeted something like abolish
What are
the
you spitting out
13th
your mouth?
Amendment or we need to abolish it. And the media lied about his intention. His point was the 13th Amendment says in it, slavery is acceptable if someone's been duly convicted of any crime. And he was talking about the high rates of incarceration of black people in this country, and the media lied about it. But aside from that point, back to the crime and the issues here and fatherlessness, he had made a point that these record labels were promoting gang culture and violent culture to young black men through pop music, as well as degeneracy and sexual deviancy. He had several years ago, it's maybe like 10 years ago, he was doing these Christian Sunday services. He was trying to get people to be
Kanye
more
West.
involved in religion and things like this. Unfortunately for Ye and for people around him,
He
he
backslid.
misunderstood why this was happening and where it was going, and he blamed the Jews for why there was this culture happening. But I bring this up because there is an interesting point in there is a pop culture that targets young black men and women with
Cause them to kill
songs
each
and rap
other
about
and
being violent,
get
being in
high.
gangs, stealing, and things like
Yep.
this. Do you think that
Get
culture
drunk.
plays a role in telling these young men?
Give me a
who to
pull up.
be?
I'll change you.
I really don't. Most of this stuff, this gang stuff,
Grab me a pull up. I'll change you. All right, give me a second. I'm gonna change his butt. getting too big. He needs to start going on the potty. You can run in the house. Why not? I need your shoes. Where are your shoes at? Ankle back up. Pretty sure. Hey. He goes, he can't run because his feet hurt. So I said, you need your shoes. They're in the closet, kid. Come on. Over here. You don't need them. Is that me? Okay. Are they in the closet? All right, put them on. You know how to put them on, right?
I found them.
Good job.
Found them, Gabe. No,
Just what? Put your foot in.
Mommy, not. Why did Mommy stop coming with us?
Going where?
I'll leave. I'm sending the
I'm
package.
going.
Wait, why? Wait, why?
For real life.
I'm going to go to. Wait a minute.
You need a shirt. Happy showing up with a six pack. Yeah, he won't like you without a shirt.
You may like me. Yeah.
He might freak out.
This rap stuff is purchased by and enjoyed by white kids in the suburbs.
Yeah.
They're not committing the kind of crime that I'm talking about. The breakdown in the family is what's going on. A mother and a father.
You don't want it?
From this
You don't have to have a shirt on right now.
What your values are. So you're not going to be infected by somebody rapping something stupid like some of these rap people do. Look,
the wannabe gang rappers.
Shakur once said, I know for a fact that had I had a father, I would have been more disciplined. I would have been more confident. Denzel Washington also talked about this. He talked about how he grew up in Mount Vernon, and while his parents
Best running shoes ever.
Who was actively involved in his life, his friends did not, and he has friends who are right now in prison.
Shirt.
So, you're finding people really talking about the truth, but the media,
a little wet though, kid.
Do not want to because they want black people to be perceived as victims in need of social justice. And by the way, we wear the white hat in the fight for your social justice. So go in there and pull that lever for us, vote for us. That's why
there you go.
That's an interesting point you make. I didn't know that about young suburbanite white people buying this gang culture rap music stuff.
Yeah, most of the rap music is purchased by white people.
But
these rappers could not get wealthy if it weren't for
he needs another one.
Buying all this stuff. They're the ones that love this.
You know why it's easy to believe. So when Brandon Johnson got elected in Chicago, everyone was talking about how this socialist mayor won, and I looked at the electoral map of Chicago, and unsurprisingly, it was all by race. The white areas voted for the white guy, the Latino areas voted for the Latino guy, and the black neighborhoods voted for the black guy. But there were numerous candidates, so I'll clarify. White areas voted for a white candidate, Latino for a Latino candidate, black areas. The top three candidates in the black neighborhoods were all black, even if they weren't the front runners, which is interesting. Now, Brandon Johnson wasn't the front runner among the black community in Chicago. There was one neighborhood that got Brandon Johnson over the edge to win, and that was the Loyola University area, where young white socialists voted for Brandon Johnson, giving him the edge and getting him elected. In fact, it is these white, uppity suburbanites that voted for the socialist candidate, who now, I don't know if you saw the video, is saying they should fight back against Trump if he deploys National Guard.
Yeah. Let me say something about that. A state senator from Illinois,
he loves his shoes.
Obama, challenged an incumbent Democrat named Bobby Rush, a former Black Panther, for Congress.
Because his feet don't hurt anymore.
And Obama got his clock cleaned. It turned out that urban blacks, poor blacks, did not vote for him, voted for the other guy. Jews voted for him. Wealthy people voted for him. So Obama went back and redesigned his state Senate district. There's an article about this in ProPublica called Obama's Gerrymander, about how he redesigned his district to make it less black, more affluent, more white, more Jewish, because that's where his supporters were. Hello.
Jeez.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, that's what we see. It's the what do they call it? Affluent white female
Socialism's
liberals
great
leading
when you
the
have
charge
money.
for a lot of these leftist policies and socialist
And then
policies.
you don't.
And that's what you end up with.
And that Tim is why Obama has done so well. Trump has done so well with blacks. About 20% of black males voted for him this time because they're seeing this. The number one group.
Yeah, they're
hurt
educating
by
themselves.
Illegal immigration are black people with high school or less living in the.
Oh, it's creating more gang violence.
Illegal aliens for jobs, and the presence of illegal alien labor puts downward pressure
Jobs and
to the tune of
gang
almost
violence.
$1,800 a year on the salaries. This was before.
Increases
Joe Biden
it.
allowed in 10, 15, 20 million, however many it was over the last 4 years. So blacks are the most hurt by this. Black people living in the inner city are getting a very poor education. There are 13 government schools in Chicago where 0% of the kids can do math and can read at grade level. There are over 50 in Illinois altogether where 0% of the kids can do math or can read at grade level. So they're the ones that are most hurt by the failure to have school choice, which Democrats do not want because the number one funder typically is the teachers union. So the people that are most hurt by Democrat policies are the very black people that have traditionally gone in there like lemons and pulled the lever for the Democrat Party.
Do you think if we got rid of this welfare system, it would end this, or is there some kind of transition period where you'd need some kind of hybrid or system or something?
Yeah, you can't just cut people off right away. But look, at one time, things like this were handled by nonprofits, by churches, by people donating. And when government stepped in, people began donating less. During the Great Depression, donations shot up substantially. But then when FDR did his New Deal, donations still went up, but not quite as sharply because people felt that they gave at the office. There's no reason to believe that if we didn't have a welfare state by government, Americans would allow other Americans to die and suffer. We wouldn't do that. We're the most compassionate people on the face of the earth. We give more money than any other nation. So that's what we would do if we didn't have the welfare state. But by having no questions asked welfare, what you're doing is simply making things worse. There was a poll back in 1986, LA Times 10, where people on welfare were asked, is welfare a stepping stone towards self-dependency? Or is it a crutch that makes you dependent? More of them said crutch than they said a stepping stone towards independence. So these are people on welfare telling you it's a trap.
Well, now I think, what's going on with SNAP. I think the Trump administration has enacted some kind of policy. You got to have community service. A bunch of videos started popping up where you can't buy cookies and candies anymore. And there's videos of women trying to buy snack cakes and their EBT and things are getting rejected. Yeah. So it looks like the Trump admin, this it's happening. The culture is kind of waking up to this. But I do want to add, too.
Can we just say about this? 1996, Bill Clinton changed welfare as we know it. He ran in 1992 promising to do that, didn't do it. But his advisors told him, if you don't do something, you're not going to get reelected in 1996. So he, for the first time, put time limits on welfare and what were called children caps. So if you had additional children, you didn't get additional money, which was the case in the past. Welfare rolls declined by 50%, a far steeper decline than anybody predicted. And there wasn't a corresponding increase in abortion. A bunch of able-bodied people and able-minded people got off the couch and went to work because they had to. And little by little, we put those, we've loosened those restrictions. And what Donald Trump is doing is trying to put them back. So if you're on Medicaid and you're able-bodied, you don't have children, there's a certain amount of hours per week you have to work in order for you to continue to get the benefits. And this is a good thing.
You mentioned donations in the church and things like that as well. I think another huge component that extends beyond the black community, this country as a whole, is the loss of religion. And I say this as somebody, I'm not a Christian. I do believe in God. I don't know what I am, but there's a word for it somewhere. And people, I'll have atheists question me and say, like, how would you defend that or whatever? I say, listen, the issue that I'm bringing up is not about whether or not someone has faith in Jesus Christ, although I know that Christians believe that to be the most important thing, or one of the most important things. I'm not going to speak for Christians. The issue is community, that we would come together once a week and sit down with each other in the same space. Right. The church was the charitable arm to protect the community when it could, and we had trust and faith in each other as well. But now nobody congregates and nobody meets. And so you have across the board in this country, police officers that say, listen, I don't know you, just go to court. You've got criminals who say, if I steal from you, nothing bad will happen to me because I don't know you. And this is the problem we're experiencing, where
No
people are not
relationships.
concerned with wronging their neighbor because there will be no social repercussions.
You know, Tim, this has been studied. There's a book called Who Really Cares, written by a guy named Arthur Brooks. Arthur Brooks was a professor of public policy at Syracuse. He wasn't particularly conservative or liberal, but he found out that nobody ever did a study to find out whether or not conservatives were more generous with their time and with their money versus liberals. He assumed the answer was going to be liberals. So he did a whole study, got the conclusions, got rid of all the people that did the conclusions because he didn't believe it, hired another people. They came with the same conclusions. It turns out conservatives were far more generous with their money and their time than liberals. And it turned out for two reasons. The first is that conservatives believe that help for people should be done people to people, not government to people. But the second factor, and more important factor, is conservatives were more likely to be religious than liberals. Religious people give way more money, way more time than do non-religious people. Religious liberals gave the same amount of money as religious conservatives. There were just far fewer of them. So it turns out that if you're more religious, you're more compassionate, you're more caring, you give more time, you give more money to people. For that reason alone, religion is positive.
I think it's fascinating to think. I want to approach this completely just objectively. Would Chicago rather have gang culture or Christianity?
I mean, Democrats
the
want gang
neighborhoods that I
culture.
grew up on, I just tell you, it's very simple. I grew up in the southwest side of Chicago, and there were areas that we had a street, 47th Street. Just north of it, everyone was black. South of it, it was largely like white working class with some Latino. And that division, whether intentional or otherwise, created two separate communities where people distrusted each other. There were a lot of gangs.
Your head.
If someone came to me and said, "This is a liberal Chicago, a lot
Don't
of atheists,
rob them. Yeah.
we want Christian missionaries to go into this and start," I'd say, "Oh, thank you, thank heavens."
Get your shoes on.
I would much rather have Christian culture, and it's a
Bring 'em over, I'll help.
no-brainer. But it's fascinating because there are many, atheist liberals who spend their days blaming religion for everything, blaming Christianity for everything, saying that Christianity is bad and that these values should be removed from government.
Right.
And I'm just wondering, have you ever been to a church? I mean, look, you might not like what they believe or whatever, but I'd much rather have a bunch of people singing songs, clapping,
Hey, where's your dino?
being bigoted, whatever the liberals
Where's your
think
cool
about,
one?
they
I
have
didn't get to
bad
see
views,
it today.
than gangs shooting at
Where's your
each
cool
other.
one?
And
Of course, Tim. And a few years ago, as
Your
I
cool
did a
stuffy
documentary
one.
called Uncle Tom, where I talked about how the black community continued to grow after slavery, even though there was Jim Crow, even though there was a KKK.
There, do you need help with that shoe, buddy?
87% of blacks lived
Bring it
under
over
poverty level.
Well, you keep going the wrong way with it. That's why.
47%, a 40-point drop in 20 years. The greatest 20-year period of economic growth in the history of Black America. Why? Because it was rare for a black kid to be brought into the world without a father in the home, married to the mother.
You're blowing
a
on me.
strong belief in entrepreneurship, a strong belief in American values, even if those values were not being applied fairly to black people. And more importantly, a strong belief in Judeo-Christian values. Most black people went to church. That is completely broken down, again, as a function of the breakdown of the nuclear intact
Really funny.
less likely to
There you
be
go.
going
Go
to
get your
church,
dino. Let
mom
me
and
see
dad
it.
less likely to take you, and therefore the kids are less likely to be religious.
Yeah,
less likely to
it
learn
does
the
keep falling off. Maybe we need to put the straps on the back so they don't fall off. You want to do that?
Yeah, we had
put him in
a show a
sport
few years
mode?
ago with Seamus Coughlin. He's the
All right,
Freedom
go in
Tunes guy.
sport
He's
mode
a
on
devout
these.
Catholic. And we talked about the 10 Commandments as an objective path
All right, put your feet in.
towards successful life. Now, I grew up Catholic briefly, and I believe, being heavily influenced in Chicago by just general liberal atheism. Had my atheist angsty teen years. I don't consider myself Christian today. But I think if you look at the 10 Commandments objectively, it's a great path towards a functioning society and a good life. Honor your parents. Don't steal. Don't kill. These things, if they are taught to children and upheld by their elders and those who inspire and motivate, will bring you to a more successful culture than having no father, being told that all that matters is getting yours. And that's what I saw when I grew up. The kids in my neighborhood who joined gangs were told, no one's going to help you. No one's
Have
there
a short
for you. So you
lifespan.
got to be hard. So you got to take what's yours or else. And these gangs would go to these kids and they'd say,
No discipline.
they'd give them guns and say, go kill our enemies. Don't worry, you'll only go to jail till you're 18.
Yeah.
That's the message they were being given instead of honor your parents, do not steal, do not kill. I would prefer that. I would prefer these kids were told by a mentor, it's better to have faith and follow these. Even if you don't believe these tenets will give you a better life.
Yes, they will.
We're losing that, and it's fascinating that I've discussed with many people who, again,
Yes, all your
fans
important
of mine,
things.
they're atheist. They have a visceral reaction against Christianity. And I say,
Eli's
I'm not a
important
Christian, but
things.
objectively, look at how much better things
Ryan
are with
toys,
this
car,
worldview than
Chase.
the lack of.
Absolutely, and not only
Yep.
that, they're happier. People who are religious are happier than people who are not religious.
Doesn't
Is it
like
people
it?
who are married are happier than people who are not married?
can have-
And there's a
Yep.
reason for this. If you don't feel that you're a victim, if you feel that you're loved
Yep, we
by
gotta
a
put the lid
higher
on.
power,
Here,
you're
you wanna
more
put the lid
likely
on
to
this?
be happy. So for all these reasons, they're more
Don't use your
generous,
mouth,
they're
use your
charitable
hands.
with their time, with their money. They're happier. There are a lot of reasons to be religious beyond a belief in a higher being.
Sure. I think, too, it's purpose. I think a lot of these young men have no
they don't
purpose.
have purpose.
They have no sense of a mission. And you know what I see?
Mine was
not
always
with
to be a
literally
dad.
every religious person, and I don't just mean Christianity, but I find that many individuals who follow a faith feel like they have some kind of divine task, that something is expected of them from a higher power that they must fulfill, and that
it's
it
following
feels good to be on a mission.
what Christ says.
A lot of the guys I knew growing up with, they're like, what's the point of anything? Why am I even here? I don't even know or care.
That's
And then the
Ecclesiastes.
people I knew who were religious were
At that point, you're, what's the point in life? There is none really if you don't have a God. I mean, there, we can even bring it up. The Bible says it itself. Judges, Ecclesiastes.
Eli, did you know that dinosaurs swims underwater too?
Examine it all righteous and wise, and their deed are in the hand of God. Whether it is love or hate, man does not know both or before him. It is the same for all, since the same events happens to the righteous and the wicked, to the good and the evil, to the clean and the unclean, to him who sacrifices and him who did not sacrifice. As the good one is, so is the sinner, and he who swears is as he who shuns an oath. This is an evil in all that is done under the sun, that the same event happens to all. Also the hearts of children of men are full of evil, and madness is in their hearts while they live, and after that they go to the dead. But he who is joined with all the living has hope, for a living dog is better than a dead lion. For the living know that they will die, but the dead know nothing, and they have no more reward, for the memory of them is forgotten. Their love and their hate and their envy have already perished, and forever they have no more share in all that is done under the sun. So eat your bread with joy and drink your wine with a merry heart, for God has already approved what you do. Let your garments be also always white. Let not oil be lacking on your head. Enjoy life with the wife whom you love all the days of your vain life that he has given you under the sun, because that is your portion in life, and in your toil at which you toil under the sun, whatever your hand finds to do, do it with your might, for there is no work, or thought, or knowledge, or wisdom in Sheol, to which you are going. That's, death, the underworld, or, kind of their hell. Again, I saw that under the sun the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, nor the bread to the wise, nor riches to the intelligent, nor favor to those with knowledge, but time and chance happen to them all. For man does not know his time, like fish that are taken in an evil net, and like birds that are caught in a snare, so the children of men are snared at an evil time, when it suddenly falls upon them. I have also seen this example of wisdom under the sun, and it seems great to me. There was a little city with few men in it, and a great king came against it and besieged it, building great siege works against it. But there was founded in it a poor wise man, and he by his wisdom delivered the city. Yet no one remembered that poor man. But I say that wisdom is better than might, though the poor man's wisdom is despised, and his words are not heard. The words of the wise heard in quiet are better than the shouting of a ruler. Among fools, wisdom is better than weapons of war, but one sinner destroys much good. That wasn't exactly the one I was reading, but
What did you read?
And the dust returns to earth as it was, and the spirit returns to God who gave it. Vanity of vanities, the preacher, all is vanity. This is the one. The sun and the light and the moon and the stars are darkened, and the clouds return after the rain, and the day when the keepers of the house tremble and the strong men are met. And the grinders cease because they are few, and those who look through the windows are dimmed, and the doors on the street are shut. And the sound of the grinding is low, and one rises up at the sound of a bird, and all the daughters of songs are brought low. They are afraid also of what is high, and terrors are in the way. The almond tree blossoms, the grasshopper drags itself along, and desire fails because man is going to his eternal home, and the mourners go about the street. Before the silver cord is snapped, or the golden bowl is broken, or the pitcher is shattered at the fountain, or the wheel broken at the cistern, the dust returns to the earth as it was, and the spirit returns to God who gave it. Vanity of vanities, says the preacher, all is vanity. Also taught the people knowledge, weighing and studying and arranging many proverbs with great care. The preacher sought to find words of delight. Uprightly he wrote words of truth. The words of the wise are like goads, and like nails firmly fixed are the collected sayings. They are given by one shepherd. My soul, beware of anything beyond these. Of making many books there is no end. How much study is a weariness of the flesh. The end of the matter of all has been heard. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God will bring every deed into judgment with every secret thing, whether good or evil. Vanity of vanities. All is vanity.
Or like, I have a mandate from God. I must be a good person. I must be a good leader. I must help my community.
Mm-hmm.
You know, being part of something bigger, I feel like it inspires people to be better. And we are losing that as a nation across the board. I think that's resulting in a lot of the political turmoil. It's resulting in society is becoming more and more trustless, a low trust society, they call it. And whether or not, you know, actually, I'll put it this way. While I do think
more
the National Guard
towards
deployment
each party, more hate towards humans, humans that disagree with you,
and reversing the problems that led to this request of a National Guard is not going to be related to a National Guard. You're seeing what a secular world is like. But we have this culture war going on where there's two distinct worldviews, and one, it's hard to say, but it looks objectively evil.
Yeah.
You know?
I think it is.
Yeah.
You know, there are all sorts of stories people have.
What are you doing in that?
Illustrate what you just now said about religion. I have a friend who works at an insurance company, and her boss told her that when he was a kid,
or was upstairs,
he was crying.
Huh? Well, why'd you bring that down, Bubby? You wanted to be a baby? You're jealous of the baby? Nah, he just likes playing as a baby. Right? You like playing as a baby, but he likes being a big kid most of the time. Handling his own injuries. It's gonna be like, remember when Gabe's shoulders used to dislocate all the time, even just like holding his hand? It's gonna be, he'll be one of the kids that like his shoulder gets dislocated and he'll put it back in place himself. Yeah. Yeah, well. You see the abs on him? He's got like a six pack. Yeah, you had six pack when he was that age too. Yeah. And then he started growing. No. Hey, don't stand in there. You're going to rip it. Yeah. Yeah, your body started growing. Just like you're getting super tall. Did you hurt yourself? No. That wasn't Gabe. What happened to you? Did you hit your back? You hit your back laying in there? On the pipe, maybe? Alright, we'll finish this video and then we'll get some POE going.
Out of his life, and his mother broke his jaw.
Oh, geez.
Social services found out about it, investigated, and didn't take him away from her. About a year or two later, he was crying. His mother broke his arm. This time, social services came and took him away from her. And he was in a series of foster homes for a number of years, angry at the world, angry at life, had no purpose, didn't care about school. And then one time, a Catholic priest came to one of the foster homes where he was staying. And he said, you know, God has a purpose for everybody. Everybody has a mission. Everybody has a talent. Everybody has a strength. And it was in one ear and out the other. He walked up to the priest afterwards and said, told him what I told you. He said, what's my purpose? What's my strength? What's my value? And the priest said, don't you see? You survived it. You're standing here in front of me. You survived a mother who broke your jaw, a mother who broke your arm, a father out of your life, and you're still standing here. That is your strength. And you must use that and show other people how to be strong. And for whatever reason, Tim, it turned him around. Fast forward, the guy is now a senior executive, making 7 figures at an insurance company.
Wow.
Had he not had that conversation, who knows how his life would have turned out.
Isn't it funny how the logic was there the whole time?
Yeah.
He had suffered tremendously and survived it and said, what's my strength? And it's like,
you're able to survive. Yeah.
You've
right there, in front
survived
of you.
this.
Open your eyes. It's right there.
I love these stories, man. And,
there are
you know,
always good stories
it
like
breaks my heart
this.
to see the wasted potential of so much of humanity.
Right.
You know, Elon Musk talks about the population crisis. We need more people, but we you know, many people haven't had kids.
We need more people
you know, I recently had a kid. It's
with
late.
a nuclear family.
It gives me a sadness is to see there are tens of millions, hundreds of millions of human beings of tremendous potential that struggle to reach it, if not for just that single sentence that could tell them, like that story you told me.
You know, this is going to sound self-serving, but I was telling this to my pastor. I'm 73 years old, and from time to time, I thought about retiring. I have enough nuggets put away. I could do that if I wanted to, but I can't. And I'll tell you why. I ran for governor in 2021. I'm in an airport, and this black man walks up to me. He's about 35, 40 years old, very well dressed. And he says, I cannot believe I'm meeting you. You've changed my life. I grew up without a father. I was angry. I was blaming everything on racism. I started listening to your radio show, and I couldn't stand you at first. But little by little, I realized you were telling me to get off my butt, play the card to the best of my ability. I'm now a senior executive at Merrill Lynch. About a quarter of all the officers report to me. Had it not been for you and for the way you encouraged me, I don't think I would be here. And he cried, hugged me, and
they need fathers in their lives.
I get that all the time, Tim, all the time. And I know I've made a difference. And so that is my goal.
Amen.
I'm very religious. I have a pastor named Pastor Jack Hibbs, who I admire a great deal. And I do feel I have a higher purpose. And I think it gives me a spring in my step.
It's, you know, I liken it to lighting that spark, the fire within people. I feel similarly why, you know, I speak passionate about what I believe. There are so many people that just need that hand on the shoulder and it lights them up and then they find their path. Hopefully, if, you know, the National Guard comes in and can put a stop to this crime, it can create a path where people will feel safe and these conversations can happen. But we need a cultural shift if we're really going to solve these problems. But Larry, I appreciate you joining me. Where can people find you?
At Larry Elder is my Twitter handle. I'm on from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. live. based in Los Angeles, a nationally syndicated radio show. Just go to my website, larryelder.com, and check out the show. I've also written a bunch of books. My last one is called As Goes California, My Mission to Rescue the Golden State and Save the Nation. And I've done a couple of documentaries, including Uncle Tom 1 and Uncle Tom 2. So I'm available. I write a weekly column once a week. I've written about 1,400 columns once a week since April of 1998. So the man has been busy.
Right on. You're a legend, man. I really do appreciate you joining us. And
That's
we'll see you next
awesome.
time.
God bless. Thank you.
Take care. Have a good one.
You too.
Absolute legend, Larry Elder.
Yeah.
He hits the nail on the head with the hammer so much. I'll say one quick thing as we move on, and we're going to be obviously sending you guys on your way to the next show, which I believe we should have Russell Brand usually. But, of course, I'm just back from a few weeks out. So, the one thing I want to say is there's Russell Brand's gearing up. We'll get you guys ready to go. I'm not a religious person. I don't follow a faith structure. I don't follow Christianity, anything like that. And there are people who are, they accuse people in this space of being grifters. There are some people who were liberal atheists who converted. Russell Brand converted. I think it's fantastic. I approach it mathematically.
Look at his life changed around.
And I'll say it again.
His conversations are different.
With a faith-based Christian nation than we are with a secular atheist one. They want to pretend that the secular atheist society is flying spaceships and, the Jetsons or whatever.
It's slowly deteriorating.
When I was a teenager of what the world would be like without religion, and it shows flying cars and all that stuff. We are learning right now what we actually end up with, and it is a low-trust society, violence and crime. I'm not saying, in my view, that Christianity is the perfect solution. I'm saying,
love you.
Where
Have
I grew
fun.
up, I would much rather have
Goodbye,
the young
Bob.
men in my community singing choir songs in a church. Maybe you find them to be bigoted, whatever. I get along with those people, even when we disagree. It's like, okay, they're not killing
We're
me.
allowed to disagree.
I would prefer that over the low trust gang and violence and crime that we ended up
And
seeing.
Islam.
So, by all means, tell me you think there could be
Islam
something
will
better.
be the
I'm not
destruction
gonna
of
say
the
you're
world
wrong.
too.
I'm just saying, as we see religion on the decline across the board, all religions, we can see this low trust fragmenting of society, which is worrying to me. But I'm going to get you guys on your way to go hang out with our good friend Russell Brand. I am back, of course. Was sick for several weeks. It was miserable, but it is absolutely amazing to be back. So follow me on X and Instagram at Timcast. Join us at timcast.com, our Discord server. We need you there. And join our newsletter at timcast.com. Of course, we got Cast Brew Coffee. We got
subscribe
Boonies
to
HQ.
Tim.
And I got a new YouTube channel.
For sure.
YouTube.com/@TimPool.
Yeah.
This one's going to be random.
Finally has his name in it.
For the people who just want to hang out, it'll be less specific, but more content to come. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you all tonight at Timcast IR.
Pretty much what I do. Less specific. Anything and everything. All right, let's play some POE. To go to my dashboards and switch it all up over here for you guys so you know what we're doing. We're not just chatting anymore. We're going to play some Path of Exile 2. Just for some fun. I like breaking it up. Can't play too much. Oops, missed 19. Bye, love you. Have fun. POE 2. Okay, I think we're all switched up. Burn and we're ready to go. Steam is right here. My Rumble alerts on? Yeah, we're connected. We're good. Played through a little bit this morning, but not much. I didn't get any cool drops yet, unfortunately. But we will. We will. It has been fine. Let's see. Playing our hunters. Enjoying the spear a little bit, especially since it's a lightning spear. And throw out zappy rods everywhere. Act 2 now. Takes a while to get through the acts. I forgot how long it did. Oh. Cool. Okay. Love it. Love the zappiness. More gates. 2 more gates. We're doing a living lightning build too. Got them all. All right, Geronimo. Stop jumping over the wall. Oh, we got some bad guys over here. Zappa. I missed. Go over here. Beat it. Oh, nice. Regal orbs, 2 exalted, double exalted orbs, nice. All right, close that up. Holy police. Mana, and we'll take the vision drone. Give some more light, I guess. Open this chest though, get the scroll of wisdom. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. No. Get these people up here. I'll take all the experience I can grab. One here. These guys here. don't forget they have a run button now. That's actually a nice option. I could do that too. Quarterstaff, get rid of those. How's the spear? Old damage. Is a better spear? Physical damage. No. Check up spear though. Corpse. Corpse. I don't want this. Here we go. But, oh. Boards. Over here. Ooh. Let's get the terracotta. Oh, never mind. Got these ladies here. Okay, and terracotta army. Terracotta army. There weren't that many there. I thought there'd be more in the terracotta. So, I don't know which one I like better. I like all these moves. Step. Looking forward to getting to the maps with this build. It actually seems fun. At least I've been enjoying it. Ooh, a ruby ring, yes. Another one, huh? She killed that one, and terracotta army. Nothing. I should switch to this shift button to run. Yeah, this is much more fun than the Barb. Just the Barb was slow. I know he's good in endgame. It's just so boring to like level him up. Nothing over here. Okay. Fight these roly polies. Over here, nothing there. Checkpoint here. Oh no, we're gonna fight boss.
How is this possible?
Wrath for the king! I shall dethrone you, Sekama, and leave you to the sand! I shall dethrone you, Sekama, and leave you to the sands! The Manaket will fall by my hand! The Manaket
It's almost done.
will fall by my hand! I tried to seek peace, and the Sekamas disgraced me. Left my corpse rot in the sand. This time, we choose war.
You receive the death you deserve, and I shall give you a death.
We shall finish this, but not today.
Make haste.
Chase after him.
See how he runs. So
See how he runs.
he conjures the very sands against us.
There's a checkpoint around here somewhere, right?
This is no natural sandstorm. We must battle sorcery with sorcery. Let us return to the caravan and entreat Zarka's wisdom.
Ribbit, ribbit.
The Countess has used corruption to resurrect Jamun-Ra, and they have escaped with the beast. Thankfully, we have some idea what the Faradin intend. We must reach Deshar as soon as possible. The Countess... We must... Asala has agreed to aid us, she reminds. I am accustomed to others shivering and turning away when my gaze falls upon them. But I must confess, for once, the feeling is reversed. Although she is blind, I sometimes have the strangest notion that she is looking at me, even at night. It takes... I would do it all again. You have no idea how much restraint it requires to listen to tales of people and places She's close. I shall grant her that. Often startlingly so. In certain details or sequences of events, but the spirit of what happened thousands of years ago, the essence of that life, it has been embellished. At other times, the stories convey only a pale shadow, and the true magnificence is lost. Or is it my memories that have drifted with time? I suppose we shall never know. Because those creatures are too cold. There was a being I once... The Marraketh have a cultural history deeper than most know. Theirs is a strict tradition, bordering on brutal. But it is that adherence to shared beliefs that has kept them strong when entire empires have come and gone. They call themselves the Faradin in this era, but they have died out and been reborn many times. They are not an independent culture. They are the Marraketh's dark secret, the inevitable consequence of life's haphazard nature. A society cannot simply purge itself of the weak, the ill, or the disadvantaged.
Do you see somebody? Who do you see, Diva?
Newborns abandoned among the dunes.
Who do you see, girly?
Rarely die, no matter how much the Marraketh wish to make them simply disappear. No, they live. The Faradin are the shadow of the Marraketh, always just out of sight.
Always watching. Always watching.
Raise them up on the outside, looking in. An unspoken relief for the father and mother that must give up their child. The gathering storm fated to one day return home with a fury. Time is short. Make haste.
I hear you. German rock? We would have... Ah, you released Balbala, the traitor? Then it is your duty to redeem her soul by allowing her to serve as a mentor djinn during your dance with the scorpion. In modern times, we give aspiring Dekaras a straightforward test. For this task, however, the old ways are required. You will have to face a much deadlier trial.
Level 7. Primal Strike. Perform a lightning charge stab that can be chained into a combination of up to 3 attacks. First 2 attacks conjure a charging Wildwood Spirit if they hit a shocked enemy or refresh shock duration. The third attack is a large swipe that inflicts elemental exposure and consumes shock. To conjure a Stampede of Spirits. Yeah, why not? Rishu Asala.
Ah, yes. Foreigners often misunderstand the concept of the Sekima. I am no dictator, and do not make some pathetic claim of divine right. Emperors are for nations filled with the weak-minded and soft, as history has proven every time. Falls and we endure. I am Sekima, because others have put their faith in me as the strongest and most... This Oriana would fight. After the beast of Hagi, corruption had... The dead have begun to rise again. The Balbalak has her life. Move
Okay. Are we gonna go talk to Risu?
I am of the Faridun. We are the shadows of the Maraket, the unwanted and the forgotten. Some time ago, a foreign woman came to us and offered us the power to take back what was ours. We took her deal. We had no idea what it would cost. When she finally brought us the beast, it was not the glorious power we'd been promised. It was horrifying. Those of us who did not want to make war, those of us who were afraid of the beast. Jaman-Ra sealed us in the mine when his dreadnought was complete. This madness must end. Some may call me a traitor, but I do not seek the destruction of my brethren. I seek this corruption that plagues the land. I cannot bring myself to fully believe it's the reason for my people's sickening turn. I know that when the beast first came to us, when Jaman-Ra was raised from death, he quickly became covetous and prone to fits of rage. Soon that fervor gleamed in the eyes of those around him. You say it's his corruption, but I have not seen anything in my brothers and sisters that was not already there. Corruption may exist, yes, but it does not fully control. It only...
Excuses.
Against the Marakets because they desire to do so. They have always wanted this conflict. They want to make those who abandoned us suffer. What is that being? Does it travel with you? I would tell you not to trust a mysterious stranger in black, but that would make my own situation rather difficult. I cannot say I view the Maraket favorably, but there is no other power to which I can turn. Jaman-Ra is going mad, and I know that the Maraket will unite their scattered Akaras to confront him if the need is great enough. I believe that it is. The Maraket have no idea how great we number. We are larger than any one Akara by far, and my brothers and sisters hold a great bitterness, even everything we do, From our Asala promises them a return to their glory days. But do they not have such glory now? I must pursue what I feel to be right. Asala might yet decide to have me put to death, or abandon me to the doom of the desert. I know these risks, but I had to try anyway. If you had seen the darkness rising in the hearts of my brothers and sisters, you would understand. I am not betraying them. I'm trying to save them from themselves. This Oriana, the one you called a countess.
Oriana.
Has declared her our queen.
Like from League of Legends, Oriana.
From the south, and seemed sympathetic.
I like playing her.
She promised us
Wasn't good, but I like playing her.
I am ashamed to admit. We Faridun have never had grand caravans. In our preparations, Jaman Ra tasked our people with building one of our own. The intent shifted as madness crept upon him. Soon it became the greatest war machine the Vastiri have ever known. The wish for a better life was gone. Only thoughts of hatred were left. The sight of that thing chilled by the time we were done. I can wait. The
That's
deal
fair.
is done. Warm nights.
Well, 16. Better spear. I have a better spear. Salvage bench.
Young one. Hello. Oh, that's nice.
Oh, that's
Stay inside.
nice. Did you hear ring?
Story. I've got some trinkets.
Man,
Do not wander.
I did the outskirts and I did the quarry, so. Mastodon. So let's work. Wait.
There's as many bones here as grains of sand. Look around. Lightning strikes twice.
a chain.
You're as good as dead. Necromancers, eh? That'd explain all the bones.
We hit her? think this is the boneyard where I fight the mammoth. Checkpoint.
Straight through the art.
Another checkpoint.
Take this.
Guess I have to give him a chance to summon. There's the bone pit. Okay. What are you doing there, Zabby? Mr. Level 6? And then level.
Heart of the storm.
You okay? Your legs? Oh. Trying to hold the shift key didn't work. Whoops. Run, run, run. Checkpoint. Checkpoint. Did I get the whole map explored? Yeah, I did. Got everything on here. What are we doing? That's poison. Critical bonus. Go north for the dual socket for sure. We're not doing bow, we're doing spear. Leave movement speed then. Ice, I don't do ice. Electric, we're gonna go up here probably. I don't know what that is. That's evasion, movement speed, evasion, sun threshold. I don't have marked enemies yet. We'll go up here, hit this tree. This maybe? Not a dodge. Mana, increased magnitude, shock, magnitude, and mana. We'll hit this tree, I think. Branch off. Go up here. At this. Yeah. Go here. Hit this jewel, hit this. Okay. They're only level 23, so.
The stink of death hangs heavy here.
The stink of death. Godiva? Thank you. Oh, stick of dust.
You're as good as dead.
I can't do anything until they summon, then shock it. Devastate. Alright, listen.
A worthy foe.
How's a bow? Minions. So we got a boss up here. This one right here, Moontooth.
Storm's coming.
Something relic, nice. We got the relic. And a regal shard. Have that. Have that. Oh gosh. That's not here. Let's get the big one here. Got melted. Darn. Got a little cocky. was it? All the way up here. Yeah, we'll go through the center area.
A worthy foe. Straight through the air.
Did that end already? Dead end is. Let's go here. I like checking all the areas. There's another checkpoint.
Bring it on.
Why am I more hungry? I have already eaten. Oh, it's going right through their head. This is dead end up here. Anything here? Treasure. Or is this the bone mammoth? And a lot more checkpoints in.
Lightning strikes twice.
All right, brother. Oh. Nighttime. Turn on the lights. This goes back to where I've been. So let's go this way again. I'm not going up that little bridge. I think that goes to a boss. I'll do that then. Just checking out the area. Don't want to kill the boss after. Yeah, I was about to say, why won't it hit them? Alright, dead end. I think this is the mammoth boss. That'll have a checkpoint down that way, right? Mainland. Alright, let's go to the little one, because I'm pretty sure that's not the boss area now. That's the boss area. It's a dead end. I should have explored it before I went here. What a waste of time. There, we got a point. There. Yeah. I think that's the route I'm taking anyway. At least working early. We get to switch it up when we get to endgame though, but look up an actual build, but who knows?
Reckon I'll add a few more bones to the pile. Lightning strikes twice.
Ow, that hurt. Oh, buddy.
You did that?
Alive.
Wait. You're Beyond friends.
No, don't touch. This is a boss fight.
And how? Why?
Let me hear.
What? What's this?
Yeah, we did it.
Now someone can bring you back and
But there's no zombies. There's more zombies.
Yeah, kind of some zombies.
He doesn't fight.
You want to fight too?
Uh-huh.
House.
I knock on the door.
And he wasn't home.
He wasn't. Yeah, he was home.
He was. He just didn't want to play.
He doesn't want to play.
Oh, I'm sorry. Huh. Oh.
I've enough in my pack already.
She said he go to school.
Oh, that's what we're looking for. And I don't know if you were sick. Oh, I'm still late.
I think we can make that fit. Yes, pure. There.
I'll not make the journey home like that.
That's quality. That spear kind of stinks. That's nice. Over 9, yeah, that's junk. Trying to make room for this. Oh, should get it here. Maybe. Make me drop that helmet. I don't want to drop the helmet. Identify it. And nope. All right, we've explored everything. Let's get out of here. Should watch The Story Keeper. That's the show I used to watch, the Bible show when I used to watch when I was a kid. It's on YouTube. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Wrong one. Not this screen. Screen. See if we can find the story. Oh, they have all the episodes. Can I have my drink back? Can I have my drink back? I gotta go potty, so I'm gonna get it. Eli, would you like this?
Rome, 64 AD. The Emperor Nero has unleashed his fury against the Christians. Their crime? Proclaiming a king higher than Caesar.
You wanted to watch Bluey tonight?
Setting fire to the city, Nero places the blame on the Christians and launches a new campaign to wipe them out. Families are separated, children left homeless, as thousands are sold into slavery or
you need your butt
thrown
changed
to the lions.
You stink
Escaping
skin.
the panic of the fire and dodging the advancing soldiers, a group of children find shelter in the gentle care of Ben and Helena, a local baker and his wife.
Bluey, not this. Okay. Good show. I like that show. Well, I'll change it. Just gotta get like 3 whites instead of 2 this time. Alright, give me a minute. Gotta change the baby. The other baby. The 3-year-old baby. Nope. Batteries work. Now you gotta go on it. Investigating the potty. Yeah.
How can I advise you?
These tasks.
Dad, this is awesome.
Good.
This is awesome. Nope.
This.
One time, what is it? What? What's that? You're right.
Spirit suit gives me 2 mana. That's not a good roll. 1 to 6 lightning. I need a lot more lightning than that. They come in tiers now.
What?
It's a good show. It still works, Eli. You're welcome.
Stay inside.
Oh, where to?
A test of metal, is it? Suits me just fine.
The proving grounds for the sisterhood is complete. Though it broke many bones and some backs, the triumph is ours to behold. Zerok has been He came to us at Tel Jari, but now he is something more.
What? Yeah. I'm snacky.
We have met in battle, but not in peace. I am Balbala, once
Snatch it out of your hand. I'll probably just have some milk and cookies.
I figured that was coming. You want Oreos or the mint?
Oreos.
This place, if I hardly know if the mistake.
No, okay.
The tail women.
You the cookie! What things are the steel there with me for your birthday?
Oh, I don't know. Get to spend time with you guys. Well, definitely a water cake.
Yeah, but like what like food do you want? Like
what dinner, breakfast?
Yeah.
Maybe steak. Steak, mashed potatoes. I think that's what we'll do for dinner.
Oh, steaks.
Straight through the arts.
No, come on my head!
the art.
The ritual has been disrupted.
Hey, use milk. Hi. Whoa, that's on the board. I'm in the Paul Rudd.
Have you ever burnt yourself before? Have you ever had something like this?
Scare me.
Not like this, but I mean, I've burned like, you know, like I've had sunburns, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I probably burnt like, you know, like you touch like a pan or something that's just too hot. But I only ever had like 3rd degree. I don't think I've ever had like.
Is this 3rd degree or 2nd degree?
I don't know. I think it's. I don't know. I think they told me, but I think it's. But it's fine. I think it's gonna. I don't think it's bad. Like I don't think it's like one of the bad. Like it's weird. I'll tell you what's kind of weird is like every once in a while it's like I'll feel it, and then it's like but then it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Have you ever burnt yourself before? Have you ever had something like this?
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? Those.
I don't know. They look like real burns.
This episode Blue is now called Mitch.
At
a
other
few weeks,
screens.
probably.
maybe maybe in 2 weeks. We'll try it for like, I don't know, 15th, maybe 17th. If not, just you got to give me some time to process this thing that I now have to do because I'm cranky and old and I'm upset. But anyway,
Grumpy Mike.
I'll say this too really quickly. We have an Inspiring Philosophy Minecraft server that I play on it with our community on Discord and with our financial supporters too. So we're gonna stream when we do this stream. Mike and I will be on that server if you want to be part of that. Join the Discord server, and start playing Minecraft on our server and start preparing for this day.
Yeah.
Are you talking?
So
to me or
anyway,
people.
Joel, if you want to join, please do.
Yeah,
Joel can join.
Me. No. Yeah, never played Minecraft. Maybe if my kids want to.
We are joined today with Joel Correco. Peace be upon him. Very happy that he's here today. How are you doing today, Joel Correco?
Yeah, no idea what that guy's saying except for Salam.
They're saying basically it's the Muslim like peace and blessings be upon you. They say it after Muhammad. So, but I got it, and I decided every time I say Joel, I would play that so that we have
depending
peace
is
and
that
blessings
like
upon you.
super like offensive? Do they ever say that for other people?
They'll say it for the prophets, like Jesus as well.
Yeah, don't put me on any of that level. I ain't that great. Hi everyone.
Don't worry, Don't worry, Joel. I won't keep doing it.
Gosh, yeah, things that they don't tell me before I come on a stream.
Hey, well, don't lump me. You know, you just use the word they. I'm not part of this, man.
I'm lumping you in.
So, all right, today we're responding to Dan McClellan again. Well, he had it coming because I said in the past that he ever mentions me, he's gonna get 2 responses, and he mentioned me on a podcast by like the New Evangelicals, and I was like, oh, okay. So now he's get 2 responses. I already did one. Dan Wallace. This is now the second one. I've just been saving it for a good stream. And then he went on Alex O'Connor's channel. And I was like, oh, perfect. This will be perfect for that. So, yeah, that's what he gets for mentioning me again. And, you know, he wants it. That's what we're going to do. So, yeah. So, welcome, Joel. We're going to be looking at a really interesting video that got pretty popular. Happy you're here. Joel is a Old Testament scholar, specializes in the Septuagint, and he's super smart. And he decided he was going to prepare light for this stream, which means he prepared 55 pages of notes. Light.
Yeah. We had a discussion before. I was like, oh, sorry, Mike. I couldn't get a lot done. And Mike's, you did 55 pages.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a lot. You need more for this.
Yeah. As Muhammad Ajab
everybody,
says,
set your expectations accordingly. Yeah, set your expectations accordingly. And it is important to just kind of note, along with what Mike just said, I am not like a scholar in this specific area. Like I don't publish on monotheism, so I just want everyone to know, like I'm mostly bringing research, other people who do publish in this area, to this discussion, and then my own thoughts on some things. But yeah, just let that be known to the world. I'm not claiming to be an expert on monotheism in the Bible, in the ancient world, anything like that.
Research goes a very long way. See, a little bit of research goes a very long way.
Yeah.
Very important. Yes,
absolutely.
So, get to some super chats and then we'll dive into the video. When do y'all think Genesis 1 to 11 was written? With all the apparent Babylonian polemics, it seems like it was during the Babylonian exile.
So
It's written in classical biblical Hebrew, so if you go off of certain models, which we'll actually talk about today, like Yossi and Handel's model, that could say an earlier pre-exilic time or around the exile kind of thing. Yeah, I don't think that we need to claim Mosaic authorship for everything in the Pentateuch or anything like that. So I just, yeah. And I believe that the Pentateuch is also supplemented over time. So it's just tough for me to know. I honestly don't know. There's also versional issues here because the Masoretic text is different in some of the, like, for example, the numbers of ages of people compared to the Septuagint, and I believe even the Samaritan Pentateuch. And so there's just questions about what's going on with this text. I know your guys' favorite streamer Kip Davis did a stream on the numbers, the ages of people, and how in the Masoretic text, at least, it seems to represent a Hellenistic milieu for how the numbers add up, based on, I think it's the Berosus Babylonica, yeah, Berosus. So maybe for that, I don't know.
Yeah, they're different in the Septuagint and the Samaritan Pentateuch. I think the numbers were very fluid, like considering they were used symbolically. I originally did date this to the Babylonian exile. I keep pushing it further back, especially one of the big reasons for me was the work of Benjamin Kilker. But I have a video on the channel I posted in March if anybody wants to watch that.
Yeah. So also, let me be clear here. I actually think it could well fit in a more ancient time. I just don't know. I don't know what criteria we can really use to be sure about that kind of thing. So, and yes, I just often stay away from dating. Yeah,
that's fair. Yeah. Any truth to Dan's assertions that creation ex nihilo is not in the Bible and was invented in the 2nd century to combat Gnostics? We're gonna get into that in a little bit here. So hold your horses. We'll get to that. That's one of the subjects. Why does Dan annoy me more than Ehrman or Carrier? I don't know. Maybe you just don't like him.
Dan doesn't really annoy me. I get annoyed of some things he says, like in this video. The thing that peeved me was just some of the framing of the discussion. Like you heard phrases, lots of phrases like, "Well, Christians just don't want to say this," or "Christians don't want to admit this," and it's like, well, that's not entirely fair or honest. I felt like that annoyed me, but Dan himself,
Yeah, no,
I annoy him.
I've said before, like I've met Dan at SBL. He doesn't drink, but he was at Scotch Night last year. He's like perfectly nice guy. Yeah, like I don't have.
Yeah, seems nice, but he doesn't like me. I know that for a fact. That's why he has me blocked. And because I mentioned that podcast he was on, he said some very mean and incorrect things. But I mean, I was like, all right, whatever. This is just gossip.
I don't think anyone likes you though, Michael. So it's like
no one does. I'm horrible.
Yeah, it's so grumpy.
Absolutely horrible. Yes, I'm very grumpy. Yes. DR says God called your bluff. IP. Yeah, well, fine. I'm so ready for Mike Craft stream. Glad somebody is. Knew it was going to happen. Well, at least you're not playing Fortnite. Don't give anyone any ideas, Gabriel.
Dude, I'm not getting Fortnite. I don't like Fortnite. We're gonna oof.
All right, $10,000 for Fortnite. Okay, we're putting it high. Joel, when is that article coming out about the Sabbath?
When cows and pigs fly.
It's a great article.
I'm gonna start my own publishing.
So it is currently with another publisher, a journal, and I recently actually shortened it by 6,000 words to make it as concise and bare bones as possible. And so we'll see.
Cool. All right, let's dive into this video here.
Sorry,
so yeah,
I'm on my milk and cookie breaks. We'll get to happen after I'm done with my milk and cookie break.
Here, and then we'll stop it and we will respond. So everyone hang tight.
I kind of want to begin by asking you about whether there is one God in the Bible. Because one of the most important Christian positions is that there is one God. In 3 persons, sure, but there is only one God. And if we turn to the very first book of the Old Testament, the book of Genesis, and we open it up and we read, we immediately run into something that's a little bit strange and suspicious. And anybody that I've told to read the Bible who has never really approached the text before, if they start with Genesis, one of the first questions they'll text me and ask me is, why does God say us instead of me?
Mm-hmm. And that's, you don't even get through the first chapter before suddenly you're challenged by this, who's us question. And there are a lot of Christians who say, oh, that's the Trinity. And I don't think there's really a good case to make for that, since the Trinity develops hundreds of years later.
So what passage are we talking about here?
Genesis,
just the word us.
Genesis 1, verse 26, where you have what's called a cohortative, so a first-person plural imperative, where the text states, and God said, let us make man in our image according to our likeness. Mm-hmm. And the majority of scholars out there are in pretty widespread agreement that this seems to be a reference to the divine council, the deliberative body of gods that oversees the functioning of the universe and maintains cosmic and social stability and order and all that kind of stuff. And so it sounds like we're having God announce to the other members of the council, here's what we're going to do. Let's make humanity, and we're going to make humanity to look like us. But then when it comes down to the actual process, the text just has one agent involved in that. So God made man, male and female. He made them. So there's no plural verbs associated with the actual process of creation. There's one entity doing the creating.
Why we need to go tomorrow, 'cause the last pack.
All right.
Yeah.
So I got a lot I could say on this, but I'll let you go first. Go ahead.
Watch it.
Sure,
Hey.
yeah. Yeah,
Where's
so I
Garrett?
do think that Dan is right. That's likely not a reference to the Trinity, so sorry to people who think that. I think most, if not many, many, if not most, scholars would not say the Trinity here today. That's not to say the early church didn't, and the early church saw a lot of things, right? But in this case, they did see the Trinity, but probably not the best reading from them. Yeah, so I think the divine council view does actually make sense and makes good sense of the text. Although, did you guys notice that Dan said that the divine image is about looking like
What are you
God?
doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's what the image
You can
is
hold
about.
this one.
Dan seems to
Only
claim
do.
that what's being made in the image of God is to physically look like the divine being, like physicality, like what I look like as a human. I think that could be contested, and yeah, there's lots of people who've written on the image of God. You've got recently Carmen Imes's book, Old Testament scholar at Biola, on being God's image. It's from an evangelical perspective, but still very good. Carmen's very good, especially with Exodus, Old Testament stuff. You've got Richard Middleton, the Liberating Image from I think the early 2000s. Yeah, and like there's really good work on this, and I don't think it's just inherently obvious that it's a physical image.
I'll put your cookie over the baby.
Spoken up here. So Carmen will argue. Actually, I think we have a quote of it, don't we?
Yeah, we have a slide. Do you want me to pull it up for you?
Yeah, sure.
All right, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Yeah, so this is just, I won't read the whole thing here, but basically Carmen says in her book here that what does it mean to be made in the image of God? And it's just a preposition, bait, but like a beat, and like to be made, be image of God. And she says that it actually makes more sense to translate it like as, to be made as the image of God. So you'll see there, she gives you examples of Exodus 6:3 in that first paragraph, where Yahweh introduces himself as Bait, as El Shaddai, and Psalm 118:7, where Psalm says Yahweh is with me, serving as Bait, my helper. So there are similar syntactical situations where I think it makes sense, and I think what she's saying makes sense, that the humans are the image of God in what we are. It's not just about a physicality; it's about a purpose. We are the representation of God in that way. So I know Dan's focusing on the physical thing. I don't think that's really the main point. The main point is that we are manifestations of the divine presence, a conduit, so to speak, for the divine presence in the world. So people might be saying, what are you talking about? In the ancient Near East, you would have images that would be placed in temples, particularly like in the holy place of a temple. Like think about the temple and all the way to the back, there'd be an image in the temple back there. And so what the Hebrew Bible does with this conceptualization of temple and of deity and of sacred space is makes humans the image. So humans are. It's not that it's a divine image and it's as a statue in the back. It's actually we, and as a conduit for the divine presence, it's we ourselves are that. And interestingly, in at least the Hebrew Bible, there is no image in the Holy of Holies. The image actually is outside of the Holy of Holies, and the humans are outside of the Holy of Holies. So it's a bit different that way in some ways. And this also relates to kingship. So there's often be an image of a king in these places, in these holy places, and so there'd be resonances as well there that is talking about this kind of kingly role for humans. So as God's image, as those who mediate divine presence to the rest of the world, and then also find themselves in divine presence in the sanctuary, which is Genesis 1 and 2. I won't go into all about how Genesis 1 and 2 is about sanctuary. You'll have to see. I think, Mike, you got stuff on that? Do you have stuff on that?
Oh yeah, I covered in my Genesis 1 to 11 series. Like J. Richard Middleton, Heiser, Walton have talked about this as well. So yeah, other scholars have pointed this out as well. It's more about, as you mentioned, representing the presence of God, being his image bearers. Heiser talks a little bit about the grammar in his book, The Unseen Realm. So yeah.
So go ahead, Dan.
Oh, I was just going to say one thing on the off chance Dan is listening to this, because I know probably in the backdrop of what Dan is saying is gonna be part of his motivations for this being rooted in like the cognitive science of religion. I didn't prep anything for that, but like I just want to put it out there, like that is an aspect of probably how and why Dan is arguing for the physical image thing too. So for anybody listening that is familiar with Dan's work and is wondering why you don't talk about that, I'm just personally not familiar enough yet with that subject matter to bring anything to the table on that. That's all.
Yeah,
I just wanted to put that out there. That's all.
Yeah, and
to be fair,
yeah, I want to emphasize that this actually is an area that Dan publishes in. So whether or not you agree with him, he still should be respected in his opinion. He puts a lot of work into this. So we're really just kind of pointing out other things that he hasn't mentioned and he doesn't mention in this video, which I'm sure he's aware of.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, another idea with this, let us make man in our image, this whole thing. So I've heard some people argue for like a cohortative. So it's like let us, that's cohort, let me. That's called cohortative, first person imperative. I've heard some people argue that maybe this could be like you could still have a single person saying with a plural cohortative, like if I was playing baseball, I was like, all right, let's do this. Let us do this, right? Even though it's me just saying it. That's possible, but that doesn't work super well. Like that does work with those verbs, but then there is the text, and I think Dan will mention it at some point, that where it says that in Genesis 3:22 that the humans have become like one of us to know good and evil, and so there's that plurality there as well. So it doesn't really work there. So I think, yeah, it doesn't seem to be speaking that text, at least about other divine beings. I read a recent paper on this. It was okay. I'm not sure about it, but they argued that the idea of the image would not have when it says image and in the ancient Near Eastern conceptualization and in the temple, the host or the other gods, the council, divine council, wouldn't be considered in that image, and so they make an argument that it is still a plurality in God. I think they even go like a little bit more Christian with it, but they don't say it's like Trinitarianism, but rather they say that it's when it says that God, in the image of God, he created him, singular, male and female, he created them, and that's actually the plurality in God. And like it's an idea. I'm not sure I'm fully on board with that. I do think the divine council view makes probably the most sense of the text. Some people even think that, like Richard Middleton, for example, argues that humans might even be made and angels might be made in the image of God as well. They are functioning as representatives, as conduits of divine presence. And Richard Middleton's awesome. He's been a good friend to me. So yeah, he's a careful scholar. Could be that too. If people are wondering how does that work with the council and humans being image.
I would say one of my biggest gripes about this section is the terms are not defined. He just says, well, he's just like another god, and that I think that I don't think it was intentional, but it gives this sort of implication that God is just sort of part of a pantheon for the writers of Genesis 1. And I don't think that's what's going on, because again, the word is Elohim, and that has a much broader meaning in Hebrew than our English word for God. So it just gives the wrong impression to the audience that, they had this pantheon outlook when they're thinking of God, and he's just another member of the council. No. It seems as though the biblical authors are very much like, there's a divine council theology, but God is like the head of the council. The other members are not like the way Zeus would view like Athena, like another member that he needs input from. Like it just seems like that was just brushed over way too fast.
Like spiritual beings.
And nothing was really defined properly.
I don't know if Dan would hold that. I mean, I think he'll get into it more. I think he would just posit that there's an earlier hierarchy, and that that like Yahweh essentially ascends up the hierarchy. So maybe like originally was under El as one of the sons of God, that might become a high god. Like there could be these kind of fluctuations going on. So I think he would acknowledge that.
I don't think it was intentional.
In Genesis 1, I think you probably say that Yahweh is this kind of like high god figure, and these are not co-equals with him.
I don't think it was intentional. I just think we need to be careful, because it's definitely going to give the wrong impression.
Do you, Joel? Do you agree with Heiser when he says the best way to understand the term Elohim in the Hebrew Bible is like a place of residence term, like how for instance, he points out to 1 Samuel 28:13, where the deceased Samuel, for instance, is called an Elohim, but like clearly Samuel's not a god in the sense of like either a creator deity, like in a monotheistic way, or in like a pantheon way of thinking this either, right? Would you agree or disagree, or do you think nuance with the idea that Elohim is a place of residence term rather than
like within the divine realm? Within,
yeah.
I don't know. I have to think more about it. I honestly don't know. Yeah, I think it's a broader term than we say God, and we have a particular conception, and I think it's much broader. Deity is much broader in the ancient world.
Yeah. Mike's point about defining terms just made me think about that.
Yeah.
Let's play the next clip and then keep rolling.
But these other gods of the divine council pop up a handful of times in what we know as the primeval history, Genesis 1 through 11. So it's not just in Genesis 1. You can then go to Genesis 6. We have the B'nai Elohim, the children of God, who come down and have children with human women. And B'nai Elohim, children of God, is a phrase that we find in other Northwest Semitic literature that refers to the other members of the divine council, the second tier of the pantheon, which is generally considered to comprise the offspring of the high deity and the high deity's consort. And so they're mentioned in a handful of places. The sons of God are mentioned in Job. They're mentioned in Job 1 and Job 2, and then in, I think, Job 36, somewhere around there. We have them mentioned in Deuteronomy 32:8, where it says, Elyon, the Most High, distributed the nations according to the number of the B'nai Elohim, the children of God. And then it says that Adonai's portion, the God of Israel's inheritance, share of the inheritance, was the nation of Israel. And so we even have in Genesis, we have another cohortative, another first-person plural command in Genesis 11, the story of the Tower of Babel. God is like, what's going on? They're doing something. They're like little ants doing something. And then God says, let us go down and see what they're doing down there. So there are a variety of ways that the early Israelite notion of the hierarchy in the heavens, the pantheon, kind of shines through.
All right. So again, the whole pantheon language, again, I don't think it really represents and maps onto the Israelite religion very well. But what are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I mean, it does. That is, he's right. The B'nai Elohim is a term for divine council in ancient Near Eastern literature.
For sure.
It does appear.
Watch yourself.
It might does appear to function that way in the Hebrew Bible.
Don't need you whacking your head on it.
Always
Let me hold it
refer
for
to
you.
the divine council. Or at least this.
How do you have cookie on your forehead?
Describe this.
I don't.
Gods. I mean, some people argue, and I know Dan will talk about this later, that he thinks it's a stretch or just not true to the data that in Genesis 6, the sons of God are they must be the divine council, and they couldn't be line of Seth or something, which is an interpretation in later church history, and I believe it's even in Jewish Second Temple literature, but my mind is slipping on that right now. It's honestly. My own take on that is it depends what side of the bed I wake up on. Literarily speaking, the B'nai Elohim makes sense more as the line of Seth, like in the context of the story that you're reading from the previous chapter.
Real quick. That's my point. Heiser always said that context is important for defining B'nai Elohim or even just Elohim. Like, it's very important. He always said that. And so, like, that was when I did a video on Genesis 6, I was like, I can't agree with you, Heiser, because the context of Genesis 6:1-4 is clearly suggesting the B'nai Elohim are men. And like, so yeah, I think you're right. It's just context is important. And so when it comes to that passage, it's.
Oh, your mic just cut out, but let me just be clear here. I'm not saying I hold that view. I actually, what I teach is it just depends what side of the bed I'm on. I'll wake up on that day. I don't know. The previous context is genealogical, and so that makes you think that it's referring to a certain line. But it just depends what methodology, what is going to be your prevailing methodology and your touch point for interpretation. Is it going to be comparative ancient Near Eastern, or is it going to be literary?
Hey,
if it's literary, I think it leads to the first. If it's comparative ancient Near Eastern, it leads to the B'nai Elohim being.
Yeah, you're overeating a cookie. Slow down.
Yeah, anyways. Whether or not this
Wanna
hierarchy
wipe your face?
exists in the Hebrew Bible, I think is up for debate.
Get up.
I don't think we can just say because the term B'nai, or the phrase B'nai Elohim is in the Hebrew Bible, that means that everything that comes with it in the ancient Near East must come with it as well, right? I don't think that that's a fair assumption, which I feel like Dan is making here.
Sure.
You can't just assume that then there's a consort, there's a high deity, like how it's like the same function of B'nai Elohim as everywhere else. I'm not sure that follows, and I don't know of any Hebrew text that flushes out that particular hierarchy in any clear way. And I know there's something you mentioned about that, like Deuteronomy 32.
Yeah, I just say, listen, you want the B'nai Elohim to be angelic or divine beings in Genesis 6. Show me from the context that they are. I did a 40-minute video on this, just going, no, look at this first. Look at this context. Or we're just importing context from other passages onto this. And I just think in that, literarily speaking, I think you're right, literarily speaking, in that passage, it has to refer to humans. But I mean, just about everywhere else, it definitely is referring to, angelic, divine beings, whatever term you want to use. But yeah, it's a good point. You want to move on to the next
clip? In my chat. Yeah, I can't keep checking. I don't check that, but I just saw it out of the corner of my eye. Yeah, it does sidestep source criticism completely. Yeah, it's again methodological assumptions, and yeah, are you going to privilege one over the other?
Yeah. There's good arguments on both sides. I acknowledge that in my video. It's just
that's why I think this is just such a messy topic to be speaking so easily about. I'm trying to find the right words, but
and as for source criticism, I would say again, a lot of problems there, a lot of assumptions there that I've challenged in other videos, like my series on the documentary hypothesis. So again, issues there as well.
Yeah,
so it's messy
have issues. Yeah.
So, all right, let's play this next clip and then we'll stop again.
And in the Greco-Roman period, it gets renegotiated, where the gods become angels, and so the notion that every nation has a guardian angel is part of that renegotiated divine council. So in Daniel, when Michael the archangel shows up and he's like, sorry I'm late, I've been fighting with the prince of Persia and the prince of Greece. This is a kind of a euphemistic way to refer to these angels that are the kind of angelic patrons over the different nations of the earth. And in the earlier periods, Adonai is the patron deity over Israel, and every other nation has its own patron deity. And these patron deities don't really go away. They just get renegotiated. They get kind of rhetorically squished down into angelic status using Ugaritic literature, Mesopotamian literature, other literature that we can analyze comparatively. We can kind of reconstruct an idea that in the earliest period, Israel had a pantheon that was much like those of surrounding nations, where there was a high deity and that deity's consort or partner at the top. Their children comprised the second tier of deities, and then the bottom tier would have been the servile deities, primarily messenger, but other types of deities. And then some scholars posit a tier between the second and the third of craftsperson deities, where people who are in charge of building palaces and creating weapons and all that kind of stuff. So you have either a 3 or a 4 tier pantheon, and in the Hebrew Bible you see some of these other members of this pantheon, like Asherah, as the consort of the high deity. And then the second tier deities, the B'nai Elohim, they bubble to the surface in a variety of different places. But then
B'nai Elohim, by the way, meaning
sons of God, literally sons of God, yeah, or children of God, offspring of God.
All right.
Yeah, this was. I think Than, you probably have something to say here too, but defining terms, I think, was the full on claim being made here, because like, what does he mean by patron deity? What does he mean by angelic status? Is he, because he spoke in very broad terms, as in like, this is what happens. But I don't think that that's like across the board happening. Like, there are plenty of texts and groups that refer to gods. Jewish groups refer to gods in the 1st century, so it's not like this is just a monolithic movement, right? So I think he's saying maybe he was trying to say some texts. Yeah, would that make more sense? And
yeah,
he didn't really define also what like a patron deity is. like in what way is it categorized as deity, not as deity? I'm not quite sure. Taxonomies there were a bit confusing to me, and how far stretching his claim was for everything, all of the B'nai Elohim becoming angelic. Well, I'm not sure about that. I think the real question that he's trying to ask is whether or not the gods were equal to Yahweh, or this hierarchy existed in the Old Testament, or in the Old Testament, or at an earlier time in Israelite religion, right? So he talked about Yahweh having a consort in Asherah. I think you guys would agree there were certainly Israelites who thought that. Like, that does seem to be, like, why would the prophets be railing against that if that weren't the case, right? So I don't think anyone's doubting that, there were obviously these other forms or other ways of doing Yahwistic religion. I think really the question that everyone, or at least I'm usually interested in, is whether the Hebrew Bible assumes these views, or assumes them as normative, or what part the authors approved or assumed, right? That's actually the question we're asking, because no one's doubting that this stuff is happening, but is the Hebrew Bible actually kind of affirming this, right? Tacitly or blatantly?
Well, that's the point I had issue with. He just sort of just says that really quickly. Oh yeah, Asherah was the consort. Well, not according to the biblical text. It's a different theology. He's equivocating. He's equating broader Israelite beliefs with the actual biblical corpus. The biblical corpus is oftentimes speaking against that idea. So Asherah is not a consort according to any biblical author's worldview, as far as we can tell. Now, of course, they say, well, maybe those earlier layers, maybe they are, but the biblical corpus we have now doesn't show that. So for him to just sort of say that, it just, maybe he misspoke, maybe he assumed too much, but that is definitely not in the biblical corpus. There is no consort of Yahweh there.
Yeah, to be fair to him, maybe he was just talking about what his hypothetical reconstruction of earlier Israelite religion, and not in relation to the Hebrew Bible. I don't know if he mentioned the Hebrew Bible specifically there, which is fine.
To be clear, Dan, in his scholarly work that I've read so far, that defines deity. He defines his terms here. My issue is just when you go onto a podcast like this and you don't define the terms, now you're left with an audience that doesn't know how to truly understand what you're saying. Because there's a few different ways that you can understand what Dan is saying here, independent of having read his work. For instance, when he says these were demoted or renegotiated, am I to understand this ontologically, functionally, hierarchically, socially? In what ways were they renegotiated from something to something else? If Dan's going to say it's ontological, well, that's just going to necessarily imply the antecedent was ontological, right? So it can't be that. It seems like it's going to have to be functional or something like that. Hence the patron deity to angel. But again, it's just more of the audience is left having to do a lot of work, or at the very least is left needing to just kind of assume through subtext what Dan is trying to say, which the subtext seems subversive to the Christian narrative, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's being dishonest here or anything like that either. That's not what I'm saying. It's just more of I wish he would have put it out a little bit clearer, I guess.
There's a lot of it's just assumptions. Things need defined. This is the.
Hey, I got a slide I can do on that though.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, you want to share my screen?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. We already talked about that. Yeah. So he does say. So we all heard him say that the idea demons, gods as demons. That's becoming. I mean, maybe he would say it's only the B'nai Elohim are becoming angels or demons or something later on. But I think you could argue actually from the Old Testament and an earlier text in the Old Testament, at least I think, and I'm going to argue right now, that you still have demons, you have gods being classified as demons in the Old Testament itself. And so here's Deuteronomy 32, which is an earlier text, I think, sometimes even claimed to be some of the earliest in the Old Testament. And so then if that's true and there are gods as demons and being classified as such on that level, then maybe this kind of thing did exist earlier on and it's not just a flattening happening later. So if we take the usual gloss there, so that this is Deuteronomy 32:17, they sacrificed to the demons, the Shadim, not God, to gods whom they had not known, new gods who came from recent times, their ancestors had not known them. So that would put the gods in a lower category of divinity in an earlier period, probably before the exile. And so the Septuagint will also support that translation, as do the typical lexicons. So I've given you the lexicons here. We have on the right there, that's from BDB, which is one of the authoritative lexicons. It says apparently demon, so maybe they're giving a bit of a nod to not quite clear. And a loan word from Assyrian, protecting spirit, sorry. But then you also have, here's Hallowed. Sorry, it's very small for me to see, but I've highlighted there, demon, male or female, and then there's no doubt that shade or shadim is a loan word from Akkadian. Again, it is also used for a malevolent demon, particularly in the plural. And then down at the bottom, the rendering of the Septuagint daimonies, mentioned in the introduction, supports a translation of shadim in Deuteronomy 32. Sorry, there's a bunch of stuff in my way there. So that's Hallowed, also saying the Septuagint rendering here, and this understanding of the shadim as demons seems to make sense. So it's two lexicons, two authoritative lexicons, and then we can actually go the full, the trifecta. So this is Dictionary of Classical Hebrew by Klein's, where it says demon as well for shade. So that's three lexicons, the three most authoritative Hebrew Bible lexicons. So they sacrifice to the demons who are not God. So I think that that's at least quite a bit of support. Now, of course, he could say, and he does say, I think later in this video, that the shadim are not to be translated as demons. But of course, he has to make that case then. And I'm the first guy to say we can let go of lexicons, just make a case, and I'm sure Dan can make a case.
Yeah.
But at least as it stands, three of the most fundamental scholarly lexicons gloss it as demons. So if that's the case, and then we can look here, I have. Actually, I can go. Man, I wasn't going full screen. what a noob. Yeah. So this is from Joosten and Hendel's work on. I gotta close that chat at the bottom because I can see Kip keep commenting.
Kip, you're being distracting.
You're distracting me, Kip. Daemon is much more neutral, he says. Yeah, it also can refer. Yeah, it can refer to various kinds of deities in classical Greek. So it has the ability. Okay, so this is from Joosten and Hendel's How Old is the Hebrew Bible? And so they have given us here. Can you see my mouse moving? No.
No.
Okay.
No.
That's fine. CBH, which is Classical Biblical Hebrew, and LBH, Lay Biblical Hebrew, can clearly be recognized as distinct diachronic stages in the development of the Hebrew language. So we're talking now about the text that we're reading is considered classical, or actually archaic Biblical Hebrew. Let me get there. Classical Biblical Hebrew, so this is like monarchic period to the exile, is without doubt the earlier variety, and Lay Biblical Hebrew the later one. They are not dialects nor style forms, but chronolects. So that's actually important for their thesis. They're saying that this is something representative of an ancient time, and it's not just a dialect that can be changed back and forth, right? Like people can speak in different dialects in various known modern languages. And then they say finally a handful of poetic passages such as, and then notice 1, 2, 3, Deuteronomy 32 is the third one there, seem to reflect a phase prior to classical biblical Hebrew. This phrase is referred to as archaic biblical Hebrew. And then it's an earlier type of language, is usually, and then again here, same conclusion for 32 and 33. All I'm saying here is that it appears that this is very ancient language, which would then say that we've got the idea of gods as demons in a very early time. And so it isn't just something that might be flattened down. Now, I think Dan would argue for this part of this poem being late. Sure. I think he would argue that. I think he says that somewhere in the video. But as it stands, there's at least a case here that we see this already in the Old Testament itself in early texts. Yeah.
Powerful. All right. Let's get to some super chats here real quickly, and then we'll jump back into the video. I'm going to prioritize the ones that give more. Notice how throughout all these controversies, no one has blocked me. Well, I don't know what you've done. I don't think you've done anything wrong, so you're good. Love the meme. Also, I thought we covered this topic when you did all your stuff on Yahweh being a Canaanite storm god. Yeah, that we've covered that. We beat this dead horse, and yet they're still grasping on this argument because it's weak. It's not supported by a lot of data. Most of it's based on reconstructions, and then conjectures from those reconstructions. And again, I just don't see it in the text, no matter how hard they try. I'm more excited to watch Mike get mad while playing. I will. I'll be so angry playing Minecraft. Don't you worry. Any chances we get access to those notes? I don't know. It's up to Joel.
Doubtful. You wouldn't want to see how messy things are. These guys know.
Yeah, they're very the notes we have are very eclectic.
Yeah, that's the way my brain works.
Have you read Dr. Joel Anderson's multi-part response to Dan's book on his Resurrecting Orthodoxy blog? I'm not. I'm going to check it out, though. I'll check that out. Don't worry, Mikey. One day you'll be good at boxing atheists, just as I am at Wii Sports. Thank you, Matt from Wii Sports. Very appreciative. Couldn't Genesis 1 be used as a royal Wii? No, I don't think.
You'd expect to see it more if that were the case.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, and here's the thing: a royal we is you're representing the people or your cabinet, for example, who is God representing. That would be weird, and so no, I don't think that works either. That's a problem I pointed out in the Quran, for example. Why can't the us in Genesis be the Trinity? Well, I mean, we kind of. I think it
we
just
wouldn't
fits
say it's
more with the cultural
impossible.
content. Yeah.
Right.
Elemental
We're just saying
projectile.
that it's
okay.
most likely not.
How do you? It's a matter of hermeneutics. What place do you give authorial intent? Would somebody back then writing this presuppose that? Do you put a divine voice in as well with authorial intent? It's like a matter of how you approach the Bible, right? And I take authorial intent really, really seriously.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would also say a lot of times God talks as an I. He says like, I did this, I did that. So I mean, like there's that as well. And again, it just fits with the cultural context, the literary aspects we see throughout the Hebrew Bible of the divine council. And it's not a big issue because as even Dan acknowledged, who creates? Just God. The divine council doesn't create.
Very boots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm curious if Inconsistencies in the Torah by Joshua Berman is a good book for defending Mosaic authorship. It's not directly doing that. There are some points you could use could support that if you want to go down that road, but it's more about arguing against the documentary hypothesis and showing that that's a problem. And he gives a lot of really good points against that, especially on the supposed flood account being two sources, which is just a crap theory in my view.
I really like that book. I thought it was very good.
Yeah, it's a great book. What about Benjamin Sommer's postulate that God has multiple bodies and is a complex unity, which is in line with Mesopotamian cosmology?
Hey, stop
Great
running.
question. Shoot me the resource. I've read some of Sommer's work, but I can't remember exactly which one you're referring to, so I'd have to look at it.
He's referencing Bodies of God.
Is that the one?
It's a good book.
I mean,
What
that could be one of
game?
them. There's a few different.
Tickle crabs. Hey.
Yeah. I mean, if someone actually was mentioning Sommer in a stream that I did actually with Kip just a while ago. Yeah. Remind me in the chat what resource it is.
Yeah. You got a super chat for Joel, so I want to point that out. He's giving you jizya.
I don't know what that means.
That's in Islam. That's what the dhimmis pay as like tribute to the Islamic rulers. The jizya is what it's called.
All right. Thank you appreciate that. Thank you.
God gives his toughest battles playing Minecraft for a few hours with friends to his strongest soldiers. Thank you. It's not that I'm gonna be miserable. It's just that it's have to learn new things. I have to figure this whole thing out. I don't know. Why do you want me to watch these weird? I don't even know what JoJo is. If One Piece is too long, why not JoJo?
Oh man, you have to watch JoJo.
No.
Great anime.
No, I already said no. No. Thoughts on Jack Schlecter's thesis that biblical monotheism was influenced by exile due to family disconnect.
You're feeling me.
Less family members, less deities. There's nothing. I need to see the actual evidence for that.
I'd have to read it. Sorry, I don't have everything memorized in Old Testament. And
You're tickling me.
He is not equipped.
Right, you're scratching me.
I should say before we hop to the video again that I just pointed out one thing in Deuteronomy 32. Like that's one possible interpretation. And like there are schools of thought that do think that like there's not this kind of monarchy or hierarchical evolution going on in the Old Testament. So I could point you to, if anyone's wondering, for a non-polytheistic origin of Israeli religion, you could go to the school of Kaufman and those who follow him. So they put forward an early P source, so stuff within the Pentateuch. Don't worry about that if you don't know what I'm talking about. They also argued that early archaeological onomastic
what a sentence to go on.
Suggests a break with polytheism in the early Iron Age, and that monotheism was early in Israel's history. So you can see 2017, we just mentioned Benjamin Sommer, Gindo, Shaubli, Kaufman, and the reinvention of Jewish scholarship. Kaufman and the reinvention of Jewish scholarship. You can check that out. And then the article there is by Knoll. And then you've also got other scholars like Horncole recently dating some materials. Again, if you don't know this stuff about the Pentateuch, don't worry. but particular materials that that matter for what we're talking about now as well to a much earlier period, like 800 to 1000 BCE. So there are people who are pushing for that. It's definitely not majority, but they're definitely questioning what's going on. Yeah.
And you have reference to the divine council, for instance, in Psalm 82:1. It starts off saying God took his place, took his stand in the council, Adat El, council of El or council of God, or it could also be used adjectively, divine council. And this is where God is haranguing the other gods of the divine council because they have been negligent in their duty to uphold social and cosmic justice and order. And so the result of that is, all the foundations of the earth are shaken, and then God condemns them to mortality. You are gods and children of the Most High, but you will die like a man, you will fall like any prince. And I've argued before that the idea here is probably a rhetorical deposing of the divine council, saying you're all mortal now, you're done, we're getting rid of you. And then the psalmist in the very last verse stands up and says, rise up, O God, and judge the earth, for you inherit all nations. Where the idea is, while Israel is called the inheritance of Adonai throughout the Hebrew Bible, let's expand that inheritance to include all nations. The patron deity slots sit empty now that the gods have been deposed, and so Adonai, the God of Israel, takes over personally the rule of all the nations. And I argue this is the rhetorical universalization of Adonai's rule that probably took place following the exile.
Okay. Did you want me to jump ahead a little bit here and play another
part? Yeah. I gave a couple timestamps there just so we cover more. And we can't cover everything in the video, just so everyone knows. They really jump around, like they go back and forth between subjects, and it was so hard to pin down when to talk about things. So we're doing it in a little bit more scattershot.
Over it somehow. And in Psalm 82, which I've always found incredibly fascinating, like you say, it opens by saying, God has taken his place in the divine council. In the midst of the gods, he holds judgment. Interestingly, the NIV puts gods in scare quotes.
Does it?
The gods.
Sometimes they do like godlike beings or something like that.
So the NIV just puts the scare quotes, which is quite funny. Because it's quite unusual to say, God is sitting among the council of the gods. I think part of the problem with this is that,
okay. That's where you wanted me to stop. You had a bunch of notes on this.
Yeah, we're going to talk about this a bit because everybody brings up Psalm 82. And I understand why. It actually is a tough psalm, and I'm going to try and show that it's actually not clear at all how it's meant to be interpreted. One thing I really appreciate about Dan in this video that I wanted to say is I noticed that I think more than what I see if I see videos of his on his channel, his language was really great about being like, hey, I argue this, or it seems like that, or the best interpretation is such. And he's doing that here as well. And so I'm actually not too I hope you guys aren't too bothered by that when he says like, hey, this is my take, and I think this is the best interpretation. I'll say I think this is the best interpretation of all sorts of things. But it's more the universalizing statements that we see sometimes that kind of irk me a bit. So he's not doing that, and I'm really appreciative of that. I think that's awesome. Especially because this is actually a tough text. So can you throw up my slides?
You got it. I'm gonna take
this is the psalm here, and the main lines that are kind of in consideration, I've got in bold there. God stands in the divine assembly. The council of El is the Hebrew there, more literally. He administers judgment in the midst of the gods. And then it talks about them not being just. I won't read through all that. The wicked, the needy need help, and they aren't distributing justice. All the way down to verse 6. I said, you are gods and sons of the Most High. El Elyon is the term there. All of you, however, you will die like men, and you will fall like one of the princes. Rise up, O God, judge the earth, because you shall inherit. Maybe inherit. We'll talk about that. All the nations. Okay, so I'm gonna actually provide a lot from a scholar that I really like named Brent Strawn. But before I do that, I do want to mention that just to show you how much the psalm is not agreed upon in scholarly circles, at SBL 2 years ago, there was a session on Psalm 82, and a room full of scholars. I don't think Dan was there. No, like everyone was just arguing about it. Like it was okay. What is Psalm 82 actually about? And everybody, like, depending on how you take certain things, certain approaches, different methodological assumptions, like there are so many different things, ways to take this, and everybody was just debating back and forth. So there really isn't a widespread agreement on this text. Lots of people do want to like run to this text to show that Yahweh must have been part of a divine council at some point in the past, right? Oh, he's here, he's talking to this council, and then this is him overcoming that, like Dan said, in a later time. I don't think that that's evident, or just on the surface, just absolutely the case. So we have there in the bottom a podcast, actually. It's from On Script. It's by Brent Strawn. It's a poetry podcast. I don't think he does it anymore, but it's basically him rehashing an article I'm about to show you. And it's basically him just talking about Psalm 82 and how we need to be careful about how to interpret it. So if anyone wants to listen to that, I highly recommend it. That's why I have it there. Have you guys listened to that at all? Have you seen that one?
No, I'm not. I'm gonna check it out.
I'm not a podcast guy, even though I want to be.
I've been trying to do more because I've been riding my bike more to stay in better shape. So
nice.
I can tell, Mike.
Yeah, you're looking trim, man. Looking good.
Stop hitting on me. Anyway, back to the presentation.
Okay, so here's a paper he wrote, The Poetics of Psalm 82, 3 critical notes along with a plea for the poetic.
Okay.
And I just want to read a few highlights from this. If you're watching or listening, don't phase out. This is actually really important, the stuff I'm highlighting. So one thing he says is Psalm 82 is of such exceptional character in the Psalter that it could well be impossible to provide interpretations that are in every respect satisfactory. So that's what he's showing how important this is, how much people have spoken about this psalm. But it is there's a lot of ways and a lot of things to consider in this psalm. What he's going to argue, that moving down the page here, is that many, if not most treatments of Psalm 82 have gone awry precisely in their underestimation of the psalm's nature as poetry. Rather than attending to the poetry of Psalm 82, holding the poem up to the light like a color slide, pressing an ear against the poem as if it were a beehive, or water skiing across the surface of a poem, waving at the author's name on the shore. Scholars have typically, and I think I gotta move to my next page here, have typically been obsessed with the Psalms' presumed fit in the reconstructed historical development of Israelite religion. So that's what we're talking about right now, right? Or the idea, it must be a pantheon that he was part of, and now he's deposing it. That's what it's got to be. We're going to try and figure out ancient Israelite worldview, evolving Israelite worldview from this psalm. He's saying people have been obsessed with that. The particular poem known as Psalm 82 has, in the process, and I love this, been strapped to a chair and tortured to get a confession out of it. That's published in a published paper. I love it. So what he's trying to say here is that, pretty colorfully, this text is massively debated, and that those who try to figure out how the text reveals ancient Israelite religion are really torturing the text in ways that he thinks might be a bit overdone. So just take that into account. Not clear at all, very debated text. And are we actually taking into account the way that this psalm is trying to do and teach? What's the rhetoric of the psalm itself? I think that's really important. He actually does make some other really good points that I want to signal here. And one of them is that it's possible this text is actually speaking about the creation of the sons of God, the creation of the gods. And so he argues that in this paper. So in verse 6, I'll move forward here. This is really overwhelming, but just look at the highlighted text. I'm gonna blame Than for putting this together. I had
if I didn't do this, we would have had 100 slides instead of 70.
This is true. Yeah. So what he says, so instead of taking I said, which is the Hebrew there, as a statement indicating an interior mental state, then I propose that the clause is better understood as an instance of performative utterance, what speech act theory calls an illocutionary act. In illocutionary speech, the speaker creates in the act of speaking the state of affairs described in it. Examples include, I now pronounce you husband and wife, I hereby christen the ship, the Queen Anne, or even the various calls of an umpire or referee in a sporting contest. So basically what he's saying is, I'm just going to go back a slide here, is 2 slides, 3 slides, 4 slides. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I said you are gods. He's saying that's performative. That he's announcing them. He's creating them. He's announcing them into being. And so that's one of the arguments of his paper. And again, of course, he's not. He doesn't have a slam dunk or a smoking gun, but he makes his case. I'm not going to go through all his evidence. You can read the paper if you would like to. I highly recommend it, actually. But I'm moving into that middle slide now. Understanding Psalm 82:6 as a performative utterance means that when God said, "You are gods," that very act made them gods. This is not unlike how God's speech makes the heavens and the earth in Genesis 1. In both texts, the verb uses Amar, and the subject is Elohim. But in the case of Psalm 82, despite what God has said in the primordial past about these gods, which actually made them gods at that time, God speaks a new word. That new word, introduced by, I think, Cain, now unmakes them. So what he's saying is, I'm decreating you. I'm taking you out. So he made them in the past through his speech, and now he's unmaking them, which I think is a really interesting take. And it would also point towards something that Dan says in this video, that the creation of the gods is not in the Old Testament. He thinks, at least, can't be clearly read there. Is this a clear text for that? Not necessarily. We'll talk about other texts, but it is a case that you can make for it. And I really like that. So then finally here on the last slide on the right, or the last section on the right, Psalm 82:6 has little to do with God's prior mental considerations or interior deliberations about the gods. So again, don't create a history of Israelite religion here. Instead, it reflects God's creation of those lesser deities by divine speech. God's prior speaking of them as gods actually spoke them into existence as gods, just as God's speech in Genesis 1 spoke various entities, light, firmament, dry land, into existence, or as Marduk's command brought the Mashu into and out of being. If this is correct, one could paraphrase Psalm 82:6 as follows: I myself made you gods, made all of you the sons of Elyon. So it's a really interesting take. I really like it, and I think it could make sense of the text. Again, there's no smoking gun. But in this view, the gods are actually created by Yahweh. They aren't part of some ancient hierarchy. He creates them. He's creating this whole thing. Yeah, so that's one thing. What do you guys think of that?
No, that's very interesting. I like that. I've never, again, I think he's absolutely right that people sort of torture this text to try to get confessions out of it. But it's just so brief. There's no smoking gun for this evolutionary hypothesis that Yahweh is being, he's being elevated beyond what he has been in the past. That we're reading that into the text. And I think, as Heiser has pointed out, this is very consistent with his view that Yahweh was always just seen as El, the high God. And these are just, and again, I go back to this issue a lot, but again, we're equivocating on what the word Elohim means in Hebrew. It does not mean the same thing what we say today when we say God in English. And they're just throwing that term around a lot, and it's going to give the wrong impression. It's sort of assuming the view that they're trying to get to instead of actually arguing for it.
Yeah, it's a broader term in the ancient world for sure. Yeah, and one other thing that Dan said in his take was that that Yahweh's finally going to inherit the nations, right? That's what he said at the end. Oh, he's going to do it. It's now his. Now that these patron deities are deposed. Yeah, that's one way to take that. But again, Strawn here actually challenges that reading, and so he says instead of surely you yourself will inherit the nations, the verb there could actually be taken as reapportion all the nations. So it doesn't necessarily mean to inherit, as though he didn't have them before. He can apportion them as he sees fit. Is basically what he argues.
That reminds me really quickly. Did he give the argument in this paper for that reading, or
you wearing it?
Yeah, it's right here on the page. He goes, you'd have to just go through it.
The die.
Yeah, he goes. It's based on how you understand the verb nachal, and he's going to take it as a hifil instead of a kal.
Yeah. And that word, we talked about this, I think, one time in a prior stream, Joel, on my channel. The word inheritance in Hebrew, that doesn't mean that he's got to receive it from some other god. Like go Deuteronomy 4. There's a place in Judges as well that I remember bringing up that inheritance is not something that you have to get from someone else, like another high god or something. It's something you can just take.
Yeah, so, I think we did talk about that in private. I think I have a slide on it later. I don't know how much I cover it, but the idea that an inheritance has to be given, I don't think is necessarily the case. We can talk about that a bit later. Yeah.
For sure.
Anyways, so basically, if I just skip through his argument here and to the last highlighted place there, he says it makes little sense to say that God will inherit the nations, as if the God who judges the other gods in Psalm 82 does not already oversee or have responsibility for them. Clearly, the God who stands in the divine council and who judges the gods already has such power and authority. That is why this God can judge the gods in the first place. So I think he's making more sense contextually of it, and that it's not about Yahweh inheriting the nations, but reapportioning. And then finally, and we are getting through this article. I understand everybody's like, ugh, so many pages of stuff, but
it's important.
So I'm gonna just quickly do this here, and I think this is actually the most important part. So if you've been zoning out, this is actually very important. So he's gonna conclude that we need to return to the genre of the text, which is poetry. Poems are not meant to be historical catalogs. That's what he's basically going to argue, that this is a poem, so take it as a poem and what it's trying to do as a poem. You shouldn't just assume what this author is saying or the scene the author is making is somehow a statement about reality as they think it is. So, for example, I'll give you an example before I read his work here. If I were to stand up on stage in front of Christians and dramatically say, Jesus stands among the gods of India and proclaims that he is Lord, and that sacrificial love is the way of the divine. Do you guys think by my statement that you can confirm that I think the gods of India exist as such?
Nope.
Do I think they exist? No. Right? I'm creating a scene, and I'm trying to teach something, right? And the same thing could be said here. Hey, we all have heard of the divine council. We've heard of this view. Well, what happened if Yahweh took a step in there? And what would happen? What would he say? That's taking it as a poem, right? It's not just trying to read this as a doctrinal treatise on Israelite religion or what it used to be in its evolving forms. I think that's what's drawn, that's the thrust of what he's going to try and get at, or what he gets at. So we're going to read a little bit here, and then we can move on. So such an understanding that he's given makes sense of the fabula of the poem itself, without requiring one to make recourse to hypothetical reconstructions of Israelite religion, the presumed ascendancy of Yahweh from junior rank to higher god, or the murky relationship between Yahweh and other deities that may or may not be present in the poem, between its lines, or behind it altogether in some presumed mythological background. So what he's saying is what Dan was giving this hierarchy. This is what it was. Now it's become something else. He's saying you can't, you got to be really careful with that. Indeed, it's the poem's resistance to such reconstructions that is the focus of the final section of the study, which comprises a plea for the poetic with reference to Psalm 82. And so he moves on then. You see in the second highlight there, the history of scholarship on Psalm 82 unfortunately shows that biblical critics have often been too quick to rob the psalm of precisely these poetic aspects. Scholars have been eager to fit Psalm 82 into various reconstructed schemata of the history of Israelite religion. Such attempts are legion. And then he'll go through a bunch of them. And then finally, so while the Psalms' subject matter and poetic form may write interpretations of the religio-historical reconstructive variety, these very same things do not, in fact, require that kind of interpretation. Hence, attempts to place Psalm 82 precisely in our present, admittedly incomplete understanding of the development of Israelite religion, whether the poem is deemed archaic and antique, or theistic, or archaizing and later, monotheizing, like Dan was saying, although I don't think he'd use that term, seem to make a serious category error, which is to say a genre error. In a word, such interpretations ignore the poetic genre of the psalm to their own great peril. While the poem may, and certainly does, contain information useful for religio-historical research, it is certainly not primarily or exclusively a repository of historical facts that can be plotted, certainly not easily, on some reconstructed trajectory of sorts. Rather, Psalm 82 is primarily, if not exclusively, a poem that demands its interpretation as poetry. I'll probably skip over this one because it's basically, he says the same thing. You all can check it as well. I just read a whole bunch. But yeah, again, not historicizing it, not taking it as a poem, is problematic. Let the poem be poem, and don't just try to, again, I'll read the last line there. Rather, Psalm 82 is primarily, if not exclusively, I already read that. The poetry of Psalm 82, however, is manifestly present. It is far better than, when dealing with poetry, to drop a mouse into its poem and watch him probe his way out, or walk inside the poem's scene and feel the walls for a light switch. That's poetic. Rather than tie it to a chair and torture a confession out of it in order to try and find out what it really means. So that's a long citation I brought to you all there. What do you guys think of that?
No, I think he makes a good point. Again, I think he's right. Like, people are just reading way too much.
Eli, enough with the screaming.
Brief poem and running wild with it. And again, I think
Way
that just
too
speaks
loud,
to how
buddy.
little data there is for this idea that Yahweh originally was just like a member of a pantheon that evolved to be the high god. Like look at what we have to go through and what we have to torture to get out of these brief texts. There's no smoking gun. Meanwhile, we have so many explicit texts where it says, "Oh no, Yahweh is the high god. He's always been." It's just constantly said throughout the Hebrew Bible. We got to say, well, those are a later layer, okay, possibly, but I mean, again, where is the smoking gun? I've not seen it yet. Well, let's jump back in that video unless Stan has anything he wants to say.
No, not here.
Cool.
We begin to speak about this concept, and it has always been used primarily as an identity marker and a value judgment. Monotheistic people are good people, non-monotheistic people are bad people is an approach that has been kind of central to a lot of the discourse for a long time. But when we look at the way monotheism has been used, one of the things you said earlier, there's God and then there's not God. And that's kind of central to the concept of monotheism, that God alone is truly in an uncreated way divine, and then everything else is created. And so even if it is divine, even if it's a god or gods, it's contingent, it's created, it's subordinate to the one God. And one of the kind of paradigm shifts that is necessary for this perspective is the idea of creation ex nihilo, or creation out of nothing. Because that's the foundation of this notion that there exists God and then all other reality. And only God is truly eternal and uncreated and all these things. And so usually I see monotheism defined as this notion that, yeah, there are all kinds of other gods, but they're all contingent and created beings, and the God of Israel is species unique according to Michael Heiser's framework, or ontologically distinct or unique or something like that. And again, that kind of rests on a foundation of creation ex nihilo, because if the matter that was used to create the universe has always existed eternally as God has existed, then there is something apart from God that is just as uncreated and just as eternal. So that kind of compromises that interpretation of what monotheism is. And the problem is, creation ex nihilo is a philosophical and a theological innovation of the late 2nd century CE. It is.
All right, so we're on to creation ex nihilo.
Yeah, and I think we're going to kind of go through a few different things here, but I think there's some pretty central claims that Dan makes here. One is that matter might be envisioned as eternal. Two, that without God as creator of matter, he is not species unique. That's Heiser's term. I think both of these we could talk about. So I think for one, that matter might be eternal or envisioned as eternal. We're going to talk about that when we talk about Genesis 1 in a little bit. And then two, does eternal matter remove God from a category of species unique?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Stan, you think you want to talk about this, didn't you?
Yeah, I can pull. I'll go over some of my stuff here. I'll go fast for my stuff since Joel's the expert. So. Dan says a lot of stuff, and if this feels like a mishmash, it's just because there's so many things that's being said that it's hard to figure out where to start. So we'll start here, because Dan says basically that creatio ex nihilo, which is the acronym EN or CEN, if you see that, that's what it means. Why think that Yahweh being species unique needs creatio ex nihilo? I think the issue with this can be broken down into biblical reasons and philosophical issues. For one, if you're going to impose this, and Dan even says this is a later philosophical category that is imposed onto the text later, not only in the 2nd century AD, but also in modern times. So it seems like Dan is saying we can't do that. But then, in order to say that Yahweh cannot be species unique in virtue of ex nihilo would be to be doing the same thing. It's importing some categories into the text. And I don't think that works because when you look at the way that the Hebrew Bible emphasizes Yahweh's supremacy, self-existence, all this other stuff, it's always in virtue of comparability, incomparability, stuff like this. It's arguably never in virtue of creatio ex nihilo. So that's going to be just a quick point on the biblical side of things. From the philosophical side, just a disclaimer, I'm not saying I'm reconstructing Israelite thought here at this point, right? This is a philosophical conversation, not an exegetical one. Because Dan defines monotheism as the belief in only one uncreated being, all else contingent and created. But this is only one way to model monotheism philosophically. The possibility space is way wider. So if you just consider the x-axis Elohim and the y-axis matter, you could have eternal, necessary, and independent matter or Elohim and still not have an issue with monotheism, depending on how you turn, like, outlining these terms. So for example, you could have eternal, necessary, independent gods that are ontologically distinct from the high God. And the thing is that that high God can still be ontologically supreme. There's only, in the philosophical discourse, there's only going to be one potential issue, and that's going to be where God necessarily creates X, and X is eternal. And what that ends up doing through philosophical modal stuff is makes X a necessary part of God in order for God to be God. But at this point, we're not doing any more exegesis. You cannot articulate any of this stuff in virtue of the text, because modal metaphysics was not a category at the time, right? So at best, we're just debating ex nihilo versus ex materia, but that debate's not going to tell you much about monotheism as understood in the philosophical sense today, and we can't debate that exegetically speaking. So, like, you can be a monotheist and believe the stuff that Dan is saying in the minimal sense here. As far as it coming out in the 2nd century,
but
I think
just to be clear, just to be clear, what you're saying there at the last point.
Oh.
So I think I would agree with you. I don't see why, if we even assume with Dan that creation is eternal, that somehow necessitates that God is that God cannot still be the supreme, distinct being, even if there was eternal matter, right? That doesn't follow. Is that what you're
you
saying
guys can
in a
actually
nutshell?
play.
Yeah.
I thought you were playing Rock'em Sock'em in real life. No.
And you can even see this in the Middle Platonists and the Neoplatonists with their ideas of prime matter, even, and stuff like this, right? So as far as creatio ex nihilo emerging in the 2nd century, I think he's right. But I think this is the explicit analytic framework of creatio ex nihilo. But that doesn't preclude a conceptual framework prior to it. The antecedent building blocks or puzzle pieces of it, right? And as an example, right, my son understands different virtues, but those are conceptual frameworks or puzzle pieces of a broader, bigger analytical framework that he doesn't have yet, which is virtue ethics, right? And so there are scholars out there who point this out, and that the antecedents of the analytic framework can be seen prior to the 2nd century. So J.C. O'Neill, in a paper he writes, How Early is the Doctrine of Creatio ex Nihilo, points out Philo's assertion that God did not touch limitless chaotic matter in the act of creation is taken as evidence that limitless chaotic matter was already in existence before God created the world. In fact, the passage in context is an argument that God created all things. Philo is attacking those who deny that incorporeal ideas exist. By their theories, they reduce the universe to formless eternal matter, but God created everything out of the incorporeal existent idea. It was not a shaper of pre-existent matter, as though all wise and all blessed God should have had to dirty his hands and touch the already existing material. And I can kind of keep going on and reading through it. He even points out to the Dead Sea Scrolls that you can find similar things. So in 1QS 315 at the bottom here, from the God of knowledge comes all that is and shall be, and therefore beings existed. He established all their design, and in the hymn scroll, God judged the heavenly host, all his works before he created them, so on and so forth. And he just finishes off on the right-hand side here. I'm arguing that there is evidence that the doctrine of creatio ex nihilo was already formulated as a creedal statement by the time of the New Testament. If so, that would explain why there is nothing in the New Testament to contradict ex nihilo. Joel, I think you, is it Bachmiel? Is that how you say his last
Artist
name?
Bachmiel, yeah.
Yeah, I think you cite him later too, but Bachmiel writes a paper on this as well. In his abstract, he says recent decades have witnessed near consensus of critical opinion on this. And fast forward, it's clear that the typically cited proof texts from biblical and deuterocanonical books indeed do not yield clear confirmation of the doctrine they have sometimes been said to prove. Genesis was understood even in antiquity to be somewhat ambiguous on this point, and merely to say that creation gave shape to formless need not entail any ex nihilo. That seems uncontroversial. But then he says, nevertheless, closer examination also shows that the scrolls and the rabbis do consistently affirm it was God as the creator of all things. And he keeps on going forward. And at the end of the paper, because I'm not going to give the argument here, you guys can read the paper if you want. He says, my argument here has been that the doctrine of ex nihilo in its origin states that creation's comprehensive and absolute contingency on the creator, while at the same time affirming his unlimited sovereignty and freedom. Contrary to persistent assertions from biblical and systematic theologians, this doctrine has no explicit terminological basis in Scripture. Contrary to the 20th century claims like those of Gerhard Mead and others, however, it is at the same time not a second century afterthought, primarily a backlash against Gnosticism. The meaning and substance of the doctrine, though
just tired, Eli.
I can't see this because the thing is in the
terminology.
way. So.
It's firmly rooted in Scripture and pre-Christian Jewish literature, even if in formal terms it seems to be adopted by Jews only in the rabbinic period, quite possibly in dialogue with Christian writers.
Thank you. The little slide changer thingy was in the way.
Yeah.
So again, that's not me just saying, hey, silver bullet to any of this. That's me saying there's a lot of biblical, philosophical reasons, and there's scholarship that kind of contests the predominant idea that this was an invention of the later second century. We have good reasons for thinking the puzzle pieces, conceptually speaking, are there.
Yeah. So
and I mean,
conceptually there, not, as you said, like an analytical framework was not necessarily in place. That's at least suggested. Bachmiel suggests that.
Yeah. I mean, like in just simple argument to add to that, if we just go to the New Testament, you've like John 1:3 and Colossians 1:16, I believe, where God made all things. It just logically follows. If God made all things, he couldn't have made things from prior things because he would have made those things. So what did God create from? Well, it would have been creation ex nihilo. So I think it's just a logical conclusion from various verses as well.
It also depends on how they conceptualize creating. So I think they would say creating from an already material substrate or something. But yeah.
Cool. Let's jump back into the video, then we'll get to some super chats again.
Other gods all being created over and against the uncreated God of Israel. That's not really clearly expressed anywhere. So I don't think you have that in the Bible. I think you have places where you can read it in with less resistance than in other places. But I don't think there's any part of the Bible that clearly indicates that the other gods are created contingent beings. Because even if you have the idea that God created the other gods, you have that in Mesopotamia. You have that in Egypt. The great Cairo hymn of praise to Amun-Re praises Amun as the creator of all that exists, the creator of all the gods, and all existence bows down to Amun-Re, who's the Lord of eternity. And like that's even more emphatically monotheistic rhetoric than what we find in the Bible, if we're going to call that monotheistic rhetoric. So,
okay.
Yeah. So he's basically just quickly here. He's saying the gods aren't clearly created in the Hebrew Bible. He does say other ancient Near Eastern sources say that there is a high God creating other gods. So it's not like it's impossible or something that might not even be assumed. I mean, we already talked about Psalm 82 as a possibility with Strong's interpretation. Can you throw my slides up? There's just a couple texts, and I imagine Dan would contest these, but just so that people are aware, just really quickly. That's all yours. Don't worry about it. I'll go through it. Yeah. So, like here, for example, we've got now. I know it says angels. Praise him, all his angels. Praise him, all his hosts. And typically, angels are associated with stars in the ancient world. They're often associated divine beings with the stars. You got verse 3 there as well. Praise him, all stars of light. And then in verse 5, because he commanded and they were created. So this idea of the hosts, the stars, the angels, and now of course you could say, this is a later text with a lower view or whatever. But at least this here is saying that these were all created, the stars, these divine emissaries, and he put them in place forever and ever by a decree they will not pass away. So there's one. This one's a little bit more pointed. You alone have made the heavens and the heaven of heavens and all of their array, all of their army. The army of the heavens worship you. So in other words, the army of heaven is typically associated with, again, this like divine celestial army that God has. And here it is saying specifically that, yes, he made them. So I'm not, again, I think these are fairly clear texts. Again, you could say Nehemiah is a late text, but it's at least, I think, plausibly there. And then again, here we have at the time of creation. Now, of course, this is not talking about the sons of God being created, but it associates them when the morning stars were singing together and all the sons of God shouted for joy. It associates them with the morning stars, again, with the creation of with the heavens. The sons of God are in parallel to morning stars here because that is a common motif in the ancient world. So you would have often associated stars with divine beings. And so when Genesis 1 talks about the Kokavim, the stars being created, that would often also be associated with divine beings being created. Perhaps even assumed here in Job, because while God is laying the foundation of the world, the sons of God are there as well, right? It's possible, yeah. Okay, that's all I want to say about that. We can move to the next one.
Sure, let's do it. So let me close this out. There we go. All right, yeah, let's put this back up. We'll play the next section.
Who goes there? My wares are renowned.
So I think once everything's situated historically, we don't see what people understand today to be monotheism in the Bible. And so I think it's not a helpful analytical framework to impose upon the Bible. If saying, okay, we're going to look through the lens of monotheism at the Bible, if that helped us better understand things that were going on, that's one thing, but I don't think it does. I think it is primarily an attempt on the part of people today to try to presuppose a kind of ideological continuity with the Bible. We get our beliefs from the Bible. Monotheism is one of those beliefs. So obviously it must be in the Bible. Otherwise, where are we getting our beliefs from?
We'll get back to... All right. We're going to skip the ad, of course.
Yeah. So I think we'd all agree. I don't know what you think, Mike. I know Than agrees that the way that we use the term monotheism, only one thing, God, that's not in the Bible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate
not
the term
all agree
monotheism.
though. Yeah. And it is rightly critiqued, but not everyone thinks that this term is unhelpful, like Dan is saying. So the Oxford Handbook of Deuteronomy, there's an article by Matthew Lynch, guy just down the highway from me, actually. So I work at Trinity Western and at Northwest College and Seminary. He works at Regent, just down about an hour away. So he suggests the idea of monotheizing rhetoric is still helpful because Yahweh is presented in a way that is categorically distinct from other deities. So he says the following, and I'll throw up a slide if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
Our study of Deuteronomy highlights several important points about the study of monotheism in Deuteronomy. First, the term monotheism can carry unwanted baggage that intellectualizes Israelite religion and obscures the specific claims of Deuteronomy. So he's agreeing in sense with Dan there. A modified approach focuses on monotheizing rhetoric, by which Deuteronomy asserts Yahweh's uniqueness in varying ways. The term monotheizing, however, preserves the text's own emphasis on the fact that Yahweh is not just the deity who makes demands on Israel, but is unmatched in every way and thus worthy of Israel's devotion. Second, attentiveness to supposed monotheistic texts brings into focus a range of ways of speaking about other deities. In some cases, texts seem to presuppose their existence. In other cases, they are reduced to nothing. Yet here again, a rhetorical approach emphasizes the fact that Yahweh is supreme and worthy of Israel's exclusive worship. So I'm bringing that one in now just to show that there is a case you could make where monotheism is a helpful term if we're taking it not just saying that one thing called God, but that there could be a spectrum of deity, gods, but that Yahweh is unique, supreme, completely of another type within this thing we call deity. And you'll have to see in each context how God is described and.
Stand at the entrance. Stand at the entrance. Stand at the entrance. Just She burped. Need help. Yeah, I can. Okay. This might take like 5 minutes. I'll try to run through it as quick as possible though.
Lightning strikes twice.
Over here. Already broke that. Yeah.
The hunt is on.
Hey. Is that big beetle at? Did they get rid of it? Yeah, I think there's a big beetle in this area that I'm supposed to kill. Big old beetle. Ooh, last roll. Two. There we go. Four. Tickle berries.
Part of the storm.
You need me to stop now, Eli? I can go back home and wait. Okay. There's the golden timber ring.
Gotta be the strangest pack animal I've ever seen.
What happened, bud? Fell down.
Clean kill.
Yeah. You're having it rough now, kiddo. Did I kill that?
To the victor go the spoils. falling. Lightning strikes twice.
Ambush. Kind of had a feel on them, but this isn't the end room. This is just setting. Yeah, level.
The spirit needs no such shrines.
Alright, I can hold her.
In which ways there's this
about what the author, if the author did anything prior to that, the author did XYZ thing, right? I'm just assuming, hey, this is the introduction in the space of in the time space, right, of the introduction in this chapter. This thing happened, but I'm not telling you if anything happened before that or after that. I'm not really giving you a temporal location of that particular event other than this boundary marker of intro, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he says forward pointing. Yeah, it's like here from the beginning of this story I'm telling you right now.
Yes.
Yeah. Can you throw my slides up again there? The comments of Anderson, actually, so from 2018, he's got a book, edited book called Creation Ex Nihilo. I think are pretty helpful. So I'll move to that. Well, before I do, basically what he gets at is that the Old Testament is written in a different environment, and it's going to be challenging different assumptions. So I said I wanted to come back to the idea of what this text is actually doing and why that's important. So Genesis 1 was challenging the idea of God fighting with other gods or forces of chaos. This is often characterized as chaos kampf, is like the term that was used previously. It's kind of falling out of favor now. So in the idea that the gods in the ancient world fought with usually often personified or sea creatures or like the sea becoming a god, like all sorts of things, like gods fighting against each other in this act of creation to create the world as we know now.
Baby,
in
okay?
The Genesis text, God is not involved in and has no rival in creation like other ancient Near Eastern myths. And so that's the context that Genesis 1 is being written in, and is likely combating the worldviews around them from Babylon, Syria, whatever. So, but then this is what Anderson says in light of that, because the Greco-Roman world in which Creation Ex Nihilo is discussed is not the same. So he says, we must recall that Creation Ex Nihilo is a doctrine that arises in a Greco-Roman environment. That is, it arose in a world in which the eternity of matter implied that the gods were constrained by its limitations when they created the world. But this particular problem is not something that the biblical writer ever faced or could even imagine. So they have a specific assumption in the Greco-Roman world. You see what he's saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The limitations of the created world, the eternal matter. This is an important clarification to make because many commentators make the strong claim that Genesis 1 refutes this doctrine. But if we are pursuing this question strictly from the perspective of what our textual witnesses allow, it would be fair to say that God does not face any opposition to his creative endeavors, as is the rule in the ancient Near East. True, matter is pre-existent, but one must concede that this datum means something quite different when we import it into a Greco-Roman environment. For there, the issue of pre-existent matter connotes a significant qualification of divine power. So pre-existent matter in a Greco-Roman context was a limiter of divine power. You see what he's saying? But that wasn't what they thought in Genesis, or what the author of Genesis thought. So if we were to sit down at the end with our priestly scribes and give them a brief introduction to Greek cosmology, emphasizing for them the fact that pre-existent matter necessarily restricts what God can accomplish in the material world, can we imagine that they would actually accept such a notion, or that they would accept such a notion? Though certainly obviously eludes us, I find it hard to imagine. So when transferring what Genesis 1 is, what this priestly author is fighting against, what they believed, into a different place with a different question and limitation to God, would they actually concede that?
A lot of noise.
And I think what Anderson's argument is, no, they wouldn't concede that. It's just answering a different question in a different time period, or where there are different assumptions on what eternal matter might do, or something like that. Does that make sense?
No, yeah, that's the same argument Walton makes. Is that it's writing in a different cultural context to a different audience. They're not trying to answer the questions that we have about these kinds of things. Now, again, when you get to the New Testament, though, you do get points of contact like John 1:3, where God does create all things, and that would have included matter as well. So, but if you go to a different environment where they weren't thinking in that headspace, you're not going to get those types of questions being asked. So Genesis 1 is not going to be answering those types of questions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm going to skip over this, I think, just really quick. He also makes an argument that the darkness, you can bring it up again. Yeah, the darkness, it seems like, well, I'll read it there. The only conclusion I think we can draw from the Bible's final canonical form is that the existence of darkness at creation must have been something God permits rather than confronts by necessity. So he points out how there are texts where God is not constrained by darkness. In Isaiah 60, it talks about just creating light without any need of darkness, sun, all that kind of thing. And then even in Genesis, on the seventh day, I believe he argues there is no evening, day. And so basically, he makes an argument that the darkness seems to be something that that God is just allowing. He permits it, and it's not a force on him. And so it might be then that that matter, that this part of the eternal triad that we talked about, the land, the seas, the darkness, right? The darkness might not even have a say in this, as though it's something special, as is part of this primordial creation materials. And so he makes the case that maybe that even the text itself, and he concludes down there, though Genesis 1 does not teach creation ex nihilo in the same way very early Christian theologians might have thought, it does not rule it out as decisively as many modern readers have assumed. So it might be that God's power over that, and its lack of constraining that the darkness does, could be an indicator of his of something more, is what he's saying. It's not exactly particular. It's not fully clear. There are other texts as well that presume the creation of the darkness, so it's not just a so it's not an assumed pre-created item in the primordial past. So here's Book of Jubilees. So this is actually not. This is earlier than the Common Era, I believe 2nd century BC, and says that the darkness was created as well, which is not what Genesis 1 says, right? Explicitly. Yeah. So this might be an implicit thing in Genesis 1, and let's say Isaiah 60 brought out in Jubilees, that the darkness is actually something that God has control over in that way, and it's not just an eternal piece of matter, so to speak. I just wanted to bring that up. Thought it was interesting. I'm going to skip over this here. I think you included this I didn't want to include this one then, about charity.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. No, it's all good. Yeah, he also talks about charity, but you can look at it. Yeah.
Cool. All right, let's get to some super chats here, since we got a lot building up, and we got a really Genesis run. A nice $50 super chat, very much appreciated. Thoughts on the theological interpretation of Scripture? Been diving into it through theologians.
So fussy.
I'm not going to even try to pronounce his name, but they argue that the name Yahweh refers to each member of the Trinity, not just the Father. Yeah, I would totally argue.
Yeah, sleep on your side, are you?
Like you have, for example, Genesis 19, where there are 2 Yahwehs there. It's also pretty much the case also in Exodus 23, where the messenger or the angel is also referred to as Yahweh. But then, of course, Jesus claims the divine title, the divine name for himself in places like Matthew 7:21-22, Luke 6:46, and I would also say John 8:58. So yeah, for sure.
What are
I
you
don't see a problem with that.
about?
Yeah, and I wouldn't equate. Yeah, in Christian theology, Yahweh is not equivalent to the Father. That doesn't make sense, especially because Jesus is called. The many passages about Yahweh are applied to Jesus. Yeah,
but thank you for the generous super chat. Onshore wants to know this is a joke. It's often necessary to optimize Minecraft's rendering. A simple solution is running the client via third-party launcher. Okay, yeah, very simple, very simple. Thank you for that. How dare you, sir? Just make my brain hurt.
Just be comfy.
Is there a correlation between me made in the imager of being the imager of God and taking the name of God? I've heard it described as taking on the name of God.
Definitely getting that level 7 Herald Thunder.
I'm not sure. I don't think there is.
Yeah, you will not carry the name of your God in a vain way or an empty way. So if you see Carmen Imes on that shorter dissertation on that, one of the 10 Commandments, the idea of representing, to carry the name of Yahweh is to represent his name. Yeah.
Thoughts on John Piper and Christian hedonism? I do not agree with it, but I don't know that much about his views.
What is it? Wait, is there a connection between the
I don't. That's your guess is as good as mine.
John Piper and Christian hedonism.
Oh yeah, no, that's his thing. So here's a little of my past. There was a day, a time when Joel would have been all over that. Yeah, John Piper in 2000, let's say 8, 10. Yeah, I was a huge John Piper fan. Yeah, thoughts on it? I mean, see my videos on Calvinism.
Wait, so does John Piper argue for Christian hedonism?
Yeah, finding your delight in God. Yeah, desiring God is the name of his whole thing.
Okay, so it's not like he's not actually arguing though that like you should be a hedonist.
Not in that.
Christian
not a secular.
You find delight in God. Delight
in
God is what you're seeking more than anything else as a way to defeat all other desires and evils within you.
Who's excited for Lily J's world? No one is. That's awful. No, that's going to be such propaganda. But IP, there's a Minecraft server where Tolkien nerds are building a book-accurate Middle Earth. You could follow the path of the Fellowship. I'm good, bro. Listen. I've read the books. I don't need to like live it out in a Minecraft world. I'm an adult. Joel, do you and Dr. Falk Fields have overlap? I'd cry from joy to hear a conversation between you two. Sorry, love y'all.
Yesterday to him for him to play Minecraft.
Also 1,000 for Mike's
Joining
JoJo
towards our ministry. Pretty cool.
What's Dr. Falk's Fields? I don't know what that is.
Egyptology.
Oh, sorry, that's Dr. Falk. I didn't know what Fields was. Is that his other name?
No. He's using that as like a.
Fields. Sorry, I've completely misread it. Yeah. Do you? No. Yeah. Oh, do our fields, as in our scholarly fields. Sorry. That was a total brain lapse. Not really. He's an Egyptologist. I'm a Septuagentalist, and I also I work in biblical studies broadly because I'm very interested in biblical studies. Yeah.
Thanks for all the hard work, Joel. This is a super chat from your side, so there you go.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. Thank you for your video on hell. It has saved me from a lot of distress. That's wonderful. I'm glad to hear that, Matt. I'm writing an epic story on hell of a mass murderer going through purgatory. It's great. It sounds interesting. But yeah, I'm glad everyone go check out my video, Does God Send People to Hell? It's basically me giving a sermon. I hope you enjoy it. I based it off a sermon that Tim Keller gave once. For IP, to directly answer, how does baptism save, and is infant baptism biblical? Infant baptism is biblical because they baptize households, which would have included infants in Acts, for example. First of all, in the Greek Orthodox Church, they're not called sacraments, they're called mysteries because we don't know how that works. But the Bible does say baptism saves. It's very clear. The power of the Holy Spirit moving through the water, perhaps, I don't know. But it's a mystery or a sacrament. It's not something we fully understand, but baptism does save. How much for early access copy to Sabbath article? He wants to know he wants to buy your Sabbath article, it sounds like.
I would have to know who you are, sorry. Yeah.
Does this $2 count towards the Minecraft stream? It does now. Sure it does now. Also, not to mention this too much IP, but I eagerly await a stream where you break Than's brain on Hebrew roots wackiness. Could show him Staley or Michael Root or clips from the Way documentary. Oh God,
bro,
he knows about that stuff.
Well, here's the thing. My interactions with Hebrew roots is very minimal. It's random interactions I've had with like street evangelization things that I've done in the past. So I really don't know much about it other than like I don't even know the arguments they use anymore because it's been so
I
long.
give her a burp.
Listen, it's Galatians. Everything Paul's saying in Galatians is really not about rejecting Torah observance. It's about just you can observe the Torah, but just you're supposed to observe the Torah, but don't think it counts towards salvation. But which Paul never says. So it's mind-boggling. It's like, have you seen a dog jump through hoops? It's a lot of jumping through hoops to make verses fit that. Reading everything through the lens of Matthew 5, where Jesus says, "I've not come to abolish the law." That becomes a supreme verse, which all other verses must fall under line instead of verses interpreting verses kind of thing. You do typical with theology. It's Matthew 5 at the peak of the hierarchy. Everything else falls under that. It's a mess, to say the least. But anyway, let's get back to this video here. I jumped ahead to the next time marker.
26:30, is that right?
No, you said 36:25. You said jump ahead, Joel.
What? Where?
You said skip 24:21 to 30. But I will talk about it.
My bad. Go to 26:30. My notes are horrible, like Ben said.
All right.
Created this house, or maybe somebody created a car or whatever. What you mean is that whatever the house was before, all of the materials that were in the bricks and the ceramics and stuff still was in the world. It just wasn't anything. It just sort of sat there. And now you've created something out of what was not by creating new material, literally, but just by activating, the material, by putting it into a particular form.
Yeah, and you can even see this if you read on in 2 Maccabees 7:28, because the mother says, just like people are made, and we don't create people out of non-existence. And you see Xenophon and talks about the same thing, how parents will get together and they will create a child, ek mionton, or it might be the neuter onta or something like that. But in short, they use this language, and the words for create pre-existed the notion of creation ex nihilo. Even. All right.
Yeah. So basically, they're talking about here creating doesn't necessitate it's out of nothing, but rather you can use a preform materials or whatever, bring things together, and that's the act of creating, right? And he brings up 2 Maccabees 7:28. Actually, an interesting thing Alex brings up. We didn't play the clip, but Alex brings up, what about the spirit? Is the spirit like something formed by humans? Like that's not. It seems to be from God. How does that work? And Dan just kind of said he'd have to think about it. It's interesting. But the 2 Maccabees 7:28 is a really famous passage because it's usually the one that people go to for creation ex nihilo. So if you want to throw my slides up, you heard Dan.
StreamYard. There we go.
Yeah, you heard Dan say that in particular it's about human beings copulating, and then like that's the act of creation. Yeah, I'm not sure like that's what this text is saying, and I'm not saying that I have like the final say on this, but we are in Septuagint now, which is my area, and I just looked at the Nets translation.
Like you have a burp or something
I don't think
there.
it's not.
Let's get it out.
That's what this text is talking about, procreation. Rather, it just says, and I read it here, and in the same way the human race came into being. Is that talking about procreation?
You didn't drink much milk.
I don't know. I think it could just be saying that like the heavens and the earth came into being by God, and so did humans come into being by God back then. Is it talking about humans copulating together? I don't think that's evident. And the Nets translation is kind of the standard scholarly translation of Septuagint materials. So I don't know where he's getting this copulation interpretation of this text. So I think that could be questioned.
I don't think she'll do it tonight, though.
Some do think that this text has at least the possibility of showing a creation ex nihilo in the early or BC era. So
there we go.
I would point out as well, so the next slide, that this is Anderson again from 2018. He says it's not clear, and that using 2 Maccabees as a definitive text it shouldn't be done. So he says, for many scholars, 2 Maccabees appears to be the better candidate of the two, for it seems to contain explicit denial of the pre-existence of matter. And I just read the verse there. But as scholars have shown, that assertion that God did not make the world out of things that existed could have merely implied that he fashioned the world from unformed matter, which is what Dan and Alex were just saying. Everyone follow with that. For we have contemporary Greek evidence for the use of an almost identical idiom to describe the engendering of children by their parents. So that's, I think, what Xenophon, what Dan was referring to, I believe. This does not mean that the author of 2 Maccabees understood the term this way. So it's not just a given that because Xenophon uses it in one way, like 500 years earlier, that it's going to be the same thing for the time of Second Maccabees. You can use the same phraseology but mean different things. As a result, this text fails as a decisive proof text for the doctrine. The most we can say is that Second Maccabees is patient of the doctrine of creation ex nihilo. So I'm not saying this text says creation ex nihilo. I'm just saying it's not as clearly not as Dan seemed to say there. Yeah, I wanted to point that out.
Would you say that this would be a good, like a strong candidate of how I try to make the distinction between like the strict analytic doctrine and the conceptual building blocks? Would you say like the conceptual building block could be there?
I don't know if that's it's. I think it's more of just it's not clear if it's referring to nihilo or not. I'm not sure if it's that's the way to frame it for me.
Yeah.
Just throw my slides up one more time. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were done.
Keep robbing me. And this here is Bachmule again. And he just, I'm not going to read the whole thing because you already talked about this, Dan. That he says that there seem to be other texts, which he says at the very end there, which others who have written on the no creation ex nihilo until the 2nd century, that they entirely ignore, thereby potentially constituting a useful external point of reference. These sources he brought out. So there, again, doesn't have to be an analytical framework, but there could be the conceptual background in earlier texts as well. So again, I encourage others to check this out as well. I don't think it's an airtight case that it must be the 2nd century. Okay, that's all, Mike. I'm sorry for my messy notes.
No worries.
You can blackmail me by saying you'll show everybody my notes.
See?
Yes, and whether he's the only God. You kind of got to have an idea of which texts come first and which texts come last. So maybe you can give us an indication of some of the earliest like Old Testament passages and what they tell us about the like multiplicity of gods.
Yeah, so when we look at like Genesis 1 and then Genesis 2 and 3, those come from different time periods. Genesis 1 is a later creation account. Genesis 2 and 3 represent an earlier creation account. But the earliest passages...
just real quick, see my video, are there 2 creation accounts? I would argue against that.
...in the Hebrew Bible are pieces of poetry, because narrative developed well after poetry. And so, in fact, we think we can date the beginning of historical narrative prose in alphabetic scripts, of which Hebrew would have been one, to around the middle of the 9th century BC. That's the first time we see historical narrative prose in alphabetic scripts. And so when we see narrative in Hebrew...
All right. I believe, Joel, you contacted my boy.
I did.
Benjamin Kilker,
I contacted your boy, yeah.
He's been super helpful with a lot of videos in terms of giving me notes and papers, and so...
He's awesome, and he's so smart. Yeah, he actually said he'd watch this too. Yeah, so the dating of Genesis 1 and 2, again, difficult. Depends on a whole bunch of methodological assumptions. I'm not going to go into that now. But he says there was... he asked the question, was there alphabetic script and narrative before the 9th century? Or I'm asking that. And then Dan says there... Did y'all hear that? Did he say... He said that, right? There, we can't... We think there was not narrative before the 9th century. So alphabetic script... in the same way that English is written in alphabetic script, there's different ways you can do scripts for languages. If my memory serves me, I believe it goes back to the beginning of the 2nd millennium as current evidence is arising. So about 1,000 years before. We actually don't have Hebrew texts from the end of the end of the Bronze Age, the Late Bronze Age, Mike, when you date the Exodus, that kind of thing. So Dan's argument is one from silence. We don't have Hebrew texts. We also have no Hebrew text from the Persian period. So it's like an argument for like, did they not write in the Persian period? No. That's not a foregone conclusion. There is narrative prose attested in the 11th century in Egypt. So this is one of the things that that Benjamin Kilcore pointed out to me when I asked him about it. By the way, he actually has an article in a very a good journal. I'm not going to say who because it's in process. That's been accepted where he's been writing on these things on literary history in like the Late Bronze Age and beyond, and the Iron Age. As far as I'm aware, I might be getting that a little bit wrong, but that's generally he told me what he's writing on. So there is a narrative text. So again, not in alphabetic script, but in Egypt, it is the report of Wenumen about 175 BCE. So narrative prose, but not in alphabetic script. So that's one thing to say. So there's no Hebrew text, and then we also do have an Egyptian narrative prose before. And he actually brought another point in, which I'll bring in now. He messaged me again, and he said, actually, there's a version of Gilgamesh, not in poetry, from in Hittite city. I can't remember the name of it. In any case, there's a version of Gilgamesh from, I think, the 13th
They got
century.
rid of that crazy room it looked like with all
but
the
again, prose version.
terracotta warriors.
Again, not alphabetic script, so you might say, well, that's not fair. Dan didn't claim that. So can we pull up my slides again?
Yep.
So I'm just going to cite Dr. Kilcourt here. This is him, and this is private correspondence.
Yeah.
I probably should do something like this when I'm reviewing a video. Start taking notes of like timestamps that I think are important
consensus that does not exist.
to comment on.
So Dan said, we know that narrative prose didn't come before the 9th century. And by the way, if everybody's not clear what's going on here, therefore, many of these texts, these prose texts have to be later. Pentateuch has to be later. Has to be all these things have to be later, and the poetry is earlier. But Kilcourt is saying that does not exist in the literature. That consensus. Second, the argument about the development of prose in alphabetic text is problematic because we have so few alphabetic texts from early times that we cannot really know. In my opinion, the claim of such a development is pure speculation. So, where is this coming? He thinks this is, you can't base this. There's no evidence for this. Because again, there's nothing there. It's argument from silence. The facts about the situation in the late Bronze Age in the southern Levant are as follows: 1, Canaan was under Egyptian rule, and the writing culture was influenced by the Egyptians. So he says Hebrew words such as ink, papyrus are Egyptian loanwords that were probably incorporated in Hebrew during the Bronze Age. In Egypt, prose narratives already existed at the time. So Canaan under Egyptian rule, writing culture influenced by Egyptians. We just saw an Egyptian text with narrative prose, and we know that kind of thing would have been making its way into the land of Canaan. The lingua franca was Akkadian, so the Egyptians also conducted international correspondence in Akkadian. You can see the Amarna letters, and cuneiform schools were widespread in the southern Levant, Gezer and Megiddo. So again, we've got a spoken the lingua franca for everybody, Akkadian, also Egyptian influence going on. These are facts. 3, alphabetical writing established itself in Levant parallel to the cuneiform culture, which is that way of writing, which can be seen very clearly in Ugarit, where the same scribes conducted international correspondence in Akkadian and wrote local traditions in Ugaritic using an alphabetic cuneiform script. The few Ugaritic myths and epics that we have are indeed written in poetic form. Ugarit was, however, under Hittite domination and did not have an Egyptian writing culture. But if there are Proto-Israelite traditions dating back to the late Bronze Age, then scribes from that period in the southern Levant were familiar with 3 literary cultures: Egyptian, hieratic, not hieroglyphic, Mesopotamian, cuneiform, and alphabetic, Northwest, and Semitic. Since at least one of these writing cultures knew a prosaic narrative form, Egypt, the argument that only poetic alphabet narratives are possible based on the evidence from Ugarit is, in my opinion, weak. Did I miss? Yeah, there you go. So, in other words, we know it in Egypt. We know Egypt was influential at the time in Canaan, in that area. There's no reason to think that there wouldn't be narrative prose there, even if it's non-existent, because we have so few texts, anyways. He actually went on. I won't cite him at length here, but he talked to me as well about that. We just have so few texts. We've got a few from Ugarit, all which are in poetic form. We have a Balaam inscription, also in poetic form. That's it for alphabetic Northwest Semitic narrative texts. We have nothing else prior to the Hellenistic time. So it's, again, he's just saying it's an argument from silence. It's guesswork. Yeah.
See, a little bit of research goes a very long way.
Yeah, so the Akkadian into Hittite for Gilgamesh was at Hattusa. Yeah, that's what I had it right. In a prose version in the 14th or 13th century. Yeah.
No, it's very fascinating. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that claim that really flagged in my mind, because I went, how does he know that? I don't read that anywhere. Why did Dan say that? As though it's like an established fact. Now again, maybe I'm missing something. Maybe Ben's missing something, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Yeah. Okay. There we go. So that was a little bit of a side tangent from our topic on gods, but I like to really make sure I try and get the facts as I come into these things.
Yeah. No, it's very interesting. I appreciate that. And Kilker does great work too, as I've said before. He really helped with my video. Are there 2 creation accounts? So it's based a lot on his work. So yeah, he's very good stuff. So let me put back this up. We'll play the next clip.
And there are other places in this poem in Deuteronomy 32 where that happens. Verse 43, for instance. A lot of people will throw at me, the passages that say, I am and there is no other, is monotheistic. They'll insist that means there are no other gods. And you see that in Deuteronomy 32, 39. I think the exact statement is, I am he. I am he, there is no God besides me. But then when you get to Deuteronomy 32:43, and if you're reading the King James Version, you're not going to see this. But again, we have something odd going on in the Septuagint, and then we found a fragment, a manuscript from the Dead Sea Scrolls that shows us what it originally read. So in the Dead Sea Scrolls, it says, worship him, all you gods. And this is actually probably being quoted in Psalm 97:7. But if you look in the King James Version, you have, rejoice, O ye nations, with his people, for he will avenge the blood of his servants and will render vengeance to his adversaries and will be merciful unto his land and to his people. Like, that doesn't really have anything to do with gods. But if you go look in the Septuagint, you have, strengthen him, all you angels of God. And again, Septuagint likes to translate Elohim as angels, but the Septuagint seems to double up the passage. It has two different takes on it. Kind of it has closer to the original take, and then it has something a little closer to the Masoretic text. So it was probably preserving two different variations on this tradition. And then the Masoretic text went one way, but we recovered the Dead Sea Scroll fragment. And so already you can see, even anciently, there are folks who are uncomfortable with all these references to gods going on and are trying to edit them to try to mitigate the not just the presence and the existence, but the function of these other gods.
Okay, so we've got.
Yeah, I'm actually going to. I had a slide on this, but I contacted who I consider to be kind of the leading expert in Greek Deuteronomy this morning, and he got back to me. I contacted him before, and he got back to me this morning. And the text is just too textually complex to even discuss here, I think. So Dan mentions two potential readings there. It is possible, that there are two readings. So my friend, this is Jean Moret. He's writing the next critical commentary on Greek Deuteronomy. He actually thinks that, if you want to throw my slides just so people see it. Yeah. He thinks that, what's going on? The rendering Hiu Theu, the first underline there, sons of God being in the text, and then angels of God is the next underlined one there, and then the Dead Sea Scrolls say just gods. He thinks that both the Septuagint texts are possibly actually later, and they shouldn't be representative of the initial translation. And so this is just a really complex text, and I think we should just move on from it. I don't think it's evident that the translator translated sons of God, even though they had Elohim. It very well could be that the initial translator just had gods and didn't care, which would go against the hypothesis that in the Hellenistic era, at least early on, that was a problem. But again, these things there's more to it. There's people are saying gods about everything. There are lots of mentions of gods in even the New Testament period. Dan will mention Paul talks about the gods, right, and then calls them demons, which we saw even in Deuteronomy itself. Yeah. Okay, let's move on from that. We're getting pretty late here and pretty long. Let's go to the next one, the 44, 45, and then I might skip a few ones after that, and I'll let you know.
Yeah, just let me know what you want to do.
Got this fascinating passage in Deuteronomy where nations seem to be being assigned by the Most High. So whoever the Most High is seems to be divvying up like the world and its nations according to the number of the sons of God, meaning that like there are these sort of minor deities underneath the Most High, and the nations are split up amongst those deities. And so Yahweh presumably is one of these deities, and Yahweh gets Israel. But other nations go to other gods. So the idea that we end up with here is that Yahweh, at least in this passage, is sort of given the land of Israel, but nothing else. So Yahweh is a local God. Right. Christians, again, are going to listen to that and go, no, Yahweh is the singular God of all people.
Yeah.
So the first piece of evidence they might give to say that is, you've already mentioned it, God says, there are no other gods beside me. In the same passage in Deuteronomy, he says, like, I am he or whatever, I am God, there is no other. He doesn't say I'm the best. He doesn't say I'm better than anyone else. He says I am the only one.
Yes. And this is and I can talk about two things. One, there are data elsewhere in the Hebrew Bible that are supportive of this interpretation of Adonai as a territorial deity. And we can get to that in a second. But the there are no other is also kind of territorial rhetoric. And Nathan MacDonald is a scholar out of Cambridge who's written a wonderful book called Deuteronomy and the Meaning of Monotheism, where he goes into a very close reading of all these texts as they exist in Deuteronomy to talk about what seems to be going on here. And the language of there is no other, or there's none besides me, he shows that in other places where this is used, it is limited by the rhetorical scope. Like, it always has to do with whatever the context is. Like, there's somebody who's in a tent, and the question is, do you have a sword? And he says, there is none. And that does not mean universally swords do not exist. It means within the scope of relevance of this circumstance, there's not one here. And he shows that when you see this I am and there is no other rhetoric, it's always in the context of telling Israel, I'm the one who saves you. I'm the one who delivers you. It's me. There is no other. And what he suggests is that a close interrogation of this language leads to the conclusion that this language is saying, I'm the only one for you. Don't look anywhere else. I am the only one that matters. It's about an exclusive relationship, not any kind of ontological exclusivity. And one of the reasons that we think this is that, particularly in Deuteronomy, but we see it as well in Deutero-Isaiah, there are references to other gods. And so why would they be saying there no other gods exist, but also there are these gods over here? That rhetoric doesn't make much sense unless this is about an exclusive relationship.
She's not happy about it.
You want to throw up my slides there?
Yeah,
so I think we can kind of work backwards from this. I'm going to try to move pretty fast because it's getting late and everyone's getting tired, I'm sure. But this actually is really important stuff here. And so I think if we could start with the idea of ontological
I gotta go to the bathroom. So I'm gonna get up for a minute.
Might have things to say here as well.
We'll be right back.
But this is from Lynch, that same article, monotheism in Deuteronomy. And so again, like, what are we saying when we talk about divine beings, and what are we saying when we talk about Yahweh? And so he has this awesome chart. It's really easy to see. Like, Yahweh is both divine being, so part of that realm of the Elohim, but also incomparable completely, right? And so all of that encapsulates Yahweh. So in the Venn diagram, there is a crossover of deity, but there's an entire other section which does not have the other gods within. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so again, would we call that ontological exclusivity? I mean, again, you could.
Depends what you mean by the phrase ontological exclusivity.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, and he brings up Nathan MacDonald and his argument that it's kind of about so Dan specifically said this, it's about exclusive relationship and not about ontological exclusivity. When it talks about, like, I am the only God, there is no other. Is it just about exclusive relationship? It's a question. Okay, so actually, Lynch deals with MacDonald, or talks about MacDonald's take. And so I'm going to read this a bit here. This is the last time I'm going to do any sort of wordy, long reading, just so everyone knows. MacDonald may go too far. So MacDonald may go too far when he claims that Deuteronomy never offers a doctrine of God that can be deemed monotheism. I contend that a reframed conception of monotheism can illuminate Deuteronomy's specific concerns. But his point stands that a history of religion's approach to monotheism often obscures the specific rhetorical context and concerns that give rise to monotheizing language. For MacDonald, even texts which seem so unambiguously monotheistic are intimately related to demands on Israel to remain loyal to Yahweh. Israel did not intellectualize its understanding of Yahweh in any way analogous to the way the term monotheism has tended to function since the Enlightenment. To that end, MacDonald helpfully problematizes the very use of the term monotheism. So we're talking about this. Therefore, we need to attend to A, the meaning and the usefulness of monotheism as a category, and B, Deuteronomy's rhetorical aims. Scholars have also drawn attention to the importance of understanding monotheistic rhetoric in Isaiah, which Dan also points to. Scholars tend to proceed with the assumption that monotheism requires an explicit declaration that Yahweh is the only deity, and or that other deities do not exist. This seems straightforward until we observe the prevalence of Elohim and Elim in late biblical and later Jewish texts. Even in obviously late texts like the Song of the Sabbath Sacrifice, the heavens are duly populated divinities and holy ones, and Yahweh is called the God of gods. Such texts highlight a phenomenon also extant in the earlier biblical material. Terms for deity are applied to greater or lesser beings. The more obvious point is that the major monotheistic religions today all hold to some belief that divine beings of many sorts exist. If the term monotheism carries any heuristic usefulness for characterizing Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then the criteria of a depopulated heaven, except God, will not suffice.
Right.
So is it clear what he's saying there? That yes, there are things called deities, but are they categorically the same as Yahweh and the way that Yahweh is described? And he would say, no.
Mm-hmm.
I'm probably just going to skip over this here. He basically goes into why he thinks monotheism is still a helpful term instead of something like henotheism and monolatry. I'll let you all take a look at it if you want. You can come back on the stream and pause it. Yeah. Again, at the bottom here, that there's a categorical third line, categorical supremacy and exclusive demands that Yahweh has. So he is categorically different.
Yeah, I think that's an important point. I mean, like, it's here's what I was thinking watching this the first time. What exactly could they have said in ancient Hebrew that would have given the message that Yahweh is species unique, like that would have satisfied Dan's requirements? I don't think it existed based on what the cultural context gave us, what the language of ancient Hebrew gave us. I think we're just asking for something that just did not exist. And again, as you mentioned earlier, a lot of this is rhetoric. This is not like a deep, like, so like, what do you expect them to say to satisfy your requirements? I think you've put such unreasonable requirements on the biblical text and then assume they agree with this one interpretation you have. And I just think that works. And that's what I was getting when I was listening to Dan.
Yeah, well, I mean, right at the top here is really helpful. He says, rhetoric, as you said, involves the expression of Yahweh's categorical supremacy. Framed this way, Yahweh is not just a bigger and better version of other deities, but Yahweh is of a wholly different being. This definition allows for the Bible to set the terms by which that supremacy is expressed without trying to squeeze text to make claims about the number of deities in the heavens that they might not want to make. For instance, some express Yahweh's supremacy in relation to his unique acts performed for Israel without reference to other deities. Others express Yahweh's supremacy in relation to his exclusive political claims. Still others will attend to the inactivity of the so-called other gods. Focusing on rhetoric avoids unnecessary theological speculation about the beliefs of biblical writers, which may not be accessible to us. Remember I told you about this with the example of the coach? Yeah. Rhetoric focuses on the persuasive purposes of the traditions with due consideration for their theological implications. This rhetorical emphasis is especially fitting for a study of Deuteronomy, which scholars have long recognized to be homiletic and didactic in tone. And so he's going to go on, he'll talk more about that you can talk about no other gods and still have other subservient divine beings at Yahweh's disposable when you're talking in these rhetorical terms. So it is acknowledging Dan's point, but not taking it so far as to say it's not talking as though the author just thought it was about just a relationship between us. That's what it means for me to be the only God. It's actually making a statement about who God is in a much greater way, at least the biblical God. Okay, I'll skip that, and then we can hop to Deuteronomy, and then probably we can start wrapping things up. We can skip a bunch of the end stuff.
Okay.
Do you want to hit? Do you want to do this part of the video?
Yeah, sure. Let's. We've just played that part. What part do you want me to play? Yeah.
Oh, that's the same one.
No, it's 48 is the new timestamp, I think.
Maybe not. Let me look at my notes here.
Yeah, we just played to 48.
Oh, we did. We played to 48:11.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because they did talk about Deuteronomy. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
It's late for me. I've been going since 5 a.m.
Yeah. Well, let's do this, and we'll just wrap up, and I'll do super chats.
Let me do some super chats. I'll take a look. I think we're basically good here. So basically, the idea is Deuteronomy 32:8-9, where El Elyon, he apportions to the sons of God, the nations to the sons of God, and Yahweh's portion was Israel. Is that talking about a high God apportioning for Yahweh? Does everyone understand what we're talking about here? Like, it's not Yahweh apportioning, it's a high God apportioning, and Yahweh is one of these lower tier deities, and he gets an apportion of land. That's the interpretation. So I just pulled one citation here from Hundley, Yahweh Among the Gods. This is not an evangelical resource. And I'm just going to point you to the underline. While the author or redactor of Deuteronomy likely equated Yahweh with Elyon, One could argue that El Elyon originally may have been the high god, while Yahweh was one of the second-tier sons of God to whom the various peoples were allotted. So, again, first line, likely equated Yahweh and Elyon. And then again, while El Elyon originally may have referred to a god other than Yahweh in some traditions, the Hebrew text nonetheless makes sure to connect them. So, again, it's a possibility, that reading, but it's not a given. And then the rest of the Pentateuch, he talks about the non-P Pentateuch, which would not include Deuteronomy. Yahweh and El are merged. So whoever brought this text together, they have a pretty unified view of El Elyon, the term used in Deuteronomy 32, 8 and 9.
Well,
8.
you mean,
go ahead.
Even with the rest of Deuteronomy, I mean, verse 39, see that I am he, and there is no God beside me. And then verse 43, rejoice with him, O heavens, bow down to him, all gods. I mean, the author of the poem in Deuteronomy 32 clearly thinks that Yahweh is the Most High. I beat this argument to death on this channel, how just lacking it is and how much you're just stretching this one tiny few verses at the beginning of the poem to make it say, like, yeah, Yahweh was a son. It's like, yeah, you divorce it from its context. And if you read what you want into that, again, there's no smoking gun. It's like Psalm 82. They have to read a lot into it and ignore the context. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, and I mean, I just point out here just some parallelism in the poetry. It's the idea the first part is about apportioning peoples and then fixing borders, and then it's about apportioning peoples again. And in the parallelism, it doesn't require that the Most High is Yahweh, but it at least could be suggestive of that. Take it or leave it. And then as well, I've heard people say that, oh, but it's an inheritance. Nachal means to inherit, and an inheritance has to be given. Again, that's a presupposition about how we understand inheritances. That does not necessitate that the word Nachal meant that for them. And now I don't have it in front of me, but I remember going through some of the other ancient Near Eastern sources, and I said this earlier, Mike, that you can get a Nachal, like here, Yahweh taking in a people for his inheritance without someone giving it to you. It's just a lasting possession that you now have. It's something in your retinue, in your possession. So you don't have to have Yahweh having a portion as is Israel means that somebody gave it to Yahweh. You can take a Nahal. You can conquer a land. I believe there was, I can't remember the source, a cognate language where it was using Nahal for conquering lands. So like they conquered somewhere and they got a Nahal. Well, no one gave it to you.
Here's Judges 18:1.
Yeah.
In those days, the tribe of the people of Dan were seeking for itself an inheritance to dwell in. For until then, no inheritance among the tribes Israel had fallen to them, and then they go and they take their own inheritance. That's what the story is telling.
They take it. Yeah, I mean that particular verse you gave, you could be argued the other way, but yeah, the idea of the lexical semantics of what is inherent in the term Nachal, you'd have to make a case that necessitates giver. I don't think it does. I think you could have an inheritance without having a giver.
Deuteronomy 4 as well. Deuteronomy 4, Yahweh is clearly the Most High, and He has an inheritance. That doesn't mean it was given to him by someone. We're reading what we want into the text. It's like we're reading. So the English word inheritance, we tend to think that as it's giving someone. We're taking the English meaning. I think we're reading too much into the Hebrew.
Yeah. All right. So I think we could probably get. So can I just make a couple comments about things just quickly? We're just gonna skip over pretty much everything.
Sure. Yeah.
So a few things. Dan does go on to talk about the Shema. Hear is the Lord our God. The Lord is one. And says like the one for you, like the only one for me. I actually agree with Dan. You can see Kevin Grosso's work on that. He has a linguistic analysis of it, and it does seem to be that's what that phrase particularly means. Yeah. And you can also look at Zechariah 14:9, where there will be a future day when Yahweh is one, and so it's not an ontological statement. It's a statement about Yahweh being the only one for His people and for the world. I agree with that. He goes on to talk about the hyperbolic language in Isaiah 47:8, where Babylon says, "I am, and there's none besides me." And that's the same language that God uses in the previous context. And so it's like, oh, okay, well, is there actually no other God, or is there actually no other nation? Again, no one's here is saying that there's no other deity, right? It's rather what is the function of the rhetoric, which is that there's no one who's like Yahweh. No one even comes close, as we saw with Lynch. I'm going to skip over all that. I think it's even contestable that text where it says Babylon says, I am, and there's none besides me, is actually referring to comparing to other nations. It might be actually comparing just specifically to Yahweh, because the Babylon is said to quote, or is portrayed as quoting like a bunch of texts from. Actually, you can throw my screen on for a sec. I'm not gonna actually go through. I'm just gonna put it on the screen so people can see.
She keeps doing
So that's
makes it sound like she's got a burp or something.
Babylon's being compared to God as
got a burp or something.
Prerogative and not being compared to the rest of the nations. That's not the point. anyways, that could be, I'm sure, contested, and I know there's a text in Zephaniah. I'm not going to talk about it right now. Yeah, other than that, I think we can skip all that,
I mean,
oh yeah,
we
there,
can't.
there was the text in Exodus 21. Okay, give me my slides for 60 seconds. I'm doing
You got
it. 60 seconds. Because this is actually my area. So I am a scholar of the Covenant Code.
So real quick, let me just explain. He's arguing that in Exodus 21, when it says you bring the slave before the Elohim, which is often translated as judges. He's actually arguing these should be like household gods, is what Dan said in the video. That the reference here is that they bring it before like this pantheon or these household gods. Because what you see in your English is that you bring the slave before the judges and you pierce his ear. And the Hebrew, it's Elohim. So that's what Dan is arguing. But now respond.
And Dan rightly says that judges is not what how Elohim doesn't refer to judges in the Hebrew Bible. Completely agree, and most would agree. But it is not clear what how Elohim is in these contexts. It could be a sanctuary. It could be to a gate. It could be household deity. Sure, it could be more just. There are a few options there. I want to show you just Prop, who is a great critical commentator, and at the top here says, "I and most modern scholars are not convinced that Elohim refers to human authority, so judges, great." And then talks about different options in that middle paragraph there, and then right at the bottom says, says most likely, and I can't actually see because there we go. Ha Elohim in 21:6 bears its ordinary meaning. The master and slave resort to Yahweh, perhaps in order to swear that the commitment is for lifelong servitude, that it's voluntary. So he says, there are other ways to think about it, but most likely, and it's the critical scholar, that it means it's ordinary meaning, you're going to God. And then also, that's 21:6, and then also in 22:7 or 8, I'm actually writing an article on this right now in the Septuagint, so I've thought a ton about this. I'm in the final stages. And
you should do a video just on this. You should just do a video on Nexus 21 thing. Oh,
yeah, there's so much I could do on this. I have so many videos I just don't have time to make. So there's a plural verb. So it says in 22:8 and 9 it says whoever at the bottom there, they will come to Ha Elohim, whoever Elohim declares. And so declares could be read as a plural, and Dan mentions that, like, oh hey, if it's plural, it must mean gods because the verb is declined as a plural, so it would be a plural odd person or thing doing the action of the verb. But in fact, it's in the middle here. You'll see it's ambiguous, as Prop says. MT vocalizes it in one way, but there are different ways you could think about it. And there are times even when we find plural verbs in relation to Yahweh. I don't think all the examples that Prop gives at the top here are the best, but some of them I think do work. Again, it's not clear in this text. It doesn't mean to be read as a plural verb, and it's not clear that the plural verb is a rule for saying that these are gods. So again, I don't think that this is. Dan can make the claim, but to say that this is for sure, no. And is this even agreed upon? No. And there are other options as really that they're just going to God, to Yahweh in maybe a shrine or something. That's totally plausible in this text based on these things. I have kind of passed over it very quickly, but I thought people should know. And this is my area, so I can't skip out of it. Like I said, I'm writing an article on this verse right now. Anyways, that's all. My throat's now dying, so let's do something else. Do some super chats or something.
Yeah. I mean, so maybe we could argue the plural verbs when they refer to Yahweh is the Trinity. You see?
Oh, yeah. You got it.
It's actually
Muhammad.
Got
him now.
It's Muhammad.
Got him. Yeah, the Exodus 21, I don't think is worth. I thought that was one of his better arguments, but again, when you brought the prop stuff, I was like, okay, yeah, I see what's going on here again. A lot of reading into what we want to be there, unfortunately. Could you let me know which of your biblical archaeology videos are still reliable, since I've noticed some issues with the Sodom and Gomorrah one? Yeah, that's the one I took issue with because new research came out after I made that video and put some shade on it. So I put a note under that video if I remember correctly. Hope I did. I remember doing that. But saying that there's some problems with this one. So most of them I still stand by. Sometimes I get some timeline issues wrong, and on dating of the Exodus. But other than that, a lot of stuff comes from Kenneth Kitchen, like on Abraham, for example. Maybe I've written an argumentative essay in college and wanted to do it on Christianity being beneficial for society. Where can I get studies you cited in your debates? You go to college, you should have databases. You just pull those all up. You should be able to have access to all that stuff. Just go to your library and go to the databases there and look at the studies I use. Pull them up. I put them all in there so you can easily grab them. That's what I'd say. How would an infant understand Acts 16:32? Look up a verse. And they spoke the word of the Lord to him and all who were in his house. Are you talking about like infant baptism?
Probably.
Yeah, I mean, but it still says they baptized the whole household. So I don't see what the problem, like with Cornelius, for example. So I don't see the issue. Regarding Second Maccabees, I think the point was that humankind was created out of the soil and not literally out of nothing. Hence, no ex nihilo. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, sure, possibly. Yeah. Again, I just wasn't. I didn't. It was the copulation thing that I was getting at with Dan.
Yeah.
That doesn't. I don't think that's a necessary or even obvious reading of the text. But yeah.
Is it just a coincidence that Dan seems to take the most liberal interpretation of every contested passage?
Is that for me?
And I mean, he does take a lot of liberal views. I don't know.
If you would say every.
Yeah, people have biases. People have like I don't know.
He's
I
got
don't
his
know.
liberal
I have
bias.
biases. Like I try to acknowledge them. I don't know. I don't know all of Dan's takes.
Listening to Dan makes me miss Michael Heiser even more than ever. I like Heiser. I think Heiser would have buried him. There's a back and forth arguments between them for a while in articles.
In 2011, I think it was.
Yeah,
there's a really fun. There's a really fun like blog post exchange to see between Heiser and Dan.
Yeah, check that out. Do you think Dan is genuinely ignorant or is just straight up dishonest? I feel like Christians need to stop treating this garbage with grace. It leads people who don't know better to be astray. Well, I don't think we should say Dan is stupid or ignorant. He's clearly very intelligent.
Mm-hmm.
I just think he needs to be more careful with his words. I mean, and he does make mistakes. I mean, him and I had a debate back and forth on the no true Scotsman fallacy, and he just blatantly did not understand it and got it wrong, unfortunately. He still has not come out and said, I emailed philosophers and I was like, am I wrong here? And they said, typically when I email philosophers, Dan knows this, you get like paragraphs. No, I just got, nope, you're right. He's wrong. He gets the fallacy. He does not understand what the no true Scotsman fallacy is. So yeah, I don't know what to tell you. It's just sometimes people get biased and stubborn and it's unfortunate. But I don't think we should say I think we should try to be as charitable as we possibly can.
And everybody should receive grace.
Yes.
This is a super chat for you. He says you're a legend.
It's true.
That was on your. That's on your thing. So you got another super chat. Good. I've seen a modern day debate is scrambling to find you a debate partner. Dan McClellan, where you at? And where did you say Dan mentioned you recently? It was on a New Evangelicals podcast a while back, like 3 months ago or something, and I just tucked it away. But yeah, he was ranting about our exchange on the no true Scotsman fallacy, and since saying he was still right, even though I'm like, no, you're demonstrably wrong. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
But yeah, he won't debate me. I'm too dishonest, apparently. For him to debate me.
Question, Joel. Just really quick side question. I've noticed a lot of biblical scholars that deal primarily in the Old Testament or in the Dead Sea Scrolls or anything like that. There seems to be like this animosity towards philosophy, at least that I've received anecdotally. Is that a normal thing in your experience, or is this just... And if you just don't have an answer to that, I'm just giving my anecdotal experience.
Yeah, I don't know.
Listen, yeah, I've seen a lot of animosity towards philosophy among biblical scholars, and it's really sad because it's very lacking in that field. I feel like we wouldn't have things like the assumptions with the documentary hypothesis, for example, to give one. If people had better, as Michael Heiser said, I just wish that they would take one class on logic. I said that a while ago, and yeah, it's there. I mean, Joel Baden was apparently responding to me on Apologia's channel recently, and he basically admitted, yeah, there's a lot of circular reasoning going on here on our side. I was like, oh, thanks for that. I appreciate that, Joel. I appreciate the honesty. Hey, IP, you should say that you'll reveal your denomination if someone donates 10,000. Also, thanks for noticing me, Senpai. No, I'm not
how
gonna.
You didn't say the last part.
I'm not gonna say the last part.
Oh well.
I have standards. You know that gets you removed. Anyway,
He's done. Get out of here, Sam.
He's done. He's out. Yeah. And so, fortunately, I gave him access to let himself back in. So just have to keep doing it until he learns his lesson.
All right.
All right, fine. Anyway, so we'll close this out.
Yay.
No, I'm not revealing my denomination because it'll just create division and fighting, and I don't want that regardless. So I'm not putting a price tag on that. All right. Subscribe to Joel. Did I link your channel below? No, I didn't.
Think you did. Please do.
I will link that below as soon as we're done. Apologize for that. Thanks for coming, everyone. We're going to close this out so Joel can go to the bathroom.
Here.
He needs to go. I can tell.
I'm talking to myself. Well,
but appreciate coming. We'll be live
or
on the
if anybody's
channel
in here.
Thursday with Dr. Joshua Sijiwati. We're doing a live call-in show so Muslims can come debate him. So come, argue Islam is the truth. We'd love to see it.
But at that
And
point, I
show
was
up.
kind of talking to myself.
So you can debate a real
Kind of
scholar, a
remembering
real
that it was
theologian. So anyway, thanks for coming, everyone. We will see you guys
Still
next
there.
time. And if you like this video, share it. But anyone who saw
All
that
right, what's
stream,
that?
that interview and was upset by it, show this. Also, comment and like. It actually does help get the stream more views. So please comment as soon as the stream ends.
Very
All
cool.
of you
Comment and
watching,
like.
that will help. Anyway, thanks for
Inspiring
coming. We'll
philosophy.
close this out.
I love your
You
stuff.
made it to the end of this video, which means this message matters to you. If you want to see more content like this reaching people for Christ, you can help make it happen. Your support makes these videos possible. Click the link below and donate today. And if you want to go even deeper, consider joining our Patreon community. You'll get early access to videos, behind-the-scenes content, and a place to connect with others passionate
nap.
about this mission.
Islamic narrative,
Oh,
and I made
did
it.
you?
Yeah, I made it as standard Islamic narrative about my. TikTok, time to rock. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everyone who's watching from all over the world. It's your friendly neighborhood philosopher here, D. Wood, and with me now I've got your friendly neighborhood historian, Raymond Ibrahim. How you doing, Raymond?
How's it going, David?
So you've caught yourself in the middle of the Nomo cult recently.
Yeah, I finally understand. I finally understand what I'm dealing with. I kind of I stepped into it rather ingenuously, thinking something else, but I'm starting to see it is in fact a cult.
It is weird, and guys, I say that because I started calling it a cult. They have all the characteristics of a cult, and a cult. Keep in mind, a cult. I mean, to be fair, like a cult is normally something that is like compromised on all the basic doctrines of something. But when I'm saying it's a cult here, it's like using cult tactics and cult methodologies to give people a cult mindset. And conspiracy theories tend to have the same effect on people, psychological effect on people, that being in a cult has. It's you've got this special knowledge and everyone else is outside of it and they don't have this special knowledge. And well, if you present this special knowledge to people and they reject it, then it's because they're evil. They know it's true, but they're rejecting it because they're against the truth and they have ulterior motives and so on. And so yeah, when someone usually signs on with a cult, then that's what they end up being. And it's the same with a lot of conspiracy theorists. Is we've got the special knowledge. Those other people, they either don't know, or if they're familiar with it, they're evil. And that's what we're finding about ourselves right now.
Yeah, and of course, there's the faith element amongst cults, and it seems that this no Mo'ari saying that Muhammad didn't exist has taken on. It's become sort of a tenet of their faith. In other words, if you attack it, you're attacking a tenet of their religion, and that's how it's become, which I didn't realize at first. And that's why they respond so irrationally and with so much vehement emotionalism, because they see it as an attack on their faith, just saying that Muhammad existed. And of course, you prove you're a horrible Christian. You're actually a Muslim. I, of course, am a Muslim. And we're all helping Islam undercover. So it's pretty bizarre stuff, which I'm only now starting to appreciate how deep this stuff goes.
And just so everyone knows, he's not exaggerating when he says it's like becoming a tenet of faith. It's like if you are not on board, you're not even a Christian, or you're an evil Christian at the very least. And we're going to be checking out some of that. Part of me wants to zoom in on you more because I have Zoom feature here, so I can zoom in on your head so that we're the same size. But I don't want to cover up.
Try to get closer.
No. I'm saying, but no, because I could do it right here. I could do it easily. But I also don't want to cover up your guns. You know what I mean? Because that's part of like the intimidation factor.
What you gonna do, brother? All right, that's a shout out to the Hulkster.
Hey, and
I used to be a Hulkamaniac at the time when Hulkamania ran wild. Like '87. I was like 14 or 13. So that was the first generation of Hulkamaniacs.
You don't have to tell me that was the greatest. By the time it was, I remember it was because they had WrestleMania 1, they had WrestleMania 3. WrestleMania 3 was where it really exploded, and you had Andre the Giant versus Hulk Hogan and
big
stuff.
Body slam.
Yep, I was a Hulk. Well, it was weird because my favorite was Roddy Piper. my favorite was Roddy Piper.
Was funny.
But I love the way he was always trash talking and stuff. But how are we talking about? Oh, we were talking about your guns. Yeah. So notice, if we wanted to argue like them, right? If we wanted to argue like them, and guys, we're going to see this. We're not exaggerating. In fact, we are understating how bad this is. Every single thing we say, it's for some ulterior motive. And I've seen that we're being paid. We're being paid by wealthy, oil-rich Muslims to defend Muhammad's existence, because if we don't defend it, then Jay Smith will completely destroy Islam with his powerful no-mo arguments. I've seen it's because I'm being paid by Israel, so Israel's paying me to defend Muhammad's existence, because if I don't know why they wouldn't want Islam wiped out by Jay Smith's powerful arguments and so on. But there's always some sinister motive.
And mine is very obvious. I'm just Ibrahim. So I was always a clandestine Muslim, and now the truth's come out. Now everyone knows what I've really been up to, which is, defending Muhammad.
Yeah. So now the truth is out. He's defending, and we hear that too. It's like we're secretly helping the Dawa guys and trying to prop up Islam, and we're trying to get Muslims who left Islam because of the powerful case of Jay Smith. We're trying to bring them back into Islam, even though I've never seen a Muslim leave because of these arguments. I've seen thousands. I've seen thousands of Muslims leaving because of the problems with Islam. But yeah, so we're working for all sorts of really, really terrible people, and that means we're evil. But notice, if we wanted to argue like that, it'd be very easy. Jay Smith is jealous of Raymond Ibrahim's big muscles, and it's giving him an inferiority complex, and so that's why he's lashing out at Raymond and so on. It's like, who would think that is like not the dumbest thing they've ever heard in their entire lives? But we could if we wanted to go in that direction. Fortunately,
they're desperate. That's why they do. That's why their argumentation has just devolved into such caricatures. They don't have anything else, as we're going to see.
All right, so before we jump into, we got video clips, we've got tons of screenshots of comments from the Nomo fans. Just for anyone who's new here, why don't you give a little background into what you've spent your life doing and so on, and basically how you got into this this particular topic recently.
Okay. Yeah, I've been doing this stuff for probably 20 years. My first article published, I think, around 2005, and I've just been, I studied it academically, Islam and the Middle East and the medieval era, especially history, the Arabic language, worked at the Library of Congress for many years, focusing on that field. First book came out in 2007, The Al-Qaeda Reader. Been writing books since, specifically really focused on history lately, including the most popular ones, probably Sword and Scimitar, 14 Centuries of War Between Islam and the West, which gives a broad overview of the historical conflict. I'm actually, the truth is, this is the irony, I'm so not interested in Muhammad. Muhammad was sort of like the entrance thing. It was the fun child's play back in the early 2000s for me, learning about him. And then I decided, okay, now it's time to kind of move on and look at the actual history of Muslims century by century. And we'll get to how I got suckered into this, but I've always found that much more, I think, telling rather than always, of course, talking about Muhammad is important, which is why you and I are doing it. But anyway, and so I continued, and that's essentially what I do now is mostly write the books, articles, and I got my little YouTube channel, which I've basically been working on this last year, and it's growing, and I'm happy about that. And yeah, so how I got into this is because I would write articles or I'd make videos, or in my books, I would still have to mention Muhammad once in a while, right? Even though I talk about usually events after his life. And it would just never fail. There would have to be someone who comes crashing in hysterically, always in all caps with exclamation marks, screaming about how I thought you were smart. I liked everything you said up until you got to Muhammad and proved how dumb you are. And then it would follow, and you haven't read what Jay Smith says, or you haven't watched Jay Smith. Everyone knows Muhammad never existed. Are you crazy? Okay, so that started happening a lot. And originally I would just ignore it. And I've always been familiar with the skepticism towards early Islam and even the claims that Muhammad never existed. And I just never bought them for various reasons. So long story short, I decided to make a video, which I cut in 2 parts, just to clarify to people, because a lot of these attacks that would come to me would be also polite, sort of like, you're doing really well, but we want to politely inform you that you need to learn more about how Muhammad never exists, because we saw you mention him as if he was real. Okay, so I wanted to make clear to people, yeah, I understand the arguments, and I just don't buy them. So yeah, to me, Muhammad is real, and I talk about him in that sense. And then at the same time, I explained why I believe the no-mo position is so futile, especially against Muslims. And we can get into that, but I think you already know. It's really the weakest polemic. And the reason it's the weakest polemic is because, as I explained in those videos, the questions that we're dealing with, and the reason this is such an annoying and vexatious nonstop thing, is because the question of a person's existence or non-existence 14 centuries ago will never be answered. Okay, not just Muhammad, any historical figure. We will never definitively be able to say Muhammad or anyone from 1,400 years ago, or even 1,000 years ago, or even 500-600 years ago, say that person didn't exist or that person did exist. Okay, and in order to get a Muslim to believe that, you better concretely prove it without a shadow of doubt. But it can't be done. And I'm not saying it can't be done because Muhammad did exist or didn't exist. It's just the discipline of history. If you know how it works and the historical method, that can't be done. And I'll even give you an example. I know you believe Muhammad existed. What if I were to ask you, what hypothetical evidence would you need to finally join the no camp? Group. And my point is, as you think about it and give me an answer,
I can already give
is that you have an answer?
Oh yeah.
Okay, let's hear it.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah. First, I just wanted to clarify, because there are people who tend to misunderstand things when you're saying you can't prove something from 1,400 years ago. What you're saying is like prove it with certainty, like this. Basically,
mathematical exact certainty.
Yeah. Yeah, so history is basically probabilistic. You're always arguing based on probabilities and so on.
Right.
And so you're saying there's no scenario
you need
where
certainty, though, to get a Muslim to believe you is what I'm saying, not probability.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like whatever case you think you have, It's never going, since you're dealing with probabilities, and it's never going to be enough to convince a Muslim that Muhammad didn't exist, and therefore, why would you go down this road? Yeah, so
or even to convince me as a non-Muslim, because a lot of the bottom line is whatever evidence a person can show, whether it's a coin or a map or whatever, something written or not written, there is always 100 responses to it. Okay. And that's why in my initial videos, I said, I don't even have to know Jay Smith's arguments to know that I can disagree with them, because I know they can't have, there's certain truths which are like mathematical truths, okay? And if you're a Muslim or a Jew or a Christian or an atheist, you believe it, right? Radical Muslims and Christians all agree 2 + 2 = 1, 4. They all believe we need oxygen. They all believe we need food, okay? That's because these are concrete, incontrovertible proofs. The questions of history will never reach that certainty. You're right. Of course, there's probability, right? But without certainty, then I don't need to even know your argument, because I already know that the primary sources, which is the most important thing when you're doing history, support the existence of Muhammad. So just because someone can now delve in and look at maps and coins and make arguments, that's not any kind of proof to overthrow the primary sources, which is what someone like Jay Smith does. But if you can, so to give you an example, I was thinking to myself, what's the most powerful hypothetical proof to show that Muhammad didn't exist? And one thing that came to my mind.
I had my answer too.
Okay. Yeah, well, you give me yours.
Okay. Yeah, mine was, if you ask what evidence could be giving would sway me over to that side. It's pretty straightforward. I'm not thinking of any particular evidence, but I think in terms of inference to the best explanation, like here's all the evidence, basically all the evidence that's in front of me. What is the best explanation of this evidence? And if it's not just this one slightly seems better, because I could withhold judgment on something like that. If I was like 50-50, I would say I don't believe that he existed. I don't believe he didn't exist. I'm undecided on the matter. So to say I believe something kind of has to be like, 80% or something like that. Seems like 80% probability, 90% or something like that. And I'll say, okay, I believe that. So I believe that Muhammad existed, and I would say I have a high level of confidence in that. So for me to sort of join their side, they would have to show me that they have a significantly better explanation. If they just showed they have like an equally plausible explanation for his non-existence, then I would say, okay, well, I'm undecided. I don't know. I'm agnostic on the issue. For me to actually say, no, Muhammad didn't exist, they'd have to show they have a way better case that he didn't exist than that he did. The problem is anytime they give the arguments, and then the arguments will circulate for a while, and as soon as we actually sit down and examine the argument, it turns out to be based on either a lot of speculation or a lot of questionable argumentation, or just flat out nonsense, which is like that Jesus was known as Muhammad, and so that was complete nonsense. It was completely made up, and I still have them telling me it every day. I still have the nomos telling me every single day, but you haven't refuted them, Muhammad. What are you talking about? Even Jay backed off that when it was refuted to him. So anyway, yeah, that would be. Need a better explanation that isn't based on a bunch of made up stuff as soon as we examine it.
Right. So now here. Let me give you ultimately what I'm trying to get at too is that there is no kind. I'm trying to let my mind go wild and see what kind of evidence that could possibly come up with, even though I know they don't have it. But let's say this, and this is just to show you how this sort of argumentation, there's always a response to it. So what if we found a written in Arabic parchment or book from the 8th century, and it's by some Arab king who flat out says, we created in our court a man named Muhammad, and we gave him these characteristics, and we did all this to validate ourselves. Now, I'm sure the nomos would have a field day and case is closed, but it still wouldn't be closed, because guess what? The nomos' entire premise is built on conspiracy theories. Everyone's lying, everyone's hiding, everyone's misrepresenting. So how do we know that isn't the lie? You see what I'm saying? Yep. It can never be an academic exercise, especially when it's done among non-Muslims. It's just an academic exercise, as I tried to explain. So anyway, just to finalize how I got into the debate thing, and because it's really relevant to what we're going to talk about, is so I made those videos saying basically what I'm saying right now, and this is why I don't believe. This is why I do believe Muhammad exists, and I give all my reasons. And one of the most important reasons, for whoever didn't watch the debate, this is really what it comes down to, which is that historians, what they do to determine the historical veracity of a character, which happened to Jesus, by the way, is that what they do is they actually, first of all, discount the writings by their followers, okay? Because they say they're biased. So for all the people who were skeptical about Jesus, they didn't want to look at Paul, they didn't want to look at the Gospels or the New Testament because they're biased. They believe in miracles. Who's going to believe these guys? So we start looking for Roman writers who mention Jesus, right? And then they find them, right? And so the same thing happened with Muhammad. So they said, well, we're not going to look at the standard Islamic narrative. We want to find what others said. And lo and behold, there's 15 contemporary sources of these are not Muslims, so this isn't part of a conspiracy. They're not late, so you can't say, oh, this is hundreds of years after Muhammad. You can't trust it, which is itself another weak argument, because almost everything we have about historical characters from the 7th century and before is hundreds of years after their existence, and we don't say they don't exist. Okay, but so we had, and I quoted some of them, 2 years after Muhammad's life, you have someone talking about an Arabian prophet who comes with swords and chariots and promises paradise to his followers. I mean, that's a description of Muhammad to a T. We have another Armenian bishop like 20 or 30 years later who calls him by name Muhammad and then says he presents himself as a prophet in the line of the Old Testament, and he banned them from drinking alcohol. That's Muhammad, okay? And then, to show you you mentioned the Muhammad argument, and to show you how really bad this is, I don't know what argument you're referring to that Jay backed off, but the first thing that struck me as an Arabic speaker when I heard Muhammad means the praised one, and therefore it doesn't mean Muhammad the person. That's a later kind of attribution, but what he doesn't seem to understand is every single Arabic name means something laudatory, honorific, like praised one. Ahmed means the same thing. Kareem is the generous one. Azim, the mighty one. Any name that you can think of, Rashid, the swift one, they all mean something. And if you want to twist it, you can probably say they're appellations for Jesus Christ if you want. And then the other flip side of this argument, because it seems like Jay vacillates on Muhammad's name. On the one hand, he claims this, the Muhammad is the praised one to Jesus. But when you look at the writings in that I'm referring to, the contemporary non-Muslim writings in Greek, what Jay and so many others are apparently getting tripped over is how the Greeks transliterate Muhammad's name. Okay, and as you know, transliterate means you're trying to approximate and capture the sounds of a foreign language with your own alphabet. Okay, and as it happens in Greek, there is no H letter, so you cannot write Muhammad. Okay, so how would you write it? You would write Mamet. And that's exactly what they write. But others don't write that. Others put a chi because they're trying to approximate the H sound. So anyway, for Jay and others, this is proof that's not the same guy, because that's not how you spell Muhammad. And yet in this right now, today, how many ways have you seen in English Muhammad spelled? There's countless ways.
At least half a dozen that are pretty regular. So you got Muhammad with a U, Muhammad with an O.
Yeah.
And if you Muhammad and at the end it's an A, or at the end it's an E before the D. And then if you go back a century, it was very common to see Muhammad with a T on the end. And different spellings of that. Yeah. So
and one of Jay's big arguments is because sometimes in the Greek they put a T, not a D. Well, so my point, this is a transliteration. This is some guy writing in Greek in the 7th century trying to sound out this funny name and spelling it with Greek letters. This is absolutely nothing to get tripped up on. And so Jay always acts like, oh no, and the translators, they change it to Muhammad. Well, of course they do that. I'm a translator. That's exactly what you would do, because that's what they're saying. I'm not going to get caught up on the transliteration. We all know what they're talking about. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that because I think so those are the key points. And then anyway, soon thereafter, Jay started challenging me to a debate. Okay. And at first he misrepresented everything I said. He made a video just putting all kinds of words in my mouth that I didn't even say. Yeah, all sorts of positions I never said. And then I called him out on it. And then he's like, no, let's have a debate. Let's have a debate. So what does he want to debate me with? Well, I only made those 2 videos, and my 2 videos were about proving that Muhammad existed through the early non-Muslim sources and the name thing, right? But then when we had the debate, all of a sudden, and I brought all those points up, he started saying, oh, that's not what I thought we were going to talk about. Okay. So anyway, that's how I've been dragged into this. And I actually entered it in good faith because a lot of people were getting upset with what I'm saying. And I wanted to clarify and say, look, this is why I don't believe it. And there's so many other sort of important philosophical points I've been trying to make to a lot of these nomos, primarily that it really doesn't matter. This argument of Nomo only has importance and validity when it's applied to Muslims, because then it's a polemic. And yes, theoretically, it could make a Muslim doubt and leave Islam. You and I think we both agree it's very weak, but that is what it's designed for. It's a polemic, okay? But that's not what I'm seeing, and I don't think that's what you're seeing. What we're seeing is it's being weaponized against other non-Muslims and Christians.
Yeah,
and
causing division.
And in this case, and what do we gain? And it's like if I were to convert what is it, like 5 billion non-Muslims in the world, if every one of them became a no-more, what happens? Islam's going to die? Nothing will change. Nothing changes in our minds. Think about it. You and I believe Muhammad existed, but he was a false prophet. What does that mean? It means Muslims are misguided by a lie. Jay believes Muhammad never existed. What does that mean? It means Muslims are misguided by a lie. One is a fake prophet, one is a make-believe prophet. Nothing really changes in our minds, and yet it's being pushed on us non-Muslims like it's so important, and we have to. It's a cardinal of faith, and we have to accept it. Anyway, I've rambled on, so I'll let you take it over.
Yeah, I just wanted to two things. I just wanted everyone to know. We have a lot of Zoot fans in the chat. This has become I don't know if you've seen it as much as I have, but everyone's bringing up Zoot everywhere.
I am the Zoot man. I popularized the Zoot.
That's what I wanted to point out. See, I'd heard it for years, but it was always from basically the Arabic channels. And I'd hear people who follow them, and they're like, "Hey, do you know this?" and so on. Anyway, I'll hear something for years, and I'm always waiting, like, what's the right time? What's the right time? When it gets to the right time, somehow I'll just know it's the right time, and then I'll jump on an issue and start spreading it around. And it was your video. You came out with the Zoot video, and I was like, "Oh, here's a clear one. It's available in English. All right, here's the right time." So then I took clips of that, made a video out of it, and now Al Zoot is everywhere.
But the irony is I made that video specifically in response to the Nomos, because the whole point was to show, because their argument when we say the embarrassing hadith, like what's the logic? Why would Muhammad's life, if he's a made up supposedly hagiographical prophet who people should be looking up to, why is his entire biography full of embarrassing, shameful things? And the Nomo response is so weak, and it's pretty weak. It's insulting to one's intelligence. It's basically you and I are anachronizing, and we don't understand that everything that we think is embarrassing was just so cool to the 7th century Arabs. And it's kind of like, no, actually a lot of the stuff that we find embarrassing was even worse for them. Okay. So for example, how do you think 7th century Arabs, ultra uber patriarchal, all about tribal honor and manhood, think it's cool that their prophet goes out in the desert and gets ridden by a bunch of tall, naked Zut all night long? You think that's a cool thing for them? Even Ibn Kathir pointed out this is a very odd and strange hadith. It was embarrassing from day one. Okay, and there's a lot of that sort of thing. So when they argue that, oh no, we just don't get it, that was all so cool back then, that is such a weak argument that's really kind of insulting to one's intelligence.
Yeah, we're gonna see a clip of Jay and Robert responding, and to be fair, they are correct in that beliefs today do not necessarily and very frequently don't match beliefs 14 centuries ago. Yeah, so things that are embarrassing to us aren't necessarily embarrassing but there are things that we know were embarrassing even back then. And I want to say a lot of it is a lot of the speculations that come up are well, maybe there was a reason that this was acceptable, we just don't know. And that's always possible. Like, guess what? It's because you're talking about history being probabilistic. It's possible that there was some reason this was thought of as a really cool thing to do, and we just don't know it. But you'd have to think, okay, what are the odds of that? Seems pretty slim. But guess what? So if you had to do that for one thing, that would be one issue. But when you need to do that for like 10,000 different stories in the Muslim sources and say, maybe it was because of this, maybe this ruler wanted it because of this, maybe they thought semen all over his clothes was cool because of this, maybe they thought the satanic verses were awesome because of this. Now, you have to get the probability of your basically giant conspiracy here, you need to multiply all those. And so if it's like 1% times 0.5% times 10% times 2% and stuff, you get this massively improbable hypothesis. And that's what we're
And
supposed
why
to go.
complicate it so much? Why not just be able to read between the lines and say, these were people who were slavishly just writing down and memorizing anything they could. And, guess what? A lot of, as you would expect, a lot of warts came through because this man was a pretty fallible human being. And there it is on open display. And if anything, it's great proof for his existence.
Yeah, and there is an element of Occam's razor here. Like, hey, what's the simplest explanation? It's that there's a guy who did all this messed up stuff, or a lot of it, and his followers recorded some of it, versus, oh, maybe there was a ruler that we don't know about who thought getting banged out in the desert was really cool. And maybe there's this other guy who thought it was really cool being covered in semen. And maybe, and all of a sudden now you've got like 5,000 hypothetical dudes all teaching this weird, creepy stuff. And you don't know that any of these guys exist, and you're just, well, maybe. Okay, guys, you can do that with anyone. You can do that with anyone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what they don't get. What they do is they jettison the most approved and trusted standards of historical criteria, primary sources, and they just poo-poo them away. Oh yeah, because they get in the way of our agenda. All these 7th century, John of Damascus, give me a break. This guy living, just 40, 50, 60 years after Muhammad, talking about Muhammad, writing about Muhammad, mentioning Quran surahs. But hey, he didn't get it all right. Therefore, he was. I mean, the arguments they make are really asinine. Of course he didn't get it right. The guy who says he was perfect, the guy's working in horrible conditions. He doesn't have the internet to find out what the Quran says online. You expect mistakes in the writings, but everything he writes, and then Theodore Abu Qura writes Muhammad the same way John of Damascus does in Greek, and then in Arabic he writes it the exact way, Muhammad. It's like so to me. To argue against this is now you've left the realm of just objective thinking, and you have an agenda, and you need to take these out. And then, as we're pointing out, then they do the exact opposite. And then they find the most extreme hypothesis, and if it works for them, then they treat it like this is the unassailable, concrete, omniscient proof that knows everything and cannot be doubted. I mean, their methodology is really, really sloppy, and by historical standards, kind of a joke, to be honest with you.
And it is, and part of the issue is that Jay will take something that's complete speculation or just complete fabrication or something like that, but he'll say it with the same confidence as he's saying something that is really strong evidence and so on. He has the same level of confidence no matter what he's saying. But you were asking about the Mahmud issue. This is kind of. I wasn't involved in this discussion. Mary and Thaddeus came out with a Coins video, a response to Jay Smith, and I was interested because I never looked into it too much, so I wanted to go through that and stuff. But before we actually got to that, I've always held the position, hey, if you guys want to make your argument that Muhammad didn't exist, awesome, because if you convince someone with that, cool. I'll argue what I think. You argue that. And we'll see how things work out.
They're not arguing against Muslims; they're arguing against us.
That's what I mean. And as you pointed, they're coming at us. They're demanding this cult-like allegiance. Everyone has to be on the same page, or you're evil, and you must have some ulterior motive. But even like Jay's been saying, he said a long time ago that the only reason I'm not on board with the Nomo crowd is because there's too much money in it for me if I'm right, and Muhammad is this really, really bad dude. So he was saying that years ago, and so I never said one word. Guys, go ahead and find me saying anything about it. Never said anything in response. If you want to argue like that, fine, just go ahead. But it's more recently when other people started responding, Giant DOC and Mary and Thaddeus started responding to some of his claims that some of it's like extremely problematic, just flat out made up. And then it was they're just responding because they're jealous of him, and they're just responding because of this or that. And it was the same exact thing, but now it wasn't about me. Say it about me all day long. Now it was about my friends. And he's just there. What's crazy is they were completely right, and he eventually had to back off the argument and say he's going to stop using it and so on. But they were correct. But people are correcting him on bad arguments or on mistakes. And he's still responding as if they're just in it for something else, when eventually he's agreeing with them on some of the issues. And so this is just really weird stuff. But go ahead and say what you wanted to say, and then we'll watch the little clip so you can see what we're talking about.
Well, I was just thinking of all the accusations that they're making against us. And one of them that I heard and I've seen and I wanted to just, dispel very quickly is the one that people like you and I are worried that if Muhammad is taken away, we're going to lose our bread and butter. because our job is to attack Muhammad. Okay, and here's now the other part of this cult, the egoism, the egotistical attitude. Because we believe Muhammad doesn't exist, ergo 2 billion Muslims also believe it. The fact is,
their
you guys
confidence
can
is
believe
based
whatever
on
you
us. Their confidence is based on us, and if we switch,
Yeah.
then all the confidence
Yeah,
of
of
Muslims in
course.
the existence of Muhammad
Yeah.
would collapse, and Islam would collapse, and we're like, no, don't let Islam collapse.
Don't let that happen.
What are we going to do with our lives? What would we
Right.
ever find to do?
And they don't seem to understand that. Meanwhile, 2 billion Muslims believe Muhammad existed. So I think we have good job security if that's the issue, because what you guys are saying is totally ineffective. So we're not even bringing it up because we're afraid Muslims are going to leave Islam and we don't have something to do. They're there. You are ineffective. And it just, again, shows you how they're not even thinking clearly when they make these kind of silly accusations and arguments.
Yeah, and I pointed out in a recent live stream when this came up, because you're getting blasted with this. I'm getting blasted with the same accusation. Not the way Muhammad was getting blasted by Al-Zut, but everyone knows what we're talking about. But yeah, people are, and I responded, like even the Dawa guys stopped responding with this years ago. And it's just because, I mean, we've been getting threatened with brutal murder for all these years. I had to point out that, when my friend Nabil and I, when we decided we were going to go after Islam, we actually concluded that we were probably signing our death certificates, because there weren't a lot of people doing it back then. And if there's only a couple people doing it, and we're going around actually speaking on it and stuff, and we're actually like going to the Dearborn Arab Festival and stuff like this, and people are saying if we show up, they're going to kill us. If we show up here, they're going to kill us. If we show up there, they're going to kill us. Well, you obviously think most of these people are just running their mouths, but there are probably a couple serious people in there, and it wouldn't be exactly hard to kill if we're going around speaking and so on. So we actually thought when we were deciding to do this that we were dead, and we're willing to do it. Nabil, when he was about to propose marriage to his wife, had to say, there's a really good chance I'm going to be killed. I had to, it was actually my wife, but when our kids turned 4 and 6, we're getting all sorts of death threats, and I'd be traveling sometimes, and she had to actually sit my 4-year-old and my 6-year-old sons down and say, guys, if someone ever comes through the door and you hear a big commotion and someone is hurting me and you hear me screaming, I do not want you to come help me. I want you to run and hide. And even if you hear me screaming, do not come and help me. I want you to hide, and just know that I'm more worried about you guys than I am about myself. And so she had to actually have this discussion with my kids and so on. But even the Dawa guys, because when we started this, you guys are just criticizing Islam because of all the money you'll make. Not like, it destroys your life in a lot of ways. Everyone attacked you back then, because Muslims would attack you and they'd say, you're an evil person, we're going to kill you, and we're going to do this to your wife, and we're going to do this to your mom, we're going to do this to your kids and stuff. Atheists would attack you. They'd say, but you're religious too. How can you complain about another religion when your religion is just as dumb, hypocrite? And they'd be blasting you. But back then, Christians would attack you as well. They'd say it's not loving to be attacking Muhammad and the Quran. You're going to hurt their feelings and so on. So shame on you. You just got blasted from every direction. But back then, the Dawa guys were saying, yes, they're just doing this because there's so many benefits to it all. So much money involved, but even they gave that up over many years, because it was just obvious. If a guy says he's going to kill me in Times Square and I show up to Times Square with the camera rolling, giving him the opportunity, it just becomes obvious to people, you must really believe what you're doing because you're repeatedly ready to lay down your life for this stuff. And it's the same thing I would say about Jay Smith. If someone said the reason Jay Smith's doing all this is for money or something, I would say that guy was on the ladder at Speaker's Corner, surrounded by Muslims for decades. There's no way he's doing it for some ulterior motive, because he's putting his life on the line regularly over and over again. So it wouldn't even make sense. So anyway, the Dawa guys even gave that up. Now the only place I hear this from is the Nomos. They're the ones I hear it from all the time. You guys are just doing this. The only reason you're defending Muhammad is because you're getting paid by Saudi Arabia or Qatar or something like this. You're getting paid by Israel. There's just too much money involved for you. And this is
how's it defending Muhammad to say he exists, but he was a despicable human being? they don't seem to get that, 14 centuries of Christians who stuck their neck out to the sword and were martyred all believed Muhammad existed, but they believed he was a false prophet. I don't get this incongruity where, if you believe in this man's existence, you are now somehow. And I think we're going to see, people making those exact comments. Just because you believe he existed, you're on his side. You're a helper of Islam. I mean, And the thing is, you know, I like you for 20 years, I've had my enemies, and they would be Muslims and leftists. At this point, nobody is worse than the Nomos. They are the most vocal, the most hostile, the most acrimonious in their attacks. And it's just kind of like, and again, it's because they're a cult. Their mind is cultic. And when we say what we say, which is Muhammad existed, it just is such a challenge to their faith that we become these horrible, you know, atheists and Satanists and definitely non-Christians.
Yeah, and that's all tied to it. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Muhammad, when he's in Mecca, he's telling the Meccans, he's surrounded by polytheists, but he's telling them, yeah, I'm in the books of the Jews and Christians. And when they see me, they'll confirm me because they know me, man. They'll know me as soon as I see me because I'm in their scriptures, and they know it. They've got my complete description in their scriptures. And so when I run into some Jews or Christians, you guys are going to see these guys be like, this is the prophet we've all been waiting for. Well, he tells his followers that for years, and then they actually go to Medina, and the Jews are like, what, are you kidding me? You think you're in our scriptures? Well, you're a joke, dude. And what becomes the response then? Oh, they know I'm in their scriptures, but they're lying, right? So people wonder, you know, why do you have like the end will not come until the Muslims fight the Jews, and the Jews are hiding behind rocks and trees, and the rocks and trees are saying, hey, there's a Jew coming, there's a Jew behind me, come kill him. Why are they calling for complete extermination of the Jews? Because it's not a difference of opinion. It's not they don't sincerely reject Muhammad. They know he's a true prophet, and they're against him anyway, which means they're against God. They're against the truth. They're on the side of complete evil, and they're trying to cover up the truth. And it's, well, these guys are just pure evil. They have to die. Well, there's a parallel with us. If you just say, hey, we're looking at the same evidence, but, you know, people are different. People are different. Some people have a lot of confidence in the principle of embarrassment. Other people, not so much. Well, guess what? You're going to come to different conclusions based on the evidence, based on these kinds of things. We're all individuals. We have different ways of thinking. We have different amounts and kinds of evidence in front of us. And so we're going to come to different conclusions. Instead of that, it's, oh, these guys know that Muhammad didn't exist, but they're covering it up, and they're working for Saudi Arabia, and they're working for Israel, and they're trying to cover up the truth, and they're trying to keep Muslims in Islam instead of getting them all out of Islam. And so we're on the side of evil. We're sick, evil. We're sick, evil people serving the forces of Satan by saying that Muhammad exists. And what I say Muhammad existed, and he's the most obvious false prophet in history. But that's what they're paying us to say.
Yeah,
so that's
it's
the
a
situation.
tenet of their faith. And by the way, you know, before we leave the Mohammed praised one topic, and just to show you, you know, how I register the arguments.
We're about to watch a clip on that, but go ahead.
How I register the arguments that Jay Smith makes, and to me, they sound like the Muslim polemics. So when I hear Jay Smith saying, Muhammad, this is really a title and a name of Jesus Christ, you know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of Muslims saying, oh, Muhammad is prophesied in the New Testament. He's the paraclete. You've heard that. I mean, how absurd is that? And that's exactly how absurd it is to tell a Muslim, oh, Muhammad means Jesus. Okay, it's just, it's the same silly kind of argumentations that they're borrowing from each other.
Yeah, so this clip was actually a preview of a response when we had Jai and DOC, because Jai and DOC. And here's what's amazing. When Jay responds to people, it's, they're just doing it because they're jealous because I'm finally getting attention, and they have to shut this down because their careers depend on attacking Muhammad.
Everyone's trying to shut him down. That's his line.
Yeah, everyone's trying to shut him down and stop him and so on. And they're just jealous because it's catching on and so on. I've been involved behind the scenes when people are going, should we respond to that? We don't want to cause division, man, and we don't want to hurt Jay's reputation, but we don't know what to do. He's telling people this horrible information, and it's going to blow up in their faces. They're going to go out and share this, and it might even catch on, and you might end up with millions of Christians sharing the same argument when all it takes is a 1-minute search to find out it's completely wrong. And this is going to be, they're saying this is going to be like our holes in the narrative when, you know, the argument from perfect preservation of the Quran came crashing to the ground. Why? Because it was based on a lie. Well, guess what? If you convince a bunch of people to use something as evidence, and it's very easy to refute, it's a matter of time before enough people pay attention, they just crush it. And do we want that to happen? Do we want that to happen to tons of Christians, or do we actually want to try and like show that it's wrong right now? But so that's what's going on behind the scenes. Is we don't want to cause division. We don't want to discredit Jay. But what he's saying is factually false right here. What do we do? And it's like a struggle for them to decide: do we actually call this out? Well, anyway, Jai and DOC decided to call it out. So and they're very gentle. They're like, hey, Jay's done great work. Jay's done awesome stuff, but he's just wrong on this. He's getting some bad information from some people. And Jay's response was interesting. But anyway, that's the background of this clip. And then to preview our discussion after Jay responded, they put together this little clip just to show what was kind of coming up. But here it is.
In some ways, this is what we call peer review. I'm not saying that Kai and Daughter of Christ are peers and that they're at the same level that we have, because we've been working on this for many years.
Previously on our channel.
What does Mahmed mean in Arabic? It is not a name, it is a title. It means the praised one, the blessed one, the anointed one, or even the Messiah.
Okay, guys.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It does not. There's no one in the world, no one is going to tell you that it means the Messiah or the anointed one or even the blessed one.
So to clarify, Mahmed doesn't mean blessed one or anointed one. I did try to make that clear to Jay that Oleg meant linked by a soul.
So this is Mel's response. So Mel is the source of a lot of information that Jay just goes out and would kind of regurgitate. And here Mel, in response to Jai and DOC kind of calling out Jay for saying that this is what Mahmad means, Mel just, oh, no, of course, no, it's not what I meant. And no one's even talking about you, Mel. They're talking about Jay. But then Mel takes it as a personal attack against him, even though literally no one's talking about him. But here's him responding.
What does Mahmed mean in Arabic? It means the praised one, the blessed
Mel
one.
Just said, no, that's not what he was saying.
The anointed one. St. Ambrose, writing in Syriac, talks about this Mahmed from Song of Solomon 560. And he says this is a title for Jesus Christ, the anointed one.
No, he doesn't.
Messiah. That's what the anointed one is. From that time on, from the 4th century AD, it was this Mahmed was employed by many of the church fathers.
It was employed by 0 church fathers, Jay.
Examples.
He said many. Guess what? No one on that list uses Mahmad as a title for Jesus. No one. That's kind of the point. He's saying, look, all these people, and guess what? The audience, oh my goodness, so much evidence. Wow, it's all right there. Notice he's not giving you a quote from anyone showing that anyone uses this. He's just saying all these people say it. And people walk away, wow, this is good information. And then they come use it on me. And then that's kind of the point. It's Jay was spreading this to tons of people. It's completely false. It's not there. People are coming at me with this every single day. They're coming at Jai and DOC. They're coming at everyone. Oh, Mahmad, that was just a name. That was a name for that was the name for Jesus. That's where all this comes from. And then you look up the sources, it doesn't say it anywhere, and then they have to backtrack on it. So check this out.
So the arguments are no church.
This is Mel's response to it being pointed out that no one used this.
Fathers ever use Mahmed as a prophetic title or name. And I would argue this is a straw man argument. That isn't what we claimed.
This Mahmed was employed by many of the church fathers. Here's some examples. Oregon. So it's not a name. It's not a name, folk. It's a title.
I'm quite happy to back away from that and say, no, I shouldn't have said title. I should have probably just used the word adjective or noun or term or something.
Not even used as that.
Like that. And
watch what he says here, though, guys. Listen to this.
Subsequently employed by St. Ambrose in the 4th century as a title for Jesus Christ. The Jews also referred to it in their reference. And what was interesting, by the 7th century, the Jews started using that title for their exilarchs.
No, they didn't.
Exilarchs were those who were in charge of the seminary in what is today Baghdad. Arabic. So they have all been speaking Arabic, and they had always put Mahmud before their name.
Guys.
Did they?
Put Mahmud before their name. Mahmud ben Huziel. Mahmud ben David.
There's no Mahmed ben Oziel. There's no Mahmed ben David. What else?
Mahmed ben everyone. They have
Mahmed ben everyone. Guys, there's no Mahmed ben anything in any Jewish source relating to what he's talking about.
Wow.
You mentioned Jews in Baghdad using Mahmed as a title of endearment, specifically Mahmed bin Uziel and Mahmed bin Joseph. I've checked digitized Hebrew libraries in Hebrew and have not found any matches for those exact phrases. There are no rabbinic usages of the word Mahmed in the way you described. So my short answer is, I haven't ever claimed that we had evidence for that.
I've never claimed that we had evidence for that. Jay states it as fact, And when when challenged on it, it's I've never claimed that there's any evidence for that.
I think what they're referring to, and this is something that I have said in the past, you have said in the past, about a year to 2 years ago, we did say, and I remember even...
You hear this? So Jay knows that he's on record saying this, and so he says, yeah, in the past, 1 to 2 years ago, but we've since backed off this when they're actually responding to his video from last month. It was his video last month that he was saying this, and he's saying, I backed off. Yeah, we realized there was no evidence for that, so we backed off it 1 to 2 years ago. This is
Can I ask you a quick question?
This is called This is called gaslighting, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
You just said that last month. No, I didn't. That was years ago. No, it was last month. No, it was years ago. Anyway, what's that?
So my question now is, I didn't even know all this about what he was saying, and seeing that it's completely made up. Okay, is he? What is going on? Is he just a liar, or is he just the sloppiest researcher? I mean, it has to be one or the other.
Really
we can't
sloppy.
just let it pass like that. What are we dealing with here? If he's making these powerful, supposedly arguments that are based, that he just pulls out of thin air and then says, they're based on this document and this and that, and then we find out they don't even exist. What's going on? Is he literally just creating things out of thin air, or is his research methodology just that pathetic? It has to be one or the other.
Yeah, that we backed off that 1 to 2 years ago. That has to be gaslight, because that's him saying it. That's him saying it in this response video. Oh yeah, we said that in the past, but we backed off to that, a year or two ago, and it's literally from his video, in July. That seems like gaslighting. You want to try and think the best. As far as him using this argument, it seems like people were just feeding him bad information, and he's just going with whatever. Like people, hey, here's a great argument.
Needs to verify it himself.
That's what I mean. So everyone who's watching, the most charitable interpretation here is Jay is extremely sloppy, and basically anyone who hands him an argument against the existence of Muhammad, he'll run with it, even if there's nothing. And the problem is, he will state it with complete 100% certainty that this is known factual information, and then give it to the audience, and then the audience runs out. Everyone knows this is true, and it's not. It's completely made up. So notice if you have someone who's really, really sloppy, and they'll believe anything someone. By the way, it reminds me of Muhammad being called the ear.
Really destroys
if you
his
have
credibility.
people being fed information and they don't vet it, and they go out and say it to their audience, and you know that. You need to look up everything that person says, because if a person will say 2 + 2 = 4 with the same confidence that they say Mahmud was used as a title by all these church fathers for Jesus, and he'll say that with the exact same confidence level, then their confidence tells you nothing about whether their information is accurate or not. You need to look into the stuff for yourself.
Like you said, the most charitable interpretation based on what we just evaluated is that he is just a sloppy researcher.
Yep, that's the charitable one. All right, there's a little bit left.
We did a video together where we thought that there were 5 exilarchs who had Mahmud before their name, and that these all 5 were in the 7th century. And we now no longer are saying that, because that was something that we had assumed back then. But then now that we've looked at the sources more carefully, we're now pulling back on that. The reference to Mahmud ben Husiel, or Nehemiah ben Husiel, or Mahmud ben David, we don't see any sources for that. We don't see any reference for that. We're now pulling back on that.
If it is true.
Imagine pulling back after you realize there's no evidence for what you're saying, and not saying it to begin with, because there's no evidence for it, and it would just be made up nonsense.
Any reference for that. We're now pulling back on that.
If it is true that they'd backtracked on that claim, how is it that it was put out only a month ago to 1.3 million people?
Put Mahmud before their name. Mahmud ben Huziel. Mahmud ben David.
I'm not saying that Kai and Daughter of Christ are peers, in that they're at the same level that we have, because we've been working on this for many, many years.
Okay, you've been working on it many, many years, and they instantly, I think Jai said it took them like a minute to look this stuff up. They're not peers, but anyway, the research that you've been doing for years and discovered all this stuff and have been telling to millions of people was completely wrong as soon as someone looked it up. That should tell you something. So as far as the Mahmud in Song of Solomon, what Jay was talking about right there is backing off the claim that the Jews use this as a title, Mahmud bin Uziel and so on. The other part that once we looked into this was Giant DOC, of course, but then we looked into it in a live stream. But it was that Mahmud. So the claim here is in Song of Solomon. In Song of Solomon 5:16, there's a word used for lovely. She's calling the beloved lovely, and uses the word Mahmadim, which is the plural of Mahmud. Muslims use this as an argument that Muhammad's in the Bible. Terrible, terrible argument. But here's
no worse than Jay's, right?
Yeah, I agree. But anyway, so the argument is, well, as far as Jay was saying, was all these church fathers are using Mahmud as this title for Jesus, and it just became super common. And that's the theory about how you ended up with references to Mahmud back then. And that's the origin of Muhammad, right? That's the real origin of Muhammad. And so all these church fathers are talking about it just became a standard title for Jesus. Problem is, not one of them ever said it anywhere. It doesn't exist. And when you asked, when it was put to Mel to defend this, the claim is actually, well, there were church fathers who said that Song of Solomon is figurative, it's allegorical, it's about Jesus' love for the church. And okay, that part is true. There were church fathers who interpreted Song of Solomon allegorically as not between Solomon and his bride, but between Jesus and the church. But everything beyond that is just completely made up. That therefore they went to this one verse, 5:16, and then they, instead of reading it in Greek and Hebrew, which is what church fathers would have been reading it in, they instead said, we need to go to the Hebrew here. And then they see that the Hebrew word is Mahmadim, and then they went with Mahmud, and they said, we'll make a title out of this. And then it spreads all over the place, even though we have no record of this ever happening. And then this becomes so prominent that people eventually think that it's a different figure, a guy named Muhammad. And it's like, it's all made up. Apart from, there were church fathers who thought Song of Solomon is about Jesus. Everything else is made up. And yet, Raymond, when we reject that powerful argument, we're evil and we're working for wealthy Arabs.
And just, again, to show you the violence that he does to history. This Mohammed, okay, so as you pointed out, because now Mohammed means a praised one, all these guys are now named Mohammed. So the guys that I was referring to in the 7th century that, Greek sources refer to and call Muhammad or Mohammed or whatever, these, I've heard Jay say, were actually Christians. So the ones that are actually recorded as coming and killing Christians in Syria and in Jerusalem by Thomas the Presbyter, etc., Jay has said that was a Christian guy who was being called the praised one in honor of Jesus. So look at the sort of violence and how he just completely distorts history from what it was, which is it's Muhammad, okay, and here he is engaged in violence, killing Christians, and now we have a long continuum of the same behavior till today. Makes perfect sense, but in order to Jay to prove his point, no, that was a Christian guy coming and killing Christians, and now everything that's been happening since is all just, nobody understands how it came about. It's just all conspiracy. Everything is a lie except Jay Smith's highly conjectural ideas that are just so ephemeral and tenuous. That is always what we have to believe, and if we go against that, we're sinners. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, and it's a situation where, going back to what I was saying earlier, like what would it take for me to sway? What would it take to sway me in the no-mo direction? And I said, you got to come up with a better explanation for the evidence. I acknowledge there are all sorts of problems with the Muslim sources on how late a lot of them are and how much they were fabricating and inventing stories and so on. I can recognize all of that. For me to say non-existent, you would have to have a better explanation for all this came up. But when they offer an explanation for how you get to Muhammad, it's all made up nonsense. It's all just completely made up. And it's like, how is that going to be a better explanation when it's all, as soon as we examine it, it's made up.
There we go.
And that's the concrete one. And another argument, that I made that, again, just to show you how unsatisfactory and how
I have to change her again.
not thought out their argument.
Well, let's wait. She's still going, I think. All right, let's see. Hey,
is I pointed to the Sunni Shia divide as one example. Okay, the Sunni Shia divide is not a political split in its origins. It's about succession. It's about Muhammad's bloodline, his DNA. Okay, so who are they? Well, it's through his daughter Fatima, married to Ali, his cousin, and it's Hassan and Hussein, and their progeny, the Imams, are supposed to be the leaders of the Muslim world. Now, you know. I mean, if Muhammad didn't exist, how does this come about? How did this happen? You have to have two co-conspirators. One calls himself Sunni, one calls himself Shia, who teach their children to fight and kill each other over a myth. That's what it means. And I also pointed out, and just to show you again, you know, if you're going to make this up, right, why would you trace your bloodline through a woman? Arabs are a very highly patriarchal culture. Okay, if you're going to trace your bloodline, you're going to make up a man, a son of Muhammad. The fact that it's a woman actually gives it more credence, makes it more realistic. It's not unsimilar to the argument Christian apologists make, which is one of the reasons that the Gospels are authentic is the testimony of women, Mary Magdalene and the others. Is why would they make that up? Why would you attribute it to women? Because again, women in that time and in that age, their testimony is worthless compared to man. So why would you do it unless it's true? So it's the same thing with the Fatima line, the bloodline. You have the Fatimids, an entire empire that was early, and it's built on being descendant on the daughter of Muhammad. And Jay's response to this is, oh yeah, this is some political division by the Ottomans who are centuries later, and it's cast back to the past. And yet we know that in the past, we have early records of Shias and Sunnis killing each other because of the succession and Muhammad's bloodline. And it's even mentioned in early Christian sources. It's referred to in the Maronite Chronicle. Talking about Ali and rebellions. And so here again is history. And once again, Jay just completely poo-poos it and just ignores it. And then he introduces instead, hypothesis and conjecture after conjecture. And that's what we have to run with. And it's the more I think about it, the more it's just mind boggling.
Yeah. I mean, like way back in the day, they'd actually be given some of their arguments. The Nomos would be given some arguments. I'm like, that is an interesting point and stuff like that. Yeah, but it's like over time, it's too much, man. It's way too much to just accept. So we want to check out some video clips. We're going to check out some video clips of some things Jay said after your debate. I was planning on, because I didn't know how long you wanted to stay. I was planning on doing super chats after you took off, but I realized some of these are from you. So I think I'm going to take a couple at a time here and there in between various clips. And basically everyone who's sending super chats, if it's like directed just towards me or it's something general, I'm probably going to just be very quick with it. And if it's directed towards Raymond Ibrahim, then we can focus a little more on those. But anyway, will this be a 6-hour stream as well? No, unless something really weird happens. Is Robert the cult leader? No. Interesting. Robert doesn't have the cult tendency. So Robert is not responsible for the kind of cult antics. Robert isn't the one going around saying if you disagree with him, then it's because of money or things like that. So Robert, I have no problem with people running the argument. See where it goes. It's when it turns into a constant distraction, you can't even have a discussion about Muhammad without these guys coming in and starting harassing you and stuff like that.
That's why I differentiate. I always say, my beef is with the radical nomos. The moderate nomos, if it's your belief and you're fine with it and you're willing to live and let live the way I am, that's fine by me. But it's these guys who are just literally the radical
Momo extremists.
Yes.
The Momoists, yeah.
The terrorists.
Yeah, the terrorists among the Momos. The intellectual terrorists. Hey, D-Wood and Raymond Ibrahim, can you guys point me to a book or something that explains the names of the Quran chapters and how their divisions work? Same for the Hadith as possible. Yeah, as far as the Quran, I would just say get the study Quran. They have nice little introductions that explain the names and so on. You have anything for?
No.
Okay. Yeah. Grab the study Quran and that'll get you pretty far. Some cults make people crazy. Others make people crazy for the zut. Hey, Raymond, I don't know. I just posted a video recently where I found something very interesting. It was a sort of part 2 of the Al Zut video, but it was Mike Jones, who has his channel Inspiring Philosophy, and he was I was telling him the story of Al Zut, and he goes, that kind of reminds me of some stuff I read about this weird practice in certain places of the ancient world. But there was a practice in certain places in the ancient world where it was made for adolescents, where they believe that grown men inseminating boys made them stronger men. And so they had this weird practice where it was viewed like the more semen you put in someone, the more it was going to grow you into a strong man. And I was like, oh, well, if that Muhammad's a caravan trader, if he actually heard about that from somewhere, he could have thought, well, I'll be the most powerful man who ever lived. I will have all the men of Al-Zut come and inject me with all their manliness. And I thought that would give a new meaning to that saying. He had the strength of 30 men, right? So it could actually be a number. He got banged by 30 dudes, and that's why he's so virile. Anyway.
But don't forget, that was written because that was considered a cool macho thing back in the 7th century.
Yeah, back in the day, they thought getting banged in the desert.
His followers just thought that was just awesome.
Al-Zut attacked Momo before the Quran proved him wrong. Islam is a cult. Truth is not required. I mean, Shaitan did it. Start by the cave choking verses. Oh, yeah, that would be weird. If the choking Muhammad in the cave was actually some weird sexual thing. You guys talking about Muhammad? He was just here today. Why is my Amazon delivery driver so important to you guys? That's the main question. I'll take one more and then jump into some videos. I really don't understand why Jay is so adamant about the non-existence of Muhammad. He goes so far as to making verifiably false claims about the Arabic. Yeah, this apostate of Allah. She's an ex-Muslim, but yeah, that's kind of the issue. That would be the thing if you just said, "Hey, here's my theory," and go with it if you want. But it's so clear and obvious that anyone who rejects it must be something wrong with them. Anyway, let's check out some of these some video clips here, and then we'll periodically look at a couple of super chats. But which video clip do you want to take a look at? Do you want to go for his little prayer that he offered?
Yeah, that one I definitely want to comment on.
All right, so this is Jay Smith, and this is his lecture on this issue. This is after his debate with you, right?
No, this was actually, I made my 2 little videos, and then he made this long lecture in which he says he's going to respond to me, but of course it was all straw man stuff, and then he ended it with this.
Okay, here we go.
This morning I had to speak at 2 other churches, both Calvary Chapel churches. And one of them, I decided to do something I'd not been done before. I decided to have a discussion between Jesus and Muhammad. So I put Muhammad over here, and I was Jesus. I'll try not to be sacrilegious. And I said, Muhammad, I want to talk to you about some things. First of all, who and how can you claim to be a prophet? You're not in the prophetic line. You didn't do anything to prove you're a prophet. All prophets either have to do a miracle or a prophecy. You didn't do either. That which you wrote down here completely confronts what I've written down for all the other prophets. How can you completely confront everything that's in my book? And then, of course, you have no idea who I am. You don't even know my name. I'm not Allah. Allah's not a name. It's a title. It means the God. What's my name? Why is it you don't even know my name?
The only significant point there so far is that the Quran refers to Jesus as Isa. Apart from that, well, let's see where he goes.
And look what you did to me. You took me off the cross and put another man in my place. How dare you do that? And I started getting indignant, really angry. And I said, but by the way, Muhammad, I said, where are you? You've disappeared. That's right, you never existed.
Look, woman stands up. A woman stands up.
Yeah.
She's so excited about this powerful.
You know what? You can pause it there, and because the next part is this. I'd like to comment and write about this, and then there's something else about the next part.
Mm-hmm.
And the point here is, as you point out, people stand up and they clap, and this is supposed to be a profound parable or hypothetical scenario, and it completely overlooks the fact that. Even if this happened and Jesus and Muhammad are talking, which is kind of weird because Muhammad doesn't exist after all, but it doesn't change the fact that 2 billion Muslims still believe Jesus wasn't crucified and wasn't resurrected, okay? And that Muhammad did exist. So you see, he gives this sort of feel-good little narrative and people get up and clap as if something's been proven, when in the real world, it's business as usual amongst Muslims. They believe all the negative stuff about Jesus that made him angry and that made him want to argue with Muhammad. So again, it's such a moot point, okay? It's so irrelevant, and yet you can see the emotional response that he gets, because it's become part of a sort of cult argument.
And it's just so weird because, I mean, think about this. We're told repeatedly in the Bible, false prophets and false teachers are going to come. We've known about Muhammad being a false prophet for a long time. We can expose him as the most obvious false prophet in history. You can look at all the biblical criteria of a false prophet. No one ever fulfilled more of these criteria of a false prophet than Muhammad. He's the most obvious false prophet in history. And Jay's basically saying, but isn't it easier just to say he didn't exist and then you don't have to deal with any of that stuff? And yay, wow, what a brilliant insight.
And it's this sort of egoism, kind of like, oh, you've convinced me, the non-Muslim, therefore all Muslims must agree because they all think like I do. I can't begin to enter such a mentality and how it actually operates.
Yeah, and not and it's not going to be a case of so I mean, just think about this, because people are dazzled and amazed. They're like, whoa, Mahmad was a title for Jesus, and all the church fathers use this, and everyone is using this title for Jesus, and that's where the name Muhammad came from. It was because of this. Wow, I guess Muhammad never did exist. Oh my goodness, I'm going to go share this all over the world. Guys, do you really think you're never going to run into a Muslim who actually looks that up and goes, show me one church father who said that. Show me one. You just said it was all over the place. Everyone's referring to Jesus as by this title.
Even
show me one.
It's not even that. It's the very assumption that a Muslim would even bother looking into it is absurd.
And they don't.
That's
they don't take
point.
it seriously.
You know, yeah. Even if the Muhammad argument wasn't busted as it was recently, it's still not. A Muslim's not going to be moved by that any more than a Christian is moved by the Paraclete. It means a comforter, and that's actually also one of Muhammad's names, and therefore, so I'm happy that they expose it. I'm not saying that's great, but I'm just trying to say, don't think that if it wasn't exposed that it was a really strong argument. It wasn't. Even if it really meant the praised one, that still was not a strong argument. Because it doesn't matter. Every Arabic name means something like that. So anyway.
Yeah, guys, that's important. What Raymond is saying is really important. He said it earlier, but the example of the Paraclete, right? So Muslims, when a Muslim speaker like Zakir Naik is speaking to a crowd just like this, and he says, you know, that John 14, when it talks about the Paraclete, is actually about Muhammad. And they say that the word was actually modified there, and that it actually lines up and means the same thing as Ahmed and so on. The entire Muslim audience will, wow, this is such powerful stuff. This is so great. Does the fact that Muslims just will instantly accept what their speaker is saying, is that persuasive to you as a Christian? Do you think it's a good argument because they'll just go along with it and they'll accept it? No, you'd say if you were at all even going to take it seriously, you would look it up, right? You would start looking things up, but you probably wouldn't take it seriously at all because you just be like, what? The John 14 about the Holy Spirit, that's actually about Muhammad? Are you joking? Guess what? That's what Raymond's pointing out. Just because Jay can convince a room full of Christians when he's giving a bunch of kind of made up information, you try and running that with your argument and running that argument to Muslims. What makes you think they're going to take that seriously?
Or look at it this way, okay? The way think about the attack on Christ, right? The atheist attack that he didn't exist. Christians went through this too, right? I find it. I guarantee you, all the people that sit and listen to Jay Smith and just are so into this and enthralled, they would never bother looking into the arguments against Christ's existence, even though they should, because that's much more important for them, right? If there's actually an attack on Christ not existing, I, as a Christian, if I took that seriously, I would have to address that before I'd worry about Muhammad, because Muhammad's a false prophet in my mind anyway. Exist or not exist, he has no relevance for me. And I guarantee you, the overwhelming majority of the people who are going out of their way to listen and follow these arguments, who are Christians, will never, ever, ever bother to look at arguments against Jesus. And my point in telling you this is that's fine. That's human nature. But so you have to expect that's exactly how Muslims approach this as well. when an attack on Muhammad's historicity is leveled by Christians, do you honestly think that this shocks them and, oh, wow, we need to read the arguments and we need to respond to them? Or do they do what most Christians say, which is, what a bunch of nonsense. I'm not even going to bother looking at it, especially when we go back to the principle that I pointed out, which is it can never be proven. Okay, there's no way with absolute certainty you can prove Jesus didn't exist, and you can't prove it about Muhammad because of the nature of history. So I find it funny how, you know, a lot of the Christian nomos, their sort of behavior, they don't understand applies exactly to Muslims, and the sort of way they would never once doubt in Jesus, based on whatever argument you can present, is exactly how Muslims, even more so Muslims, because Muslims are told in the Quran, Christians and Jews will never rest until they get you to, you know, sway you their way. So they already expect Christians and Jews to just attack Muhammad and lie and distort, etc., etc. So I don't know. I just think the Christians especially need to be cognizant that the same sort of defense mechanisms that they have instinctively are amongst Muslims, and even more so.
Yeah, as evidenced by the fact that you have tons and tons and tons of nomos running around, and we see almost no reaction from Muslims. Yeah. And Jay's interpretation of that is because the Muslims are trying to marginalize this. They're trying to keep this information secret because they know it will destroy their entire religion.
Because it hides Islam from scrutiny. It hides their number one Achilles heel is Muhammad. And if you can hide Muhammad, and if Muhammad doesn't exist, then who cares about his life? It never happened. It's all lies. That actually serves Islam, and it helps it to hide, as opposed to what you and I would do, which is talk about the actual life of Muhammad as recorded in Islam's own scriptures. That's so hard for them to deny because it's their own words. They have to confront it. But an argument saying he never existed, and somehow I think Muslims have to contend with it and prove to me. One of Jay's big thing is, and I think you have the video. I'll wait till you play it. It's the one where he says, you know, like, you have to prove it to me. You're the one who's making a claim. Yeah. But you continue with this one, and we'll remark on the ending.
All right. So Jay's about to give his concluding prayer here in a second.
What a waste of time.
What a waste of time examining Muhammad's life and exposing Muhammad's life, guys. It's a waste of time.
Because I say he never existed.
Yeah, you could just say he never existed, and that'll work wonders, even though we've never seen it work wonders at all.
Who'd have known?
Yeah.
Let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for not only who you are, but the fact you did exist. We want to thank you that you did come to earth 2,000 years ago, and that you told us you were going to do so from the very beginning, right there with Adam and Eve. And all the way through history, you have pointed to who you were and what you were going to do. We knew your name. We were expecting. We knew that you were going to be called the Son of God. We knew that you were going to be called the Messiah. We knew that you were going to be called the Son of Man. And we knew that you had a name, Yahweh. What a name. And when you came, some of us saw you, some of us believed you, many did not. But Lord, we believe you. We know you existed. We know you came to earth, and you had to come to earth, because I'm damned if you didn't. Thank God you did exist. And thank God Muhammad didn't. Because what Muhammad has done to you, what Muhammad has done to your scriptures, what Muhammad done is to your story, what Muhammad has done to everything that we hold to be dear, I'm so glad he never existed. And I don't want to waste time anymore on that man who never existed. In Christ's name we pray.
You hear the
Amen.
amens? You say, that was so weird. What Muhammad did, what Muhammad did, what Muhammad did, what Muhammad did.
Even though he never existed.
It's so unthinkable that I'm glad he didn't exist. So this non-existent person did all this stuff.
So you see the contradiction there, but yeah, exactly. But notice, and here, this is the perfect example to me of how the no Maori is now becoming sacralized as part of their faith. Okay, it's big. It's part of the prayer now. We have faith.
Yeah, now you pray about Muhammad not existing. Yeah, thank you, Lord, for Muhammad not existing.
Right. Yes, thank you for that, and we have faith in that. And that's why when you and I come and challenge it, we're infidels. That's what the word means. We're breaking faith.
We're going against the prayers. We're interfering with their prayers and their liturgy now.
So that right there, I think, was a perfect example of the cultic nature that this movement is starting to take, just as it was with the woman who got up and started, hallelujah, because Muhammad doesn't exist. And even as he speaks, Jay can't help but continue contradicting himself. Thank God that that man who did X, Y, and Z didn't exist. So then who did X, Y, and Z? And does it even matter when we realize 2 billion Muslims believe in X, Y, and Z, including all the negative stuff they said about the Trinity and Christ and Christianity? And so once again, we go in circles, and it's just a totally moot point.
Mm-hmm.
It's wild, wild stuff. How do you stop yourself from zooting Muslims? What's wrong with you? The WWF era that predates WWE was fantastic. Loved it. Yeah, that was.
I agree.
Back in the day, everyone wrestling was regional, and then they made it. They made it a much bigger thing. Here we go. I love and appreciate a deep dive into pre-Islamic Kaaba and its ties to modern Kaaba. Is Islam in the synagogue of Baal Hubal? Is that the second dilemma? How deeply are the roots set in Hubal, and how much is still present? Well, it's kind of like you take a ball, you take everything that was around Muhammad in 7th century Arabia and you roll it all up into a ball and you get Islam. You take a bunch of the pagan beliefs and the pagan practices centered around the Kaaba, and you take some of the stories that the Jews are telling and some of the Christians are telling, some of them like by heretical Christians and so on, and some various practices. You just take everything and put it all together and you roll it up into a ball and you get Islam. That's kind of why they called him the ear. You have any thoughts on that?
No, I agree. It's it's a syncretic religion basically at its root, so you can expect to see all these various elements.
Mm-hmm.
And Sketchier says the standard can't eliminate all historical figures. Yeah, that would be the problem. If your methodology could be used to destroy every historical figure, then probably need a better methodology. All right, let's check out the next video. This will be what Jay said about your claim that he's responding to, which should be interesting.
What the people are pushing back on is Muhammad itself. They want to say, yes, there is so much historical support for Muhammad. More so, remember what Raymond said, more so than for Jesus Christ.
It's good to know that you said, Raymond Ibrahim, you said there's more historical evidence and support for Muhammad than for Jesus. Let me just
but keep playing it, because he's gonna
I'm gonna play
like, poo me.
I'm gonna play it. Yeah, I just wanted people to catch this, and then I'm going back so we can see him say it again, and then
it hurts his feelings that I say this.
Yeah, I can't believe you say such a thing. I want to end this live stream right now because we've got Raymond Ibrahim who says such terrible things about Jesus.
Pushing back on is Muhammad itself. They want to say, yes, there is so much historical support for Muhammad. More so, remember what Raymond said, more so than for Jesus Christ. What a statement to make. I had to take that on. That was lovely.
Explain for our audience who Raymond is, because you talk about it in the presentation, but they haven't heard of.
What's up?
All right, let me just respond to what he's talking about. So as you can see, according to Jay Smith, I said there's more historical support for Muhammad than Jesus. And then, of course, he seems so disappointed because, again, that's the part where he's trying to show that I'm being a bad Christian, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, what if there was more historic support? Does that make it that I'm a bad Christian? But the point is, I actually never said that. What I did is something that rather annoyed him during our debate, is I basically quoted his hero and the person who literally wrote the book about casting skepticism and doubt about early Islamic history, and that's Patricia Crona in her book Hagarism, and David Cook. I actually quoted an article that she wrote before she died, and I'll read to you the portion that got him really upset. So the article that she wrote is called "What We Actually Know About Muhammad," Patricia Crone, and she writes, "Look, quote." We probably know more about Muhammad than we do about Jesus, let alone Moses or the Buddha. There is no doubt that Muhammad existed. Muhammad is the only founder of a world religion who is attested in a contemporary source. All right. So I read these during our debates, and that's what he's referring to. I didn't say that. It's the person who actually spearheaded the claims against Muhammad, who he presents as one of his heroes, who actually said that. So the 2 points actually to emphasize here is, and one, yeah, it's actually true, and that doesn't make me a bad Christian. I'm just speaking about history. I'm not, if you say Muhammad, there was more sources about him, that doesn't mean that Jesus didn't exist. It just so happened to be that at that time, people were writing and recorded more about Muhammad than they did about Jesus. Again, that doesn't, and I'm talking about non-believers, non-Christians and non-Muslims.
So hang on. In other words, you would say there's more historical evidence about Donald Trump than there is about Jesus.
Yeah, which would make you an atheist, of course, if you say that by J. Smith's reasoning, right? But again, you know, here, but I love how he just evades the fact that it's not I that said that. I quoted his hero, who he tries to present as being the source, who says Muhammad never existed, and here she's flat out saying that, yeah, of course he existed.
So, and for people who don't understand the significance, this is kind of where a lot of this stuff takes off with Patricia Crona. So she's one of the pioneers of what's called the revisionist school of Islam, namely that, hey, we need to revise everything we, you know, basically the standard narrative and so on, and take a more critical look at it. But then she's pointing out, and I've seen people quote her as someone who denied Muhammad's existence, and she's, no, Muhammad definitely existed. Saying Muhammad definitely existed. We have a ton of historical information about him. And so you quote that to Jay during your debate to say, hey, this is one of your heroes. And she's saying we have enough evidence about Muhammad's existence to conclude he definitely existed.
More than Jesus, Muhammad, more than Jesus, Moses, and Buddha.
And it's so disappointing that you'd be throwing that in.
Yeah, exactly. It just shows how I'm not a real Christian. Yeah.
I've got more to this clip. Was that what you wanted to see there?
Yeah, you can probably play more.
Oh, let's see. Well, we've got Frank Turek asking about you, and then Jay's responding that you've actually done good work, except on this issue.
About it on this show yet? Who's Raymond?
Okay, sorry. Raymond Ibrahim. I've never met him, but I love the guy. The guy is great. He's done me a favor because Muslims won't take me on this. They would rather I not say anything and that I just walk away in irrelevancy because they don't want the world to hear what we're saying or what we're finding. This is a whole new polemic. It's called the historical polemic, the external polemic they're not ready for, and you can see why. In every other polemic, the stuff that you saw me using, that you and I use at Speaker's Corner, they would rather us engage in that because then you're talking about the interpretation of Scripture, and they always say we can interpret it better than you do. That they can walk away from those kind of discussions, but they can't walk away from this. So this Raymond Ibrahim, he is actually, I think he's from the West Coast. I don't know exactly where he lives. He is an Egyptian Copt. From the Coptic Church, but he has grown up in America, so he has an American accent, speaks Arabic beautifully, and he has an entire show called A Raymond Ibrahim. Go and look at it. He is really doing what you're doing, what many others are doing, but really in the Islamic context. He is using what we call the internal form of polemics. Internal means taking the Quran, opening it up, reading its pages, and then attacking it. Looking at Muhammad and what it says about, well, it doesn't say much about Muhammad, but about the Prophet, and attacking it. That's called internal critique. You look at what Muslims believe, at what they're saying, and you confront that. That's what I did for 30 years. Now I've come with the external critique, and Raymond doesn't like it. He thinks it's the weakest of all polemics.
Wait, is Raymond
I also think it's the weakest of polemics. Let me see. Back this up.
To like it. He thinks it's the weakest of all polemics.
Wait, is Raymond a Muslim or a Christian?
He's a Christian. He's a Coptic. He's from Coptic Church.
Okay, so he is a Coptic Christian, but he's trying to say that Islam or Muhammad is well supported, and you say in your presentation, you go through his 10 points and you refute each one of them.
Every one of them. Yeah. No, there are more than 10, but
I haven't seen this debate. So this is after the debate.
No, this is okay. So I made my 2 videos, and then the video we just watched where Jay makes his prayer. That long video in front of that church, supposedly he responded to supposedly 10 points I made. Okay, and as I pointed out later, most of those points I had never even said. They were just, and that's why they were total straw men. And the points I did make, he actually, like the Shia thing, he just completely like bypassed it immediately. And then we had our debate.
Might be super interesting at some point if we, I'm not talking about you and me. I mean, we Christians, and some Christians would want to basically play each one of your points and then see how he responded in there and see how it actually responds to what you're saying. That might be fun.
Yeah, I didn't even make 10 points. That was the other thing, is a lot of those points were, I think, points that he set up because he wanted to knock down, and they weren't even part of my arsenal. It was just 2 very short videos I made, and most of them were about the 7th century attestations from non-Muslims, and the Shia thing. It was actually 3 points is what I did. It was the Shia thing, the attestation 7th century, and the argument from embarrassment. And I used them in that order. Okay, and he really, I think he spent like 30 seconds on those, but in the 2-hour video, he spent them on these other arguments that I never even said, and presented them as if they were mine, which is fine, whatever.
That's not fine.
You know, I mean, he was attacking the standard Islamic narrative, which, by the way, I want to go on record and say I don't think it should be. Another reason that the standard Islamic narrative gets just immediately dismissed, honestly, is because it's written by Muslims. And just people are being hostile. Oh, they're Muslims or liars. I'm not going to buy into it. I'm not going to believe it. And the other reason is, oh, it's so late. Well, it's not that late when you compare it to other historical documents that we accept. All right. As you know, Jay, when he dates them, he gives them these very, very late dates. He's talking about extant manuscripts that still exist. And he won't say that, oh, well, it's based on something older. And as I pointed out to him, if we're going to go by this kind of logic, so if you're not aware, or the viewers aren't aware, Jay's argument is that, let's say the Muwatta, okay, which is a hadith and does mention Muhammad, and it's supposed to be maybe like 120 years after Muhammad, which is not very late, but he'll argue, well, the extant manuscript is like 500 years after.
Yeah, he does
and
this
therefore
with Ibn
you
Asakh
can't
as well.
trust it. What's that?
He does this with Ibn Asakh as well. Well, you don't actually have, you don't have the original copy of Ibn Asakh. You've got a later recension by Ibn Hisham and stuff, and yeah.
So
and then you don't even have that. You don't even have the original of that, and so on. And so it's it's a situation. By the way, just so this is one of the issues that bothers me about all of this. It's you'll take someone like Ibn Asakh. Ibn Asakh says he's quoting all these earlier people. Ibn Asakh is written about 100, 120 years after the time of the events he's reporting, but he's quoting all these people who are earlier and saying, I got it from this guy, and he got it from this guy, and this guy said in his book, and this guy said in that source, and this guy said in this source. But we don't have those sources anymore. And so the conclusion is, well, therefore they never existed, and later guys are making this up. It's like, where are you getting that from? I mean, we deal with this. We deal with this in Christianity, right? I mean, you had people quoting like Papias and so on. It's like you don't have Papias anymore. You don't have that. You have later people quoting it. Matter of fact, even if you go back, like the pre-Socratic philosophers, these are philosophers before Socrates. You don't have their writings. You have people like Aristotle quoting them and saying they said this. I mean, just imagine if you use this methodology on anything else. If you don't have the original, it never happened.
And the ultimate example, which I used, and he didn't have an answer for, or I'll give you his answer, is, well, what about the Old Testament? Okay, do you know that the extant fragments of the Old Testament, the oldest ones, are about maybe 1,200 years after Moses, who supposedly wrote the first 5 books? By Jay's standards, that's all garbage. Throw it out. We can't believe it. It's all lies. It's all hearsay, let alone what precedes Moses, Adam and Eve, and all the way to him. So you see by his very logic, and when I brought this up, again, he just shooed it away and said, oh, Raymond, nobody's expecting to find, Old Testament. It's because it's so old, as opposed to the Islamic stuff.
Stones.
Really? You think that's going to work with a Muslim? If I'm a Muslim and I say, oh, you're saying the Hadith and the Sirah and whatever, we're only going to go by extant versions, and we can't trust that it was copied on something older. And then when I ask you about the Old Testament, and as a Muslim, as you know, Muslims believe that both the Bible, the Old and New Testament, was taharraf, meaning it was tampered with, right? So you're going to tell me, oh, well, we don't have it either. The newest one we have, or the oldest one we have, is 12 centuries after the original. That just proves the Muslim point, right? That, oh, well, there you go. Then obviously it was distorted. You don't have the original one. So my point is, you see how, he's taking this sort of almost, it's an immature approach. I'll attack your books and I'll put it at the highest standard and the highest bar for them to pass. But when the same argument perfectly applies to my scriptures, oh, well, no one's looking for it because this is the Bible, and we're not going to do that. I mean, come on, this is supposed to be a debate with a non-believer. I don't know.
Yeah, and I just brought this up as an example in a recent live stream, but I was talking about the satanic verses. I have 50 Muslim sources on the satanic verses, 50 of them, and was asking people, was asking the nomos, like, how do you explain this? Because if you want to say someone invented the story, like, it's not just inventing the story, it's inventing a ton of different versions traced back to a ton of different people. And they all claim they're quoting this guy and quoting this guy and quoting this and quoting that and so on. So if you're talking about fabrication, you're not just fabricating a story, you're fabricating a ton of sources. And not only that, you're fabricating like the different layers as it, because the original story is the worst. It's Muhammad. Satan took control of Muhammad's emotions and then used Muhammad's desire to reach his own people, used that to slip a false revelation promoting shirk and polytheism and stuff. And Muhammad fell for it, and he delivers the satanic verses to his followers. He bows down in honor of the satanic verses. His followers bow down, and then the pagans bow down as well. And then later on, Gabriel comes up to him and says, "Hey, what'd you do? And Satan tricked you, man. He duped you. What's wrong with you? You just committed shirk." And then Muhammad has to repent and so on. But I mean, you look at the earliest version, and then you look at, the version from a generation later when it gets watered down. And then it was Muhammad didn't say it. Satan imitated his voice, and his followers thought it was Muhammad speaking. Right. And you go later still and they water it down more until you get to the time of Bukhari. Bukhari gives the basic story of all the polytheists for some reason mysteriously bowing down in honor of Surah 53, but there's no reason for it. And
it's very realistic. The transmission is very realistic. It's what you would expect people would behave and how they would edit it based on what it really happened. It's not something that, we just randomly make it up in this sequence because it's for whatever.
Yeah. And so I was asking the nomos, how do you explain that? And they were saying, I kid you not, the main explanation was maybe a later ruler wanted to draw more attention to himself and make himself look good by comparison, and therefore he made up this story about Muhammad and imposed it on the people and so on. But I mean, think about this, because he didn't just say, let me make up a story about Muhammad, saying, let me make up the original story and trace that back to a bunch of guys, and then the next generation's watered down version, and then the next generation's watered down version, and so on. It's like, what level of insane right now it reminds me of like what Muslims say about Jews, how they're like they're coming up with all these diabolical brilliant plots and so on. It's like, how brilliant do you think these guys were? That it's going to be completely irrelevant in its time. But he's like, you know what, more than 1,000 years from now there's going to be people looking at this historically, and I want to be able to show how this story is being watered down and so on over time, and I'm going to attribute it to 50 sources. And so it's like, seriously,
all that to prove my point. That's what's going on. This is all sophistry, okay, and absurd conjecturing and hypothesizing to prove my agenda, or the Nomo agenda, basically. Instead of, like you said, Occam's razors and just, it's plain in front of you what happened, right? It's just very obvious.
Yeah. So that's all opposed to the obvious. Muhammad delivered the satanic verses. It was a huge embarrassment. And so Muslims knew it was embarrassing. And, as the farther they get away from it, the more they water it down. That makes perfect sense. It's exactly what you would expect. It's exactly what you would expect them to do.
Exactly.
And somehow it's actually the reverse. It's a later guy invents a story and then makes it more extreme in the sources as you get closer. It's just really, really weird stuff. But let's let them, this is about to get, there's about a minute left of this, but check this out.
The 10 major points.
Right.
And so what he is, and you can see for an awful lot of Christians who have, like David Wood is the same way, or Hatun Tosh, my colleague, they are all trying to shut me down, because
everyone, have you ever once, up until we very recently started attacking the position, because now he wasn't just saying it about me, he was saying it about my friends and so on, and because he was getting exposed for using just completely made up information. Have you ever heard me try to shut Jay Smith down? Once.
No, me neither.
Anytime. No. Yeah.
No.
Instead, this comes up regularly in conferences.
Oh, he said that in the video, the 2-hour video where he says the prayer. He said that about me like 5 times. Raymond Ibrahim's this guy who's trying to shut me down.
Yeah, because we're trying to cover up the truth because we're evil, everyone. But guys, think about this, because he makes up that we're trying to shut him down, and then makes up the motivation for why we're trying to shut him down. So guys, if you've paid attention in live streams and at conferences and stuff where this comes up in the Q&A, you can go back every single time I've been asked about this. What do I say? Every single time, because it's what I believed. Said, I don't believe Muhammad existed, but I understand there are all sorts of problems with the Muslim sources, and so you can be more skeptical than I am, and so on. But I think it's great that we're running different arguments and see where they go. And eventually, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But sometimes, especially if you got like a newer argument, like the ones Jay's using, sometimes you have to run the argument and see where it leads and see where it goes. So, yep, I'm in favor of running all these arguments. That's what I've said every single time. What does he say? What does he say when he's representing what happened? I'm trying to shut him down. And he's about to give the reason we're all trying to shut him down. And he tossed, did he say that Hatun's been trying to shut him down? Is that?
I think so.
Let's see.
Trying to shut me down, because if Christians who have, like David Wood is the same way, or Hatun Tosh, my colleague, they are all trying to shut me down. Because if there was no Muhammad, then where are they going to go for all their great work, all their great material to attack him?
If we really believed he didn't exist, wouldn't we all just go in that direction and say we can wreck Islam like this? We don't believe that. I don't even know where Hatun stands on this issue anymore, because she listens to Jay's stuff. But if we thought there was a better argument that was actually correct and this could be used to destroy us, wouldn't we just go with that, Jay?
Well, no, I think he's being more cynical. I think he's trying to suggest what I pointed to earlier, which is kind of like, this is our bread and butter, so we don't want Muhammad to be extinct.
I'm saying on the theory, given the theory that it's our bread and butter, why wouldn't our bread and butter just switch to Muhammad didn't exist? I mean, obviously their audience is full of Christians who love it. They love it.
Mm-hmm.
So why wouldn't we just let's jump on the J bandwagon?
That's definitely an option. But the real point is, it doesn't matter what you guys, the nomos, are saying. Muslims, 2 billion, still believe in Islam, and therefore our job security is fine, despite what you guys tell yourselves in your echo chamber. That's the point. He's trying to act as if, because once again, it's because they say there's no Muhammad, ergo every Muslim also agrees, and guess what? The narrative's falling apart, and you and I have nothing to talk about anymore. No, sorry, believe all you want about no Mohri. The Muslims don't, and they're still going strong and believing in their faith just as they always have. So yeah, job security is fine on that end if that was the case.
Yeah, so in other words, there would be, even if we thought Jay had the truth, we would have no reason to think that this would be a problem for all the gravy train to continue, because he could spend the rest of his life arguing this. There's still tons of people to reach, and therefore we'd have an endless supply of people to criticize Muhammad too, regardless. So in other words, false that we've been trying to shut him down, false that this is our motivation. He can't get his mind around the fact that anyone just disagrees with him and doesn't, especially when we look at his arguments and it's, did you know that all the church fathers were saying Muhammad is a title for Jesus? And then it turns out to be completely bogus. Back this up a little.
No Muhammad, then where are they going to go for all their great work, all their great material to attack him?
There's nothing else to talk about.
Well, yeah, but the Muslims believe Muhammad existed. So David's doing an internal critique, as you say, that, Muhammad,
that's all that matters.
Married young people and had 15 wives and did many awful things. He cut the head off of all these Jews. He said, kill any Jew under your power. He did all these, what we would say are evil things. And so David's taken that approach. You've tried that for 30 years and it hasn't gotten many converts.
What planet has this guy been living on? You've been trying this. So Jay's been attacking Muhammad for 30 years and it hasn't seen, where's he been? I've seen tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of, in matter of fact, almost every person I've ever seen who left Islam after finding out all this stuff about Muhammad. That's when they start doubting Islam. And apparently Jay's just been living in some alternative reality. The apostasy rate among young Muslims went from around 0% 20 years ago to 26%.
Yeah, I was going to say about 30.
What is that? Is it because of the powerful evidence that Muhammad never existed? No, it's because we made the information more common knowledge. So now Muslims are finding out about it more and more. They're finding out, hey, everything I was told all my life by my imam does not line up with what my own sources say. Yep. That leads to, and that's led to the avalanche of apostasy. And then Jay's saying, no one, that doesn't work. That's why we need to go in this next direction. Where again, I've never seen one Muslim leave Islam. There may be Muslims who've left because of this. I've never seen one of them. And
yeah,
so the idea
this
that
is
this
more
is just
about feel
more
good for
effective and
Christians,
that old approach doesn't work.
or to keep Christians from converting to Islam.
If that's what Jay is saying, now this was just Frank interpreting what Jay said as this. I don't know if Jay said that earlier in the talk or something like that, but if
He's
Jay's
implying
actually,
it.
if Jay's actually saying that, this doesn't work. This is what really works. That
Oh
is
no, he said that. He said that in our debate. I mean, he said that. And you know, just to sort of elaborate
Yeah, I
on
don't
what you're
believe
saying
that.
and I pointed this out before, but I'm privy to another window that most people are not to, because I'm an Arab.
Most Christians are told that Jesus wasn't real or God's not real, and that doesn't change their opinion on what they believe in, because they believe in it. They don't have to see it to believe it. Same goes for Muslims. Just because people say Muhammad isn't real doesn't mean that they're going to believe he's not real. I don't understand how Jay doesn't understand this.
Arabic speaker, and I watch polemics against Islam from former Muslims, from Abu.
It's better to destroy it internally and show all the contradictions and things that just like the Quran literally tears itself apart. I don't know what else to say other than it does. It seriously is so wishy-washy. All the verses is speaking about how Muhammad's confirmed in the Old Testament and the New Testament, and that we should be able to find him in our books and so on and so forth. When we don't, we find Jesus, not him. So it's like so many cases of this, should be here, but is not in these other books for Christians or for, Jews.
Father Zechariah Butros, brother Rashid.
Thousands of people were leaving Islam from those,
and all of their polemics are based on the character and nature of Muhammad, not his non-existence. No Arab speaker who is like you saying, thousands, if not millions, of Muslims are causing them to leave Islam, engages in that argument. They all engage in the so-called internal argument based on the character and nature of Muhammad, because it's so by nature powerful. You're fighting fire with fire. Muslims can't evade the points that we make, which is, it's your book. I'm going by your book. Your book says this, and now I'm asking you to use your reason and say, is it good for a prophet to act this way? Is this just for him to treat women like sex slaves, and you can have as many sex slaves as you capture, and you can sleep with young children and everything else? Okay, that is a powerful argument, and that's why I think we were talking earlier. You showed that poll, which showed the number one reason Muslims leave is because of the nature and character of Muhammad, and that poll didn't even show that Muslims leave Islam because they think he didn't exist at all. It wasn't even the top. I think it was 5 points that it showed. It wasn't even number 5. So it's absurd. Again, it makes you wonder, what's the motive here?
Point is winning.
That he would actually say that the argument that does work is the one that doesn't work, and the one that doesn't work is the one that has to work, even though it doesn't even make sense, and it's so ineffective because it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and it's very interesting to me because back in the day, if you go back 20 years,
I like
in Christianity
but
in America, it was taken as standard, even in churches that are talking about how to witness Muslims and how to convert Muslims and so on. It was standard. Never criticize Muhammad, never criticize the Quran. And when I was hearing this, it's like, okay, I only knew of a couple converts back then, but it was like hearing that all the things they were taught about Muhammad were false according to their own sources was a huge part. And churches are saying, don't ever share this stuff because you'll hurt the Muslims' feelings and you're going to drive him away and he's never going to listen to you. So just preach the gospel and don't ever criticize Muhammad or the Quran. And I'm sitting there thinking, all of my experience goes against all of my experience with Muslims, like flies in the face of that. And so where's this actually coming? It's funny because I actually traced it to where they were getting it from. One, they were getting it from missionaries to Muslim countries, right, who come back and speak in churches and stuff. And like, well, it makes sense if you're a missionary in Saudi Arabia not to go around criticizing Muhammad.
You don't want to get
that
killed.
Makes sense. What's that got to do with us in the U.S., right? And the other place they were getting it from was interfaith dialogues, where you'd have like a Muslim speaker and a Christian speaker and a Jewish speaker, and they all get together. And they said, and the Muslim speaker told us, isn't it great to build bridges? But if you start criticizing Muhammad and the Quran, you're not going to have these bridges anymore, and we're not going to want to talk to you. So, and I'm just sitting there going, can you say that with a straight face that you think the Muslim speaker at an interfaith event was giving you valuable information on how to reach Muslims with the gospel? Like that's what you're taking seriously? Because I have to say, if I heard a Muslim speaker telling me how to reach Muslims with the gospel, I'd probably automatically believe the opposite of what he's saying, because I don't think he's going to actually be trying to tell you how to reach Muslims with the gospel and so on. So anyway, but it was funny because back then, you know, it's like all my experience is telling me one thing, and if you go like 2009 or so, now I'm already seeing tons of people leaving Islam and stuff like that. But I was on. They put me on stage with Zachariah Boutros, and I was like, because I was familiar with him, and that's back when he had like a $50 million Al-Qaeda bounty on his head and stuff like that. But I was hearing about all these thousands of converts from this guy's talks and stuff, and I was like, all the Arab guys who are seeing thousands of converts are blasting away at Muhammad. They're just blasting away, and they're exposing Muhammad left and right. And you've got all these churches, and at best they'll say, you know, after 17 years of preaching to this Muslim, he converted and stuff like that. And it's like, I'm going to listen to these guys, because what they're saying is exactly what all my experience has shown, and you've got something and you're saying it, and I don't know where you're getting it from, but I've never seen any evidence that this is the great position. But keep in mind, even back then, I was like, okay, if you want to just preach the gospel, go ahead. If you don't want to criticize Muhammad or criticize the Quran, I think it's great if you're going around and you're just going to preach the gospel. That's great. It's great because there probably are Muslims who've already been wrestling with issues and stuff like that, and you come along, you preach the gospel. That can be great. But it has to be important to blast away at Islam. So I've always been fine with different approaches. It's when you come along and say, no, this is the only way to do things, and anyone else who does anything else is wrong. And it gets kind of weird. But now we've gone kind of full circle, and now we're on to it's a waste of time to argue all this stuff that we've seen thousands and thousands and thousands of people leave Islam, all that stuff. Big waste of time. Don't follow that path, Christians. Just start arguing Muhammad never existed.
And I've watched multiple news programs and talk shows in Arabic on satellite, and they complain literally about how Zachariah Boutros and Brother Rashid and the polemicists, that they are making Muslims leave Islam. And what is their method? What is their polemic? It's absolutely 100% about the nature of Muhammad. Okay, so for anyone to ever argue that is weak or that is ineffectual, I mean, that's crazy. That is the number one tried and true polemic that every Muslim cites, and even Muslims who are angry about this, like I told you, when I watch these shows, that's what they point to. And that's why that will get you killed. I have yet to hear anyone complain about, these guys are casting doubt in the existence of Muhammad. I'm sorry, I just haven't. That doesn't happen. Again, if someone wants to use that and wants to preach no moery, that's fine by me, as long as they're moderate no-mos. But when they become, cantankerous and all they want to do is fight with us, okay, then I have an issue.
Yeah, we've got all these radical no-mos coming out of the closet. It's creepy. Dr. Ibrahim, how special were the martyrs of Otranto?
Well, I mean, for those who don't know, the Martyrs of Otranto, I actually made a video about it and wrote about it. It was their anniversary. It was recent. And it's basically the Ottomans invaded Italy, Otranto, and they massacred all the Italians. And then they had like 813 captive men, and they enslaved the women and children. And they tried to be magnanimous, and they said, okay, all you have to do is renounce Christ and embrace Islam. And one of the men said, you know what, we fought for our land and we lost. Now it's time to fight for our souls. And every one of the 813 refused, and they were decapitated ritually, and their archbishop was sawn in half to cries to Allahu Akbar. And, and again, so it's very important. And until today, we have their skulls in the Church of Otranto. There's an actual glass case that has all their skulls, these hundreds of Christians. And again, so, what helps a person understand an event like that? That Muhammad II, who was the actual sultan at the time, was following his prophet as he said he was, or that this is all a big lie and a big conspiracy and Muhammad never existed. You see how this just introduces so many complexities that are just unnecessary and that just trip up non-Muslims and Christians who are trying to make sense of events?
And that it's Jesus is actually at the root of all this, because it was all about Jesus originally, and it was a bunch of Christians doing this stuff who started this all off.
Calling themselves the praised ones and killing other Christians. And it's just...
Hey, check this out. This stream is too hunky, hard to focus. We know. We have that effect on people. Were there Ethiopian knights in the Crusades? Don't know if anyone's ever studied that.
Depends on what you mean by knights. You know, in the European fashion, probably not. But I do believe, I mean, there might be, because Ethiopians were Christians, of course, at the time. So I don't know. I'm not going to conjecture. I'm not Jay Smith to conjecture. So
yeah. Well, you just make up a bunch of stuff. That works. Raymond, finish your Sword and Scimitar. Good book and going to order another.
Great. Glad to hear it.
And I will, if you're watching this later, I will add links to Raymond's books in the description
Thank
here.
you.
They won't be here now, but I'll do that later.
Oh, okay.
And can the relationship Muhammad had with the men of Al-Zut be used to make the argument that Islam is actually LGBT plus inclusive? You know, it's
not really, because he tried to hide it, so it wasn't publicly celebrated because he did it out in the desert. So you know, it was still not being celebrated like the June stuff.
It's actually interesting because this popped up recently, but when I was making the video, the sort of part 2 on the men of Al-Zut, and how there was this weird belief that men could inject their manliness into other men and so on. As I was quoting some passages, some of them were like how long homosexuality continued in the Muslim world, relationships and their obsession with young boys. You couldn't officially do it, but it was very common practice for up until Western nations started making them stop this stuff. But it was interesting because someone pointed out, someone sent a link to one of Paul Williams' posts, but Paul Williams is a gay Muslim apologist. And one of his links was to homosexuality in the Muslim world and so on. So anyway, but the point is, there are a couple people who might want to use the story of Al-Zut. So Paul Williams, want to use the story of Al-Zut to defend things? Might want to try that. Very impressive. And Raymond says words. What my brain hears: biceps. That's true. And Dr. Ibrahim, how about some speculative history? What if the Mongols had converted to Christianity? Would the Crusades have been different? How so? We don't have time for a lot of speculation here.
They think I'm Jay Smith. Well, actually, that was one of the one of the motivations of the Crusaders. They thought the Mongols were the people of Prester John, this mythical Christian king from the Far East, who was going to come and help them do a pincer movement against Islam. And some of them did convert to Nestorianism, Christians, but a lot of them, like the Golden Horde, of course, converted to Islam. But yeah, and there were alliances between Mongols and Crusaders against Muslims. But in the end, the Mongols broke up, and a lot of them were Muslim, did convert to Islam, and they became a scourge of Eastern Europe, especially towards Russia and the Slavic nations, the Golden Horde. So,
and for some
and
reason,
those are facts, not conjectures. Just so you know.
You know what else is a fact that we've got? There's just tons of comments about Al-Zut. From the leather straps of the anus to the men of Al-Zut, we have come far.
I'm gonna have to make another video about Al-Zut. I've been thinking about it, and there's other things to add.
There can never be too many videos about Al-Zut.
Can't be enough Al-Zut.
Yeah. The more Al-Zut, the merrier. That's what Muhammad said, and that's what we say now. But yeah, you have Sunan Abu Dawud 203, where Muhammad said the eyes are the leather strap of the anus. So we popularized that for a while, and now everyone knows about Al-Zut. And here you have Al-Zut split Muhammad's moon. Yeah, it's the origin of the splitting the moon. Also could call it Muhammad's real night journey. But can AP remake the AC/DC song "You Shook Me All Night Long" and make it about Muhammad and Al-Zut? I bet he can. And one more, and then we'll jump into the next little clip. The kill shot for Nomo is how Momo died, like an idiot. Why would you make up that your prophet died the death of false prophets? So yeah, they're talking about Muhammad dying by poisoning, especially after woman's whole family all the men in her family get killed by Muslims, and then she offers to cook dinner. Muhammad's like, duh, yeah, I like food.
Who would make this stuff up? I'm trying to create this hagiographical awesome prophet to legitimize my Arab empire, and from top to bottom, it's just full of warts and flaws and
not
embarrassment.
bottom in the Al-Zut sense, just to be clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And when I think I've asked the Nomos for this before, and they said maybe Muhammad was blaming a Jewish woman for poisoning him because they wanted to stir up more hostility against Jews. And it's like, wait, if you could make up anything, why not? Why have him being a complete idiot? Why not say he went out and fought them, violent, in battle and fought valiantly and something like that, or they assassinated him or something like. Why do you have to make him the idiot of the story?
Well, apparently because that was cool for 7th century Arabs.
Yeah, it was just we didn't know it back then, but back
You're like
then
an idiot prophet.
Yeah, being the dumbest person in the world was just super cool.
We just don't get it because we're modern people.
Yeah, we're modern people. We think it's stupid to die over a roasted lamb. Anyway, here's a clip of Jay on the burden of proof.
It's not me to prove. Raymond wants me to prove he didn't exist. How can you prove he didn't exist? That's a non sequitur. He has to prove that he existed since he's making the claim.
That's
so
not a
therefore,
non-sequitur.
in order for him to make the claim, he has to prove that this man was called Muhammad, that he lived in a place called Mecca, that he received a book called the Quran, not just bits and pieces of fragments, all 114 surahs, and that this all happened before 632. They have to. Everybody now has, and every Muslim has to answer those 4 questions. How can you do that as a Muslim?
And I actually want to tie that together with his claim about the topic here, because that's also a short clip, but let's see.
In the debate that I did last week with Raymond Ibrahim, when you look at the debate, it was a debate that was set up really to answer the question, who is, or did the Muhammad of Islam exist? That was the title.
He sounded like he was about to say, who's the real Muhammad? But he switched it to...
The goalpost is always changing, so...
Yeah, let's see what he says.
Who is, or did the Muhammad of Islam exist? That was the title of the debate. They say it was the title that we challenged Raymond to because of the fact that he came up very clearly in his 2 videos in April saying, I don't even have to look at Jay's videos. I know how to prove that Muhammad existed. It turns out that Muhammad that he was supporting is really a historical Muhammad, or Muhammad,
that's what I believe
whichever
in.
way you want to put
Muhammad
it.
of history,
Not the Muhammad of Islam. He did not want to take that on. I now understand why he wanted to go first. I couldn't figure out why he wanted to go first since we were doing the challenge. It would make sense that I would go first.
I didn't want to go first. It was offered to me, and I said, okay, yeah, because I'm the one who started this by making my videos. I'll make my points. But just
and just obviously, you would be the affirmative usually goes first, unless there's some weird reason for
and
the
not to
affirmative
mention,
not to go first.
I thought the first is actually the weaker position because the second one now has ammo, whereas I'm just talking. So anyway, so first of all, for him to say that this wasn't the agreed topic, just to show you how it's not true. Okay, he already mentioned my 2 videos. My 2 videos, like I told you, I didn't make 10 points. Anyone can watch them. They're online. I made 3 points. I argued that Muhammad from the 7th century non-Muslim sources was real. I argued that the Sunni Shia split proved that his DNA is in action because that's what they believe. And I made the argument from embarrassment. It was just those 3. And he wanted immediately to debate me. Now, if you want to debate me on what I just said, it was those 3 points. And so when the debate started, I made those 3 points, but even more emphatically with quoting Patricia Corona, etc. So I find it kind of strange for him to now be like, oh, well, that's not the real Muhammad. That's another kind of Muhammad. And he just keeps, and the criteria. The point that the first point he said is I have to prove it, right? The burden of proof is on me and also on Muslims. He brought that up during the debate, and I think I shut him down right away because I said, yeah, technically speaking, theoretically, it is. But in this case, Muslims don't have to prove a thing to you. Okay, they've offered you the dawah to believe in Islam, right? And people like you and I, we believe Muhammad existed, but we haven't accepted it. We think he's a false prophet. Okay, kafir, infidels. You, Jay, are saying he didn't prove to me he exists. No, we're not going to bother proving anything. Kafir, you're an infidel. So it's kind of silly for him to think that Muslims are troubled and they feel that there's this burden of proof to prove to us that Muhammad existed. No, they don't. It's again, so it's a totally inapplicable point to even make He's trying to bring, the standards of philosophy as if Muslims are going to care about this, and they're not. Anyway, I'll stop for a while.
I would also think that's just ridiculous. I mean, think if someone comes along and says, "Hey, Julius Caesar never existed," and you say, "I mean, obviously Julius Caesar exists." Well, prove that he exists, and I'm just going to play skeptic. Well, if you're denying a major historical figure, wouldn't you have to show that you have some really great explanation for what happened and why everyone thinks?
That's the point.
Yeah.
That's the point.
So,
the historical standard is that, look, we have the records, and you need to give me some really good reason not to believe it. That's how we do history. If we start off from the first premise, which is, I don't care about the primary sources, they're all lies, everyone has to disappear. In fact, I mentioned Caesar during the debate, and I pointed out, Caesar seems to be very real, because guess what? We have his it's not his autobiography, but his journal, basically, when he was in Gaul, and we have it, right? And Caesar is something like 30 BC. He's active at that time. But guess what? The actual extant version of the journal that he wrote is about 800 years after Caesar. So once again, if we use J. Smith's impossible standards, Caesar never existed. Alexander the Great, of course, never existed, because all of the primary sources come 300 or so years after him. I give multiple examples. All the Viking kings that nobody doubts their existence, Harald Hardrada, all of them, if the famous ones, okay? Guess what? They all come from one guy, Snorri Sturluson, writing in Iceland about 500 years, okay? 400 to 500 years after these guys died. I've never heard anyone say, they're not real because this is too late, and you got to prove it to me. Okay, so if you use that standard, nobody comes out alive in history. Everyone has to disappear. And again, I give you the Old Testament argument. It applies the same way. It goes both ways. You can't just create these impossible standards and don't apply them to anybody, but then throw them all at Muhammad. And the more they're proven, the more you raise the bar higher and keep saying, now you have to prove to me all the surahs were written. It's just, it becomes ridiculous, but that's they fall for that, I suppose.
Yeah, and the situation here is, guys. So what Raymond said is, technically, in a technical sense, burden of proof is on the affirmative and so on. But in situations like, you have to be careful about someone just shifting complete burden of proof. Why? Because there's a bunch of evidence you're trying to account for. And if you've got an explanation that accounts for this evidence, and you come along and say, no, that's not the correct explanation. Well, unless you show me there's a better explanation, that still is the best explanation. It's like the New Atheist did this. Back in the day, atheists used to actually argue for atheism. They'd say, but the problem of evil and divine hiddenness, if God wanted us to believe in him, why didn't he just appear to us? They'd use arguments. You got to the New Atheists, and then it was, you can't prove to us that God exists. You can't prove it, so prove it. And you'd say, well, why don't you show us how they... No, we're not the ones making the claim. You're making the claim. And they shifted the burden of proof completely over to the theist, and then they just play skeptic. Guess what? It is easy to play skeptic. So anytime someone says, you prove this and I get to play skeptic, I usually flip it on atheists when they come at me like that. They're like, prove to me God exists, religitard. I'm already thinking this is not a person I seriously want to have a discussion with. So I will instantly go, first prove to me that you exist, because I don't want to be having an argument with a non-existent person. First prove to me you exist. And then it gets real fun all of a sudden. They're like, well, who do you think's talking to you? It's like, you're online. How do I know it's not a bot or a monkey typing on a keyboard just randomly coming together? How do I know? How do I know I'm not dreaming?
Playing skeptic is so easy.
Easiest thing in the world. Easiest thing in the world. And it is what Jesus mythers do with Jesus. If you get into a burden of proof and you accept that and they get to play skeptic, guess what? They'll explain everything, guys. They have an explanation for everything. If you listen to them, they'll say, belief in Jesus as an actual person. It started off with some people who believed him as like a divine figure, something like that, and they had a belief in him and they had a cult around him, and then eventually that evolved, and later on you got to people who thought he was a real person walking around and so on. Any piece of evidence you can give them, they can be skeptical about. It's very easy, especially as Raymond's pointing, to be skeptical about history and so on. You can always make up something. And if you take the method of J. Smith, you can always make up a reason for making up anything. They made this up because of this. They made up this story about Jesus because of that. They made this up because of that. It's the easiest thing in the world to do. That's why the New Atheism took also, because you could train any idiot to do this. You could train any idiot to go, prove that that's not enough evidence. Prove that to me. In reality, if you have someone like Muhammad, who's the center figure of a religion, and you have piles of sources on him, and you can trace his stuff back pretty darn early, not as early as lots of, we would love it if there were just really, really early sources on there. But people didn't always preserve writings and stuff, and later people quoted them and so on. But if you're saying this guy,
by historical standards, they are early. If you compare it across the board, they're early.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah, they are.
Go ahead. But
I just wanted to finish. I just wanted to. It's basically, if you're saying no, at the heart of all of this, as Jay was saying, I can't believe what this man did to you, and I can't believe Muhammad did this, and I can't believe Muhammad did that, and I can't believe Muhammad did that. I can't believe a non-existent man did all this. Right. That's how we feel. I can't believe a non-existent man did all this stuff, is responsible for all this. At the core of all of this is someone who did not exist, right? So the burden of proof here is you're kind of the one presenting a crazy conspiracy theory on this one. So if you think that is the correct position, you have to show that you have some better explanation that accounts for the evidence even better. But when we do that, you start to even basically explain what are these references to Muhammad and so on. You start saying, oh, yeah, it's about Jesus, and it's because the church fathers were using this, and it's because of Song of Solomon, and it's all made up. And so I can't regard that as a better explanation. And so I'm left with an explanation that fits all the facts. And yes, the Muslim sources can be weak, and yes, there were fabrications, and yes, there were exaggerations, and yes, they made up a ton of stuff. But the explanation for the core of the story makes a lot of sense and accounts for the evidence. Yours doesn't, because it's all made up. So why am I supposed to go with yours and not this one? Oh, I forgot. I'm being paid.
Because and it's also an article of faith. But one point I just want to really emphasize to people, which is that the number one argument that the nomos have, okay, is that all the Muslim sources are just too late. All right, they're much later than what they purport to record, right? And but the fact is, this is what they don't tell people, that is pretty standard for history. In fact, they're actually pretty close, all right, more often than not. Okay, John of Damascus, immensely close, but even the Muslim sources, okay, 150 years, it's not that bad. I just told you the sagas, all the Vikings that we accept and take for granted are about 400 years after they existed. And these guys are much later than Muhammad, by the way, okay? So when records are presumably better. So I'm just trying to say that the number one argument that they have is really a non-argument in my mind, as someone who really understands the nature of historical records, because it applies to almost everything. But they play this game and make you think that everyone else, we have their DNA, we have their license, we have their social security card, we have their teeth, No, it's all so tenuous, it's all so fragile, it's all so fragmented for everybody. Okay, but they want you to think it's not like that, and this is just a peculiar weakness about Muhammad, when in fact, as I quoted from Patricia Crone, he's actually pretty well attested to.
Yeah, and so it is this. Yeah, guys, keep your eyes peeled when someone comes along and says, hey, you have to prove this, and I get to sit back and play skeptic and just deny everything you're putting forward. At some point, if there is evidence that they're dismissing, oh, maybe this, maybe that, maybe this explains it, maybe that explains it. At the end of the day, either they have a better explanation that fits the evidence or they don't. It's just like, if you argued against an atheist against if an atheist is arguing against the existence of God, and you say, hey, the universe popped into existence, sounds like creation. And then the universe is finely tuned, meaning, the laws of nature they're required to be at a certain, these various, constants and so on have to be like just right, or we wouldn't be here. And then you have to get life, and then you need human consciousness, and then you need this, and then you need that. And if you say, well, that's no proof, that's no evidence. Okay, what's a better explanation for how we got all this? The burden of proof is on you. Well, okay, then.
And this is, in my early videos, and I think this is what really bothered him. I pointed this out that, the strength of the no-mo argument is that non-Muslims want to believe it. Okay, that is its number one strength. Its appeal. There is a demographic that does not want to believe that man ever existed, okay, for numerous reasons. That is its number one appeal. It's not the arguments, because the arguments are flimsy. They are weaker than the facts that we have as recorded by history. But why are people gravitating to it? And my point was, that's the exact reason why no Muslim's going to hear it, because the Muslim starts off on a different foot. They do believe in Muhammad. He's their prophet. They love him. Okay, they're not gravitating towards this argument by nature the way all these non-Muslims and especially Christians are. That's why I guarantee you there's probably so many no-mowers who don't even know the arguments. They've just heard some guy say Muhammad didn't exist, he has letters behind his name or whatever, and that's good enough for them. Okay, but guess what? That's not good enough for Muslims, and that's the only way this will even ever matter. In the meantime, it's nothing but a distraction. And you and I haven't even talked about how this has now become not just a distraction, how it's become an actual weapon against what we're trying to do, which is actually confront Islam, open eyes of Westerners and Muslims and so forth. And, you know, to me now, these guys, these nomos are more dangerous than the worst Muslim troll and leftist troll I've ever dealt with, because they are a cult. So maybe we can address that a little bit.
Yeah, we're gonna check out some of the comments from these guys. We have one more short video clip, and then we're gonna check out some of the comments from these guys. But yeah, I mean, just think about this, guys. So for almost 14 centuries, Islam is spreading and so on, and eventually gets stopped from like conquering the world and so on. And then we're told a little over 2 decades ago that just based on the math, Islam has taken over the world. They had the highest birth rate. Here's the, you know, by 2050 or 2060, this is when it takes over France. This is when it takes over Germany. This is when it takes over the UK, just on birth rates and so on. And we're told, see, it's basically hopeless. And then right before it's just too late, we get handed all these sources. We get handed all their sources, and we get access to the internet, so that all these Muslims and all these different parts of the world who've been insulated from hearing what their sources actually say about the prophet all their lives, all of a sudden we get access to everyone with an internet connection. We can make a video responding to a Muslim argument, and it goes around the world instantly. We get everything we need to completely destroy Islam right now in our time. And then we start.
The no-mowers want us to throw it away.
That's what I mean. We start sharing it, and all of a sudden, the apostasy rate shoots up from 0% to 26%. In 2 decades, Muslims are going around freaking out about what they call the avalanche of apostasy. They're the ones saying, if we don't do something about this right now, if we don't stop this right now, we'll never recover from this. And then right in the middle of all this, we get Jay Smith and the No Mowers. Stop! What are you doing with all this nonsense? Just say Muhammad never existed. That's what. Let's pray. Let's pray. Thank you for Muhammad never existing. Thank you, Lord.
It's just unfathomable, man, when you really think about it.
It's really, 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 really weird. Ash here says, Mo is like those cringe guys that think they're saying something super badass and everyone else is cringing. Mo, I have the virility of 30 zoot inside me. Yeah, he was going around bragging about having the strength of 30 men. His followers thought he was saying something different, but he meant literally. Was the Quran written by heretic Unitarian types? Not sure what you're referring to here. You mean like the pre-Quran, like people like Jay and stuff will believe that there was the Quran before the Quran, and that this was some Syriac thing or something like that? Yeah, I don't know. D. Wood, Raymond Ibrahim, have you considered teaching in schools?
I mean, I've been offered, but I'd rather just do what I do, which is teach online and through my books.
Yeah, and that was my plan back in the day. It was Muslims who derailed that. We actually had a Muslim who used to stand out in front of the school. I was teaching at Fordham. I was teaching philosophical ethics and philosophy of human nature. There was a Muslim who would stand out there, and he eventually got to the point where, like, one of my students showed up and said, "Hey, there's a guy out there talking about you." It's like, and they had already been calling the school, but now you had a Muslim out actually standing out in front of there, and so it was okay. I cannot do both of these. I cannot teach philosophy at a university and be criticizing Islam. So either I have to back off Islam, which is what they wanted, and then just teach philosophy, or I have to burn that bridge and just say, okay, I spent my entire academic career studying to be a philosophy professor, but I can't do that. And so I said, okay, there are plenty of people who can teach philosophy. There aren't enough people blasting away at Islam, so I'm going to go blast away at Islam, and I'm not going to give them that power. I'm not going to give them that power over me. So I was willing to sacrifice my entire academic career and teaching career to blast away at Islam, and then it turns out I was just in it for the money the entire time.
Same here, you know. I was at Georgetown working for a PhD at the Library of Congress, kind of being groomed. In 2007, I was on CNN, Fox News, NPR, all the leftist liberal things, but I started saying the truth, you know, and it just, I already knew where it was going to go, and I was warned about it, and yeah, but whatever, ended up good for me.
Dr. Wood and Dr. Ibrahim, do you think in the future there will be a war between Islamic Jihad and Communist China? Who would win? With whom we ally? No, I don't think so. I think Islam's falling apart too rapidly. And I think China would crush them if they ever tried to mess with them.
Yeah.
Is that what you think?
Only the West has to fear from Islam because only the West fights with kids' gloves. Every other civilization is not going to tolerate Islamic nonsense, and so Muslims don't bother with them. It's the bully mentality. They only push around the weak guy who gives in, which is the West.
Yeah, and so that's why you had all the situation putting Uyghur Muslims in camps and stuff, and they occasionally did a little protest outside of an embassy, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work with the Chinese. They don't fall for it. So we'll go complain about Islamophobia where it works.
Exactly.
All right, last little video clip we wanted to check out. This is Jay and Robert on the principle of embarrassment here.
So much of your book goes into that, and that's what I love about it. You do go through these references after reference of where they have sanitized Muhammad, where they have made him look, I would say, just like Jesus. They want what we already have. Yeah. They know that the world follows Jesus, and they know that why Jesus is so popular. In fact, I have said this. I just got done saying that, I just done a debate with Raymond Ibrahim on this very thing, where Raymond Ibrahim has said, why would somebody write all these traditions that are so embarrassing? The Muhammad that's in them are so, and I'm saying, hold on a minute, Raymond. Your problem is you're looking at Muhammad through Christian eyes. You're looking at him, comparing him to Jesus. Muslims don't do that unless they're 21st century Muslims and Western Muslims. For Western Muslims, he is embarrassing, but not for a lot of Muslims I talk to. They love the Muhammad that's there.
The period of embarrassment is really the only coherent argument that people who still believe in Muhammad's historicity can adduce. But I think that it's exploded, if I do say so myself, in this book, in light of the fact that it's very clear that these stories were either fabricated or adapted from earlier sources about other people and folded into the Muhammad myth by people who weren't embarrassed by them at all, but who thought these are practices we want to engage in, and so if we have our prophet engaging in them, then that's the best validation you can have for this activity.
All right, so that was their response to, and that is their standard response to us bringing up embarrassing material. Why would anyone make this up? Well, life was different back then, and this was considered good back then. And you say, okay, what's the records of this being prized and valued at that time and considered awesome? Well, you don't know that it wasn't, and so it becomes maybe there was a reason for making this up and we just don't have access to it. Okay, that again,
more
that would
conjecture.
Work. Yeah, that would work if it was one thing. When it's maybe this and maybe that and maybe this is why they thought semen all over your clothes was good, and maybe they thought it was good to bang your adopted son's wife, and maybe they thought this.
And I'm surprised he says that this is the most coherent argument. The most coherent argument is that Muhammad is widely attested to. And for you to say, no, we're not accepting that, is basically for you to change the entire rule and say no one in history can be attested to anymore because I just don't like it. Okay. So I don't even think it's the strongest. It's my third argument, but I do think it's important and it's definitely one of the arsenal. But yeah, the only thing that you can say is possibly moderns don't get, but I get, is basically the sort of the tyrannical Muhammad. Okay, yeah, that's true. Arabs in the 7th century wouldn't have a problem with an authoritarian, tyrannical, even cruel Muhammad. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about constant embarrassing scenarios that would have been just as embarrassing, if not more so, okay, then, and problematic than they are today. And they just don't want to admit that, and they're trying to pretend that everything that's embarrassing is about Muhammad being this sort of cruel, authoritarian, sexual deviant. No, that's not it. There's a lot more. And the way that stuff comes out, the way we see it, is exactly how, like you were pointing out, the older it goes, the worse it gets. And you can see how, as time progresses, until it gets to Sahih Bukhari and so forth, it keeps getting sanitized and sanitized and sanitized. And it's just a realistic development than just, it's you just don't get it because you're a modern person.
Yeah. So we could grant, and I think we would grant, Robert and Jay's point to an extent that, yeah, there can be things that they weren't embarrassed back then, whereas Muslims are embarrassed about them now, like Muhammad and Aisha. So that doesn't seem to have been embarrassing to them back then.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing to Muslims
Pedophilia
now.
was not a problem. Yeah.
Yeah. So I wouldn't use that as an example. I wouldn't use that to say, you see, this is something that someone wouldn't make up. There are other things where we know the satanic verses were embarrassing to them. We know that Muhammad and the story of Muhammad and Zainab, Muhammad taking the wife of his own adopted son and then having to come up with various justifications. We know that was embarrassing to them.
Banning adoption.
Yeah. We know that we know these things were embarrassing to them. So again, if you wanted to come up, maybe there was a reason for some person to make up the story about the satanic verses and multiple different versions of it and make up the entire history of this and put all these different sources and trace them back to all these different guys. Yeah, maybe. Why should I think for a second that is a better explanation than Muhammad delivered the satanic verses? Yeah.
Because I'm desperate to prove no moery. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. All right. Want to check out some of these. So we got the responses, ladies and gentlemen. We got the responses from the no mowers, because you've got Raymond, and he's actually argued against the no mow position. Mary Harp has argued against the no mow position. I've argued against the no mow position, and we've got the no mowers have responded in various ways. So let's look at some examples here. Here we have the shocking truth is you are a loser, coward, get a life.
That's my video, which I recently made, again, responding to no mowery.
Okay.
So that's the extent of their argumentation.
That is the decisive refutation, if I've ever seen one. Yep. Let's check this out. Raymond Ibrahim has gone full pro-Muslim here with his belief in Muhammad. One more step towards his reversion to Islam, I think. Yeah, see, as soon as you start believing Muhammad existed, you're basically on a path to concluding that he's a true prophet.
You're going to become a jihadist. That's the next natural evolution of it. Yeah.
Next thing we're going to see Raymond arguing, screaming Allahu Akbar while blowing up a bunch of people in the name of
inevitable.
Allah.
Yeah.
That's what happens. That's what happens as soon as you start granting that Muhammad existed. All right, let's check out some of these comments, ladies and gentlemen. Raymond Ibrahim. Hey, Raymond, I'll just keep reading these, and anytime you want to comment, just let me know.
All right.
Because we have kind of endless comments here. Raymond Ibrahim, just due to be publicized, his name, but all his quoted reasoning is not on the truth, means his account of study is also a lie. Believing a standard Islamic narrative without a basis as per history.
Need I even respond to that gibberish?
Ha! Raymond Ibrahim admits defeat. He can't respond to this powerful.
I don't even know what it said.
Oh, yeah.
It makes me wonder, when I see this kind of written English, could this actually be Muslim trolls who've appropriated, logically so, the no-mo movement, and they're spearheading it because it's the best way to hide criticism against their prophet, which, of course, as I said, has always been the Achilles heel of Islam? Or is this just a dumb person who can't write? I don't know.
Yeah, the thing is, the no mowers sound kind of exactly like what a troll would sound like, and so very difficult to distinguish. But there's so many of these guys arguing exactly the same way. I'll kind of assume that it's a no mower until shown otherwise. Muslims fooled everyone with these stories of Muhammad. The name Muhammad did not exist in the beginning of Islam, nor did any of the writers of Muhammad know if he ever existed. Muslims had to redact verses back to force Muhammad into history. Raymond Ibrahim is like a Muslim that were brainwashed in a madrasa. Raymond Ibrahim trusts everything Muslims write down with zero historical evidence from Muslims from the 7th century. Muslims used Jesus to model Muhammad. The bad things about Muhammad was to throw people off from the truth and make him seem real.
What a way to think, man. I used to be sympathetic to, believing in some kind of conspiracies because surely everything isn't transparent. But this just takes it to such a level of, so delusional. Everything's a lie, everything is false, and it's just whatever I want to believe. That's the reality of it. That's what reading that to me, that's what it sounds like. That's how that person thinks.
Yeah, and I mean, think about this. You have no historical well, you've got tons of historical sources. If you want to say, we don't have all the sources, the early sources that later sources are quoting and so on. That's fine, but they're quoting earlier sources. But I mean, think about this. Then he'll say, you just trust everything Muslims write down with zero historical evidence. But then he says, Muslims used Jesus to model Muhammad. So, okay, what's your sources on that?
Yeah, Jay Smith.
Yeah. Jay Smith said it. That's your source.
Yeah,
Trust Jay.
He's a historical source.
Yeah, we've heard trust me,
He
bro.
was there. He knows. Yeah.
Yeah, we've heard trust me, bro. Now we have trust Jay. Trust Jay, bro.
Trust Jay, bro.
Yeah, trust Jay, bro. And that's amazing. But I mean, think about this. It's any evidence you quote, we're going to be super hyper skeptical of and reject it. And if Jay just makes something up, or another no more makes something up, it's indisputable. And the only reason you could even question it is if you're being paid by Qatar.
What else? Obviously.
Oh, awesome stuff. Awesome stuff, guys. You guys are doing a bang up job here, no mowers. We have two of these. This guy is offering nothing sensible. It must be annoying for Jay. He's arguing dishonestly, very dishonestly. That's about you. Raymond is
so the guy who's presenting evidence is dishonest, and the guy who's just offering conjecture after conjecture is honest.
Mm-hmm. Raymond is no Christian. He's a secret Islamist arguing Momo lived. Okay, no probs, but trying to legitimize Mecca, and this is insane. So you
totally
are
insane, dude. Yeah.
You're a secret Islamist.
Yeah. Well, of course. I mean, if you believe Muhammad existed as a historical figure, even if you say bad things about him or call him a false prophet, you are secretly a Muslim. Because Jay Smith said so. I mean, you already saw, he gave the prayer and he had his hypothetical debate with Jesus and Muhammad. So anyone who does what we're doing is clearly on the side of Islam.
Yep, gotta be. No other way of looking at things, ladies and gentlemen. Can't possibly be that Raymond actually believes, because we have a ton of historical sources and so on, and because we have all this embarrassing material that we can't think
because
of
we
any
have
real
common
reason.
sense.
Yeah. It can't be because of any of that. It's just we aren't persuaded by all the church fathers were referring to Jesus as Muhammad. We're not persuaded by that because none of them ever said it, and so shame on us, we're bad.
Yep.
Pray that Raymond may know Jesus. He appears to be a Christian by tradition and culture, but not born again. And we know this because, you didn't even accept Jay's prayer as authoritative liturgy.
Yep.
And then great debate. Jay won this debate. The Muhammad of Islam never existed. Jesus Christ is Lord.
You got to love the connection, I mean, there it goes again. It's that kind of cultic mentality. If you're going to believe in Jesus, you have to, as a corollary, believe Muhammad never existed. And if you believe Muhammad existed by corollary, you don't believe that Jesus is Lord. And that's what this comment right here is saying.
That's how it works. No, he did not. Islam is a pagan religion. You've got to love this. Did Muhammad exist? No, he did not. Islam is a pagan religion, as if Islam being a pagan religion means Muhammad didn't exist.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to reconcile the two clauses. I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, the Greeks and the Romans had a pagan religion. I guess Greeks and Romans didn't exist.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Pagan religions don't exist. That's the lesson.
Yeah, pagans don't exist. Let's see. Raymond Ibrahim is embarrassing. Where does he get that nonsense from? The height of delusion on display here. Self-delusion is dangerous.
You got to love this stuff.
Oh, yeah. It's awesome. Raymond, if you proclaimed to be a Christian, which book is true about Hagar and Ishmael being out in the desert, dry sands?
Well, I don't even know what that's asking me.
I think it's saying... Yeah, I mean, you have to try and figure out how they think, but it's pretty disturbing. But I think it's saying...
I'm okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's saying... if you claim to be a Christian, what are you going to believe? The Bible narrative or the Muslim story about Hagar and Ishmael, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. In Revelation chapter 12, Islam belongs to the devil. Where did the Christians go? Revelation 13:10, Mary, please do convert. Oh, now we're getting into stuff about Mary. Mary, you need to convert here.
You see, it's an article of faith now, all right? The no-mos, okay, the J followers who are Christians, it's become an article of faith. If you dare believe Muhammad existed, you have proven you are not a Christian, okay?
Yeah, if
it's reached that level.
Yeah, Revelations says Islam belongs to the devil. So if you believe Muhammad existed, you belong to the devil, and so you need to convert. Apparently, it seems like what it's thinking. But again, hard to tell with these guys.
It's kind of it's not only hard; it's kind of scary to try to enter into their brain and thinking patterns. To be honest with you.
Now we have a few comments that are directed towards Mary, because Mary made a video, ladies and gentlemen. She pointed out that Jay's argument about coins, which seems to be one of his main arguments, isn't nearly as strong as he makes it out to be, and he's leaving out a bunch of important details, like there were there were Christians back when this was happening, and they were bragging because the leaders couldn't take the cross off the coin because Christians would stop using it, and they still needed Christians to be using their money and so on. And so that doesn't, for some reason, doesn't make it into Jay's talks. He just presents it as, hey, there's crosses on these coins. There's no explanation of that other than these were Christians. And yet we know that Christians were bragging that the leaders wanted to take it off and couldn't because Christians wouldn't use it. And so, anyway.
By the way, when I was in college, I took a class with George Clive Foss. Okay, who he was a kind of a big deal in numismatics and Islam and so forth. And I distinctly remember him talking about how there's there's crosses on the Muslim coins because they appropriated the Byzantine coins, which had crosses, and often they would try to disfigure one of the arms of the cross, so it doesn't look like a cross. Okay, and two, I've heard Jay, if I understood it correctly, he's saying like it's the word Muhammad is on the coin because that's because that's Jesus, right? That's his claim. Or it could be that they're imprinting the name of their prophet on top of the cross because it's their form of saying Allahu Akbar, and we've triumphed. We've taken your gold, and now we're putting our stamp on it. So the coin argument, unless I'm not understanding correctly, just never really made any sense to me.
Yep. And yeah, I mean, even before Mary showed what was actually going on, which she did, I recommend her video. In fact, after this, if I forget, someone remind me to add the video to the description where she actually goes through and shows what happened when Uthman tried actually minting a coin and stuff, and just didn't take off. But even before any of that, just when it was the argument, I was just thinking like what? I mean, you think these guys coming out of the desert are obsessed with starting their own mint and stuff like that? I think they'd be more concerned with doing the conquering and stuff like that than they are with anyway. Exactly. But yeah, so I didn't find it terribly persuasive when I didn't actually know the details. And once you find out the rest of the story, seriously weak. Certainly not enough to establish that there's a better explanation for all the evidence. Let's see. That's the problem with religion. The books are inconsistent. David Wood has always been a Christian zealot and anti-Islam. It clouds his judgment. That's why I believe Muhammad existed. The interpretation you give is very compelling. Just don't consider Muhammad bashers to accept it. They have an interest in his existence. You catch it? Don't consider Muhammad bashers to accept it. The explanation. They have an interest in his existence. We need Muhammad. We need Muhammad's existence. That's what Jay's been telling everyone. Let's see. David Wood is afraid of losing followers to you and Jay, so he has to poison the well, in my opinion. I don't want to lose. Guys, on what?
There you go.
And I think this is on Mel's channel. Like, on what planet? I'm not being mean here, but on what planet is Mel going to get more followers than me? And I'm like, on what planet am I going to lose followers to Mel? Yeah, so not terribly worried about losing followers to Jay and Mel.
Mary just sent us an email of another comment. You want me to read it? It's a good one.
Oh, I got it. I was going to put it up after we go through.
Oh, you got it? Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
Here we have it's because David is getting money from Israel. Well, I thought I was getting the Arab oil money. Which is it? Which one is it? Dang it! Please tell me. Now we have at the bottom, David Wood now gives vile characters a platform. He's showing his sinister side. Who's the vile characters? It's been Jai, DOC, Thaddeus, and Mary. Why? They're all my friends, and we do live streams regularly on various topics.
but they're vile because they believe Muhammad exists.
Yeah, and they're criticizing Jay's new cult, and they must be evil, and I'm giving a platform to them. And now even the worst of the worst, Raymond Ibrahim. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm getting seriously terrible.
Now you got the real Muslim on board.
Many years after reading Robert's book, Did Muhammad Exist?, I'd go on yearly church retreats with a Coptic brother. He hated what Islam did to Egypt, but he was so invested in the standard Islamic narrative. I have to point out, I'm the one who came up with SIN as abbreviation of standard Islamic narrative. And I made
did you?
I made it as standard Islamic narrative about what Muslims think the Quran says about the previous scriptures. So I abbreviated the standard Islamic narrative, and then I contrasted it with my view, which is that Muhammad thought the previous scriptures confirmed him, so he had no problem confirming them because he thought that's what they said. And so I compared the two hypotheses. But Jay popularized it for this, interestingly.
Yeah, and I actually I commended him, and I was like, oh, that's a good acronym, by the way. And you didn't mention you came up with it.
Shocker.
He took the compliment.
Yeah, normally I don't even point it out because I steal people's stuff all the time and I don't credit them. Okay. So I usually don't care when people steal my stuff. I think it's hilarious and awesome when I see people using something that I came up with. But how are you going to use it to trash me when I'm the one who came up with it? Anyway, but he was so invested.
Let's all officially acknowledge, however, that I have coined no mo and no moery.
Yeah, so I coined standard Islamic narrative, and I started calling this stuff a cult. Nomo.
Yes.
Nomo, which was brilliant. Now we have the cult of Nomo, and all these Nomos coming out of the closet in their cult. And that was Raymond Ibrahim. So let it be forever known, Raymond was behind the popularization of the Al-Zut story. That's when it took off, everyone.
Thank you.
And I would just say the Al-Zut story. My prediction is that just people knowing about Al-Zut, just that one story, will be more effective than Jay's entire approach will ever be.
Yeah, and that's why I did it. I was trying to show, if you look, hard enough, you're going to find stuff that isn't embarrassing because we're modern and we don't get it.
Not hard enough in the Zut sense. I just want to clarify what you're saying. But go ahead.
I mean, just their name, Al-Zut. I mean, you got to love it.
It screams credibility, not like Muhammad screamed, but it screams credibility. Right. Yeah, so this guy says, many years ago, after reading Robert's book, Did Muhammad Exist?, I'd go on a yearly retreats with a Coptic brother. He hated what Islam did to Egypt, but he was so invested in the standard Islamic narrative and in the existence of Muhammad, he'd get angry and arguing for it. I could never understand why it was important for him. Well, maybe because you had Muhammad who was the man behind so much devastation in Christian lands. And when some dope comes along and starts saying, oh, Muhammad never existed, it was actually Jesus. And then, Christians started doing it. And then it took, maybe you sound extremely disrespectful to all the people who are violently subjugated by this stuff.
And annoying.
Yeah. And let's see. They are unable to understand because they lack totally the love towards Jesus Christ. This is why we don't get it, guys. We lack the love towards Jesus Christ. Only our love to him, towards our enemies and our neighbors and self, initiates light in our soul. And this light of our souls is needed by our mind to recognize and discern what is said or written. Continue your good works. This is towards Mel, because you see the heart by Mel down there. Continue your good works while staying connected with our Savior and Redeemer. Only he can and will lead you into truth, as is written. So we don't love Jesus, and therefore we're not being guided into the truth, unlike Mel and Jay.
Right. If you listen to the Holy Spirit, it's going to always tell you Muhammad never existed. So we're not truly being guided.
Yeah, it's just weird how, God waited so long to share this, and then he used such terrible arguments.
He was waiting for Prophet Jay to come to be, to raise him up.
Yeah, and to tell us all these things about what the church fathers were saying, even though they were never saying it, and that Jews were saying this and Jews never said it.
That's immaterial. That's irrelevant.
Yeah. What's important is the story and your unquestioning obedience to anything Jay says, even if it's completely false and insane.
Right, because this is a cult.
Let's see. Mary Harp and her simping sidekick Thaddeus are utterly obnoxious characters. That's right, because they corrected Jay on the coins thing and actually gave more information, which would lead people to think it's not a good argument. And then
heretics.
Yeah, a bunch of heretics. Is it just me, or does it seem that ever since Aisha, he's been, oh, that's Muhammad Hijab's former hotel wife, as he called her. That's Muhammad Hijab's ex-wife, who has been talking to us about what she's gone through and some of the problems with the Muslim community and why they won't stand up to guys like this. She's actually done interviews with us. But this apparently plays a role in something about Thaddeus. Let me see this. Is it just me, or does it seem that ever since Aisha, he's been everywhere, lighting up every comment section like he's relevant? Embarrassing. And then Thad, this might be the response here. Oh no, this is a no more. He says Thad was fired from his job in Ohio earlier this year. D. Wood was told he could not enter the UK because of his felony record. Wood must have taken down a hill fall ever since. Like, what does me not going to the UK have to do with anything that's going on here? You could say that Thaddeus getting fired from his job, I mean, it's kind of obvious. Yeah, Thaddeus got fired for criticizing Islam several months ago. That's why he's been everywhere, as the second comment noticed. Is it just me, or does it seem that ever since Aisha, he's been everywhere? No, it's ever since he got fired, he's been everywhere, because now he has more time on his hands. I would take that as pretty obvious. And matter of fact, he said that in a video. Wow, I got fired from my job. Now I can do Christian apologetics and polemics against Islam full time. Interesting, but nope, it's something else. Those who use ad hominems in lieu of arguments are narcissistic attention seekers. Really? You mean like saying...
You mean like all these guys?
Yeah, you mean like saying we're just in it for money and we're getting paid by Jews, we're getting paid... The best way to deal with them is to ignore them completely. You could tell them you said the Kaddish for them, even though you're not Jewish. Attention is their oxygen. Remove it and they die. They'll just be left to posing tantrums that will eventually bore their followers. Losing followers is the worst kind of death for them. We don't want to lose followers, guys. And if we
talk about a bit of projection,
yeah, if we don't stop Jay, we're just going to lose followers, and so that's why we resort to nothing but ad hominem attacks. This is insane. Yeah, talk about projection, man. Wow. People who love untruths about Islam, I guess that's us. People who love untruths about Islam will always feel gutted that their sacred cows are being slaughtered in the debates about Muhammad, the Quran, and Mecca. Carry on, Jay. You are an apostle of Christ and male too, even though you guys have already split and can't get along anymore because you're blaming each other for all the mistakes you guys made in your terrible arguments. Thanks for your painstaking research. You mean the research that he's already had to abandon and gaslighting everyone and saying that he abandoned it so long ago, even though it was July, and highly competent research dissemination. Wow.
Before we pass the ad hominem stuff, I have a little amusing anecdote for you from Jay Smith.
Oh, yeah?
When I first made my videos talking about him and responding to No Moery, and all I ever did is just mention his name like once, and very respectfully, because I tried to put a name to what this is, because everyone who would contact and attack me would say, you have to read Jay Smith. So I basically said, apparently Jay Smith is the one who's saying it. And I was like, I'm sure he has his reasons for believing what he believes, etc. But anyway, in one of his responses, him and Hatun, they say, well, who's Raymond Ibrahim? And they say, oh, he's a bodybuilder. And then Jay goes, oh, and he tells everyone, yeah, okay, put that under your wing. Okay, remember, first he's a bodybuilder, and then second he's and I'm also an Egyptian, and then finally I'm a critic of Islam. Okay, now that's not an ad hominem attack. The guy was basically saying that, okay, I'm just a big dumb muscle head, and so what do I really know? So there's your perfect example of ad hominem and how it was used.
Wild stuff. Yeah. So,
which, by the way, amused me to no end. I don't say this because it upset me. I say it because it was funny, but just to also show that you guys are accusing us of ad hominem, and here it was actually at the hands of your grand poopah.
Yeah, no, I remember articles from you way back, like 2007, 2008, 2009, in that range. Does that sound
2005
right?
was my first published article. Yeah.
Yeah. So I
20
remember.
years ago.
Yeah, so you're one of the OGs. So is Jay. You guys.
Thank you.
You guys are the OGs. It's just interesting that I was reading your stuff way back in the day, and then it was eventually someone's like, hey, check out this picture of Raymond Ibrahim. It was a picture from bodybuilding days. And I was like, whoa, it's like on a stage, right? You were on a stage at some point, right? Because I saw a picture of you on stage.
One or two of those leaked out. Yeah, I was an actual competitive bodybuilder, but literally over 30 years ago when I won the Mr. LA when I was 19. I'm 52 now. So kind of moved on. I still lift weights, but I don't bodybuild.
Well, just know, everyone, the reason you can't trust Raymond Ibrahim is because his ultimate loyalty is to bodybuilding, and if he rejects the existence of Muhammad, that might interfere with his bodybuilding. He'd be laughed out of the gym or something like that. So that's a problem.
That's something a no mower would say.
Yep, got to be something like that, right? Yeah. Let's see. Oil money is strong. Yep. That's if you want to explain things, guys, it's the oil money. And then we have, if I had $1 million, I'd divide it into 3 and give Mel and Dr. J each a third. If God is for Mel and Jay, who can be against them? Trust God to bring the increase.
Ooh, biblical language for Mel and Jay, right?
Yeah. If God is for Mel and Jay, who can be against them?
And how did we prove God is for them again?
Yeah, because yeah, they got the awesome arguments about Jesus being Mahmud in Song of Solomon's, and all the church fathers. They're all saying this, even though none of them did. But evidence, schmevidence. You just have to accept it and believe. And if you question it, you're evil. Everyone.
Yeah, you're just a blasphemer.
All right, let's see. It is sad how 4 personalities, with 2 out of them hiding their faces. He's talking about Jai and DOC. Hey. Do you know why Jai and DOC hide their faces? Because DOC, daughter of Christ, is an ex-Muslim, and her family, well, she lives in the UK, and she's got a family, and she hides her face, and so does Jai, her husband. They cover their faces. Why? Why might they do that if they're blasting away at Muhammad and the Quran, destroying every Muslim argument? They are my favorite 2 researchers on this stuff. Mary's another one of them. They are all awesome researchers. They are wreaking havoc on Dawah. Why might Jai and DOC hide their faces?
Because they don't believe that Muhammad didn't exist.
Yeah. So, I mean, just think about this. They're hiding their faces because Muslims would kill them. Why would Muslims? Because they are wreaking havoc on Islam. But I thought what we're doing is ineffective, and that we should all just be saying Muhammad didn't exist, and then we'd all be fine.
Saying it to Christians too, not Muslims.
Yeah, they're actually criticizing people who are putting their lives on the line and don't want to make it easy for Muslims to recognize them in the streets. Yeah, shame on Jai and DOC. It is sad how 4 personalities, with 2 out of them hiding their faces, attack 2 academics. I just have to point out, Jai and DOC posted their critiques, and they hide their faces, but they posted their critiques, and Jay instantly backed off, and then Mel started going, I never said that. I never said that. And then Jay said, oh, yeah, and then he gaslit everyone and said, oh, yeah, we backed off that point. So what is this? The two people hiding their faces were correct. And so Ray, I really don't understand this.
Oh,
Jay Smith and Mel are these champion academics. Why should you listen to someone? The other people were right and they were wrong. They were saying for years, they were saying things that are false, and they got corrected by 2 people hiding their faces. What are you saying? That the people who are hiding their faces, even though they were telling the truth and were correct, we shouldn't listen to them. Instead, we should listen to the people who were saying things that were demonstrably false and were exposed, and they had to reject them. You should still believe them anyway. Are you insane? You're
trying to unravel no-mo mentalities, man. Don't even bother. It's impossible. You're entering a realm of madness.
That's what I mean. And they object to us calling this a cult. You're a cult. You're saying we're loyal to particular people and we don't care about the truth, and we don't care if they can be exposed like demonstrably for what they're saying. We don't care about all that. Our loyalty is to Jay and Mel, even if they're saying
that's faith. That's faith. That's a cult.
That's a cult where Jay Smith, have more experience dealing with Islam than they are alive. Well, what's his excuse for getting so many things completely wrong? Not to mention R.A., who definitely needs to start eating salad. I don't know who this is.
Who's R.A.?
I don't know. And TMM, Too Many Marys, who gives Mother of God and my mother's bad name, acted more like Muslims on chat on debate than Christians. Yeah.
Maybe RA is me. RI.
Yeah, I was thinking
salad and lose weight. Yeah.
I was thinking they might think it's Abraham, Raymond Abraham or something like that. But I mean, think about this. They act more like Muslims. Guys, what do Dawa guys do? They make up complete nonsense. The scientific miracles of the Quran, the perfect preservation of the Quran, and then they spread it, and then no one questions them, and they spread it around the world until it blows up in their face and gets exposed. Who's acting more like that?
Yeah.
I'd say Jay and Mel are definitely acting more like that. They're acting exactly like Dawa. And then what do Dawa guys say if you reject their argument? Oh, you're against the truth. It's like the Jews. Yeah. They know the truth, but they reject it. That's exactly what these guys say.
That's the thing that, like I noticed with Jay, and I wanted to point it out, is what they do is they vacillate between, on the one hand, they try to act like we're objective scholars, and then when that fails, they fall back on faith and sort of pious religious talk. And they just go back and forth, whichever's going to, be able to stand up. And obviously they fall back to the Christian pious talk because their audience base is Christian. Okay. But it's like, you need to pick one paradigm. You can't just go back and forth, act like you're an objective scholar. And then when things get weak, you start appealing to, faith and prayers and so forth.
I've been informed that RA is not in fact you. It is Reasoned Answers. It's Thaddeus's channel is Reasoned Answers. So yeah,
okay.
I thought it was weird. Someone was going to tell you to start eating salads. Like, what are his muscles too big and he needs to cut back on protein or something like that? But they're talking about you, Thaddeus. So Thaddeus, start eating some salad, man. I don't know why Thaddeus isn't fat or anything. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, so let's see. And Too Many Marys acted more like Muslims on chat on debate than Christians. Like two raptors kept on going and attacking other Christians. Pick one target, one attack, while you write answer, second one attack, meaning they don't even give you a chance to respond. Insult, lie, shameful behavior. All four got used only to Dawa drama, and now they are starting to create drama between Christians. Guys, are we the ones creating this drama?
Hey, I'm live and let live, man. If you want to believe Muhammad didn't exist, by all means do it. I've said that in my first video. But it's you guys, the nomos, who are just violent and just extra savage when someone objects and says, no, I do believe Muhammad existed. So
no, I mean,
once again, they're projecting their own ways onto us.
Yeah, so think about this. I mean, I can spend years with Jay, and Jay telling people that the only reason people disagree with him is because of money or because they want clicks or it's just more popular or something like that. And he can say this, and he can sit there using arguments, some of which I regard as terrible, some of which I say, okay, he's got a point there. But others, some of the arguments I think are just terrible. And I can sit back for years and never utter a peep. And then eventually, when he's personally attacking my friends, I say, okay, he's trying to bully them into shutting their mouths. I'll go ahead and have this on my channel. Then we're looking for drama. We're looking for drama and trying to cause division between Christians. Not this cult that can't shut up. Not this cult that anytime we're having a discussion with Muslims, showing them that they've been lied to about their prophet and that he's a horrible degenerate and we can prove it. These guys come in. No, you're getting wrong. You have to just listen to Jay Smith and just say Muhammad didn't exist.
Go pray. Muhammad never existed. Pray about it.
Yes. Jay said it in his prayer, and his prayers are. What is this? Anyway, stick with Dawa. I'm a Catholic. Don't know what denomination. Mel. Jay is Protestant, and we're all working together here. Yeah, Jay and Mel just scream working together. Guess what? They're not working together anymore already. Just think about this, everyone. Matter of fact, let me put myself back on the screen because I want people. This is an important point. This is seriously important. I'm Catholic. Don't know what denomination Mel is. Jay is Protestant, and we are all working together here. No drama, no crap. That four want division. Jai and DOC should stick with one shtick, and that is to translate Arabic. Actually, I only got one more slide, so let's go ahead and get this. I think some apologists just hungry for views. I see new short response from Jai and DOC for this video. They clearly only want to chase Jay mistake and not interested with the argument itself. Jay and Mel, in other hand, bring all objection, answer it in 2 hours, bring the data, and admit that they make some mistake and clarify it. Keep it up, Jay, Mel, and team. Don't be distracted by some narcissistic apologist. Now, if you disagree with them, you're just a clear narcissist.
Yet another projection.
Yeah, I just want to point this out. And guys, if you don't pay attention to anything I said for this entire live stream, pay attention to this part. Pay attention to this part, because this is serious stuff here. Jay's been saying this stuff for years, and he's been getting fed this stuff by Mel. And wherever Jay goes, it'll be an entire audience of Christians, and they'll eat it all up and be giving standing ovations and stuff like that. Meanwhile, a bunch of what he was saying was complete, made-up nonsense. It never crossed people's minds to actually look up what he's saying. They just believed it, right? And eventually, Jai and DOC look up something that he was saying, right? Mahmad is, all the church fathers were talking about Mahmad as a title for Jesus, and everyone is using this, and it was so common and so on. That's where you get the word Mahmad. It was a title for Jesus. They look that up and say, this is completely wrong. There's no church father who called Jesus that. No one was using that. Where are you getting this from, right? But they said it much more politely than I just did. And then Jay's going around, and even the Jews, they used Mahmad. Mahmad ben Uziel. Mahmad ben David. Mahmad. They're all using Mahmad. Jai and DOC, look it up. There's no one who uses this. No one. Where are you getting this from? Again, much nicer than I just said it. Jay, oh yeah, we stopped using that years ago. No, you were using it last month. So what's going on here? And then, yeah, we backed off this because the sources just don't say this stuff. And then Mel tries to defend the Song of Solomon stuff. It doesn't work at all. And then he has to say, I never said this. I never said that. I never said this. I never said that. Then they have to split. Okay. What happened? Why was there this huge fallout and these guys, and it blows up in their faces, and then they have to throw each other under the bus? Because something they said was exposed. Now, what I'm hearing from all the Nomo fans is we should never respond to these things. We're evil if we respond to these things. So what we should have done is let these complete made up things circulate until they became dominant. We should just throw away all the old ways of doing things, just exposing Muhammad. We should abandon all that and just say Muhammad didn't exist. We should all be doing that. We should be using Jay and Mel's arguments. That's what we should be doing. If we did that, and we didn't respond to it, we didn't correct it because we don't want to cause division. We don't want to cause division, right? So we don't want to respond to people who are saying completely false things. We don't want to do that. So we'll just let these things slide. We'll let these things slide.
Let the Muslims catch it and embarrass them even worse.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be this little fallout. And I don't know the details behind the fallout. This is just kind of what I've been hearing. I know that I've seen Mel throwing Jay under the bus. I never saw that. And then someone said that Mel's they're no longer working together. Something. I don't know the details, so you can correct me on any of that. But think about this. You're saying instead of nipping it in the bud, where if something gets exposed, it's a guy who said it, and the guy has been shown that he needs to correct what he's doing. You're saying we should wait until millions and millions and millions of Christians are all using this and then let it blow up in the faces, when it will discredit the entire Christian community, discredit all of Christian apologetics, discredit all of Christian polemics. And it shows that none of us are looking into this, and none of us will call this stuff out, even if we know it's false. That's what you're saying real good Christians would do? We just let this snowball until it's all of Christian apologetics, and this is our main polemic. Muhammad never existed. How do we know? Because Mahmad is Jesus and Song of Solomon. And it would just blow up in all our faces, and all of Christian apologetics and evangelism and polemics has been discredited. That's what we should wait for, instead of saying, Jay, you said this, it's wrong, stop saying it. I mean, you'd really have the fallout not just be between Jay and Mel, but like why would you want to do that? Why? Why wouldn't you want to correct it when it's just a person saying something wrong? Why would you want to let it spread to millions of people so that everyone gets embarrassed? Why? I do not understand, but I regard that as a serious, serious problem for all you nomos who are saying, how dare you respond to this? You guys are weird, man. Weird. Oh boy. There was just one more thing that that Mary sent over. Let's see. What's this? The new? Let's see. This is from Psychedelic Elvis, who says, Muhammad of the 7th century is not the Muhammad of modern Islam. Muhammad of modern Islam is a straw man construct by Jesuit Catholic Freemasons to use as a proxy to subdue the world's nations.
They got it. This guy figured it all out.
We got us. The case cracker, the case cracker.
Yep, genius.
Yeah, Raymond, I'm gonna go through super chats and stuff, but you've been on for several hours, and I'm used to going a long time. So if you want to share any final thoughts and stuff like that, and then I'll go through the super chats.
Yeah, no, I think the main point, which you and I both agree with, is this no-mo business, as far as I'm concerned, has always been fine, if you want to believe that. But it's really spilling over, and it's becoming just very damaging and very negative, and it's just not even being used for its original purpose as a polemic against Islam. I've already said, I even told Jay, you know what, my belief is it's a weak polemic, but by all means, you and whoever wants to take it to Muslims should take it. I would respect that. I would support that. At least it's being directed where it belongs. But apparently, because no Muslim wants to hear it or cares or is at all affected by it, and because the no-mowers and the purveyors of it don't want to just put it to bed, and I get it, I understand, because they've spent so much time on it, they actually found people in a demographic that wants to give it some ear, which happens to be Christians. So they've gone there, and they're welcomed, and it's growing into sort of cult, and yet it's not doing what it was originally made to do, which is to actually try to undermine Islam, because it's being shared only amongst non-Muslims, specifically Christians. And all that really does is, all it really does is undermine things, because when you believe Muhammad didn't exist, guess what? You're not going to take him seriously. You're not going to want to learn about his life. You're not going to understand how Muslims learn through his pattern, the continuities from his lifetime all the way until our time. All this is important stuff, So you actually become intellectually disarmed, and you throw away, like we were saying, you throw away all the tools that non-Muslims have against Islam. And then on top of it all, it's bad enough you've done that to yourself. Then your number one mission is go around yelling at other Christians about how they also have to stop believing in Muhammad, because somehow that's going to make Islam go away, because we're all going to stop believing in Muhammad and pray, and then that's it. Islam's going to die. So my point is, I wish it had some, when you share it with non-Muslims, it does nothing but actually create mischief, in my opinion. And I'm putting it mildly. Okay. So if anyone wants to use it as what it was intended for, as a polemic against Islam, but just, using it and amongst the demographic that wants to hear this, which is non-Muslims and Christians, and then thinking you won and exploiting that demographic because, now you're validated. You're really not thinking about the repercussions of what this is really doing. It's doing the exact opposite of what it would do if you share it with Muslims. You share it with Muslims, possibly it could have some beneficial impact on Islam. But when you share it with non-Muslims, it's the exact opposite. It creates confusion, it creates discord, and it creates intellectual disarmament, because you now jettison and throw away all of our original tools against Islam. That is to say, as I called it, Islam's Achilles heel, Muhammad and his life. And I'll end it there. Thanks for the opportunity, David, and I'll see you all later.
All right. Go continue defending the existence of Muhammad and getting really, really well paid for that.
Yeah, as I always do. All right. Take care.
Right. Thanks, brother. Catch you next time.
Sure. Yep. Bye.
All right, everyone. So yeah, my sort of final thoughts on that, and we'll go through the super chats. Is if you wanna run the non-existence of Muhammad as a polemic, you've never heard me complain about that. You've only heard me support the idea of doing that. Just don't combine your idea that you have this great polemic. Don't combine that with anyone who disagrees with you must be getting paid, or anyone who disagrees with you must just be in it for attention, or anyone who disagrees with you must be in it for this or that or something like that. Because then you are setting up your followers, whatever your intentions are. Your followers are going to regard the people who disagree with you as evil. And if you're intending that, then you have then you're basically becoming a cult leader intentionally. And if you don't intend that, well, you're not realizing what you're actually doing. But you will be causing massive division, because this won't be, hey, these other people disagree with me because we just disagree about the conclusions on the evidence. It's they disagree with me because they're evil. And that is what we do not need in apologetics and polemics. And all you no-mowers, you no-mo cult, you can cry me a river all day long if you don't like me saying that. Keep running your mouths, because this stuff is not easy to, I mean, this is not difficult to expose what you guys are doing. And just think about it. If you guys hadn't been running your mouth, we might not even be responding to Jay right now. There might not even be the Jay and Mel throwing each other under the bus and stuff. It might not be any of that right now. If you guys hadn't come over and kept running your mouths, no, here's how you have to do it. This is the only way to do it. Islam's biggest weakness by far is the embarrassing life of Muhammad. To say, oh, thanks, we don't have to deal with that anymore. We could just say Muhammad didn't exist. We've had the avalanche of apostasy. Here we are right in the middle of the avalanche of apostasy. Dawah is crumbling. It's difficult to find a Muslim willing to defend Muhammad anywhere on the planet. It is difficult to find a Muslim willing to actually engage on information about Muhammad. We're told we need to abandon all that and just start arguing that Muhammad never existed. And Jay's theory is Muslims are so scared of this material. They're so terrified of people arguing that Muhammad didn't exist. That's why they don't bother to engage with it. There's a kind of there's a little kernel of truth in that Muslims will try to avoid responding to something as long as they can. But when they eventually recognize something as a threat to the belief of Muslims, they do respond. Look at the Islamic dilemma this year. They tried to ignore it. Once they actually saw it, like the confidence of Muslims was being shaken by this argument, then they started trying to respond. And now you can go look at all these guys. All these guys have videos on their channels trying to respond to the Islamic dilemma. Why? Their followers are in panic mode, going to their dawah leaders going, we have no idea how to respond to this. And these guys are trying to respond. How many of these guys are responding to the existence of Muhammad? Are any of them responding to it? I haven't seen it. Why? Because their followers aren't coming to them saying, we've got a problem here. We don't know how to answer it. They're not. They don't care. So you've got the dawah leaders, they don't care. You've got all the dawah fans, they don't care. You've got all the Muslims, they don't care. You got 2 billion Muslims in the world. They don't feel threatened by this argument, so they're ignoring it. So what are the leaders of the no-mo cult doing? They're just going to Christians and saying, Christians, this is how you have to argue. Christians, you need to believe this. And Christians are cheering for them. Wow, what a powerful argument. And then they're going around to who? They're running around to other Christians. How dare you use any other argument other than this one that Muslims don't consider a threat to their faith at all? How dare you? How dare you focus on what is ripping dawah apart at the seams and is completely crushing it and sending them running? How dare you take the approach that is completely obliterating Islam and causing the avalanche of apostasy? How dare you take that approach and not this other one, which doesn't seem to work at all except for causing division among Christians? That's what I'm hearing. Weird stuff. And you're a cult. All right. Let's take these super chats, ladies and gentlemen. From Steve. Advice for someone from Toledo dealing with dawah. Kind of depends on if it's like just random encounters, or if it's online, or if it's at the dawah booth, or if it's like a friend. But if it's a situation where you know you're going to be encountering the dawah over and over again, and you can actually examine arguments and get back to people and so on, I have a video. If one of the mods wants to share it in the chat, you have to look it up. But the video is called "How to Share Unpleasant Facts with Pleasant Muslims," and even though it's called that, and it's kind of made for having a discussion with like a Muslim friend that you don't want to, deliberately provoke or offend. How do you get all the same information across? But works perfectly for dawah booths and so on. I would say learn the Islamic learn the Islamic dilemma really well. Check out our videos on the topic. Learn that really well. That's pretty valuable for every situation. But yeah, check out that video. Got good stuff in it. My advice would be there. Do they explain who's in the Prophet's mosque in Medina? I don't know about its history. I mean, so supposedly Muhammad is buried in the mosque in Medina. How would they explain that? I would guess they just say it's not Muhammad and that's a later fabrication and we don't know who's in there. I mean, following no, this is Jesus. Jesus is buried in there, since everything goes back to Jesus, apparently. So what I'm hearing you say, you are doing this for the money. So here you go. Thank you. Thank you, Joseph, for giving me the money. This encourages me to continue defending the existence of Muhammad. Without everyone's donations, I would be forced to conclude that Muhammad didn't exist, because, you know, Song of Solomon, guys. Don't know Jay, but the ear seems apt from this. Yeah, and not just him. I mean, the people who are listening as well. And it's something easy. It's something easy to do, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to completely. I don't want to attack the listeners and say, "Hey, you guys are so stupid." You tend to trust people, and if it's one of the OGs, you've been hearing about Jay Smith for so many years, you would think you can trust it. And he says it with such confidence. You think, "Hey, this information is good as gold." So pretty natural to think you're getting reliable information. Now you've seen most charitable interpretation is that Jay is extremely sloppy with some of his arguments. And he sounds really confident in things he should have no confidence in because they're false. They're not true. So that would mean you can still listen to Jay, but you need to check everything he says. You need to look it up, like critically. My Exilarch ancestors beg to differ, Jay. Hey, it's Mahmed Ben Ashmaze here. I may not be a smart man, but I know enough not to confuse Muslims with even more convoluted information. Yeah, I mean, it is hard enough to get them to understand. Your prophet had sex with his adopted son's wife after he caused the divorce by lusting after her. And then look at these completely idiotic defenses of this that we find in the Muslim sources. How you can believe it? How can you believe in that guy? Takes a lot of time for them to get that. So what do you? Oh, but the Exilarchs, blah blah. Okay, yeah, that's going to be powerful. And it just sucks. But a lot of the listeners you're targeting with information are the product of 40 generations of first cousin marriage. I don't think it's going to work. The Dome of the Rock claim must be false. Mahmud can't be a title. Arabic titles have definite article al first, right? This Mahmud is a name or proper noun. Yeah, we'd have to get some feedback from Jai and DOC on that. But the argument is that inside the Dome of the Rock, you have a mention of Allah and Muhammad and then a bunch of stuff about Jesus. And so the claim is that Mahmud is actually Jesus. It requires a ton of speculation, but whether it's actually ruled out as a title because of the Arabic, I'd have to consult someone more knowledgeable than I. Exilarch time of Mo, Exilarch time of Mo named Mar Zutra III. No joke. Zutra. For Raymond Ibrahim. Oh, sorry. I didn't want to keep Raymond here because, yeah, I don't know how late he stays up. And we'd already been going 3 hours. For Raymond Ibrahim, to what degree do the Islamic sources distort aspects of Momo's story, i.e. places, deeds? Well, that would actually be up for debate because the Muslim sources are actually contradictory on a lot of stuff. So it's basically, guys, we know for a fact stories were being made up, things were being embellished. We know that later leaders and stuff, if you had a political position later on, you'd have someone write a hadith for you and so on. So plenty of room for skepticism and stuff. We know there's embellishment. We know they're changing things. We know all that. That doesn't mean that the best explanation for the evidence is that Muhammad didn't exist. So Yep, I'm sure we'll be going through that in the future because you have issues like the Petra Mecca thing and so on that we'll be taking a closer look at, since apparently the nomos are not gonna stay away from this. They're gonna insist that we have to agree with them no matter what. So I'm sure we'll be revisiting all kinds of issues. In that debate versus you, Jay said we should not do this. I will get threats for this. No one touches Muhammad. Then 5 or so minutes later, Jay said that he no longer gets threats. Traveling, they can't use David, Sam, Hatun, or Raymond's work for safety. They ask for Jay's work. Thaddeus caught it, caught it too in YouTube comments. So apparently, I haven't seen this, but so apparently Jay said that the truth about Muhammad not existing is going to get them in trouble. And then he turned around and said, hey, he doesn't get threats since he's been arguing this. And so it's much safer to argue Muhammad didn't exist than to argue the way we do, blasting away at Muhammad. And so it's a superior approach. So yeah, that would be, I haven't seen it, but that would be an interesting contradiction. And it would sound like someone who's just making things up as he's going along. This situation is unfortunate, makes me question everything I've watched from Jay Smith before, including everything he does, Sierra International. That's kind of the issue. And that's why, and this would be the important takeaway for Jay. And I don't know if he's going to watch this entire long live stream, but if you get a chance to talk to Jay, this would be important. When you say everything with the same level of confidence, even if you're saying something that's completely made up, like Jesus was called Mahmad, even if you're, I mean, if you say that with the same level of confidence, then when someone eventually looks up something and it's not there, it's all made up, that calls into question everything else you've said. Calls into question everything else you've said. And that's why when this sort of thing happens, you have to stop it with one or two people, and one of the two people who are spreading this, and not let it become the dominant position. Then it just blows up in everyone's faces, and then everyone, all of Christian apologetics is called into question. Because keep in mind, guys, this is exactly what happened in Dawa. It's exactly what happened in Dawa, right? Someone at some point made, I don't even know who, someone at some point made up a lie, a flat out lie about perfect preservation of the Quran right down to the dot, right down to the letter. Then that spreads for decades. For decades, that complete lie spreads. Tons of Muslims believe the lie. Hundreds of millions of Muslims believed the lie. The leaders didn't call them out because this is becoming like super important to people's faith. This is a miracle of Islam. This supports our religion. You call it out, you're threatening their faith in Islam. So the leaders just kept quiet about it, even though it was a lie, and they knew it was a lie. Talking about the actual people who know the history of the Quran. They knew this was a lie, and they let it spread anyway because they didn't want to be the ones who shake the faith of Muslims. What happens? Well, the truth eventually comes out. And it's not just the people who are spreading the lie. Even the people who are keeping their mouths closed, they're all complicit. It's like, okay, there are the people who are actually lying, and there are the people who wouldn't speak out against the lie. We don't trust any of you guys anymore. Do not tell us anything about your religion. We don't trust you. You're liars, or you're people who allow lies to spread. But we don't trust any of you guys anymore. Is that where we're supposed to make Christian apologetics like that? Christian polemics? Bad idea. Bad idea. Trust is important, guys. Trust is important. And that means you need to be careful in what you share. Alan says, thank you, Raymond, for exposing the Al-Zut story. Yes, he deserves the credit for that. David Wood on Mark Gagnon's podcast would slap. Don't know who that is, but so I don't know if it would slap or not. Boom! Raymond said Muhammad was the Achilles heel of Islam. Achilles never existed. Checkmate. Yes, that's powerful. Would not surprise me for Mel to be using that as a response. Nate Sala, debate masterclass, learned Aristotle, debate rhetoric. We can have ethos, logos, and pathos. Jay used only pathos. Yeah, I haven't seen Jay's recent stuff, so I wouldn't know. All I've seen the clips that we've covered in live streams. Stop trying to shut him down, David. Gosh darn you. Yes, I apologize for constantly trying to shut down Jay. You gosh darn heckler. I know, shame on me. David, you heckler. I apologize. I apologize. I said I take it back, man. I'll stop trying to shut Jay down by responding to his cult. Looked into Islam in Portugal. I'm from the Azores archipelago, but still a Portuguese Christian and heartbroken. We should be united in concern, not divided by no mo, yes mo, irrelevant. Well, we're not the ones who decided to cause division over this, Anna. We're the ones who are responding to some dangerous stuff and some complete made up stuff spreading. So we ultimately have to protect. We are here to guard the truth, and it is not a good idea to let complete misinformation spread around the world. It becomes way more difficult to respond to after it spreads than it is to catch it at the beginning. And we're already in that situation. You can already expose stuff, and the very next day, people will be using it against me in the chat. And we can expose it again, and then the very next day, people are using the same stuff. That's what happens, because guess what? If something spreads to 5 million people, and then you do a live stream responding to it, and several thousand people watch it, guess what? You're still dealing with a ton of people who don't know the refutation. It gets very hard to respond to when it spreads. And so, got to respond now. This is Jay's work for over 10 years. It's hard to spend so much time to just then say it was a waste over 10 years of my life for nothing. That's true. And if I were like Jay and I wanted to ascribe diabolical motives to anyone who disagreed with me, I'd say, yes, Jay has a terrible argument and it's based on a bunch of nonsense, but he can't back off now because he's got 10 years invested in it. But I wouldn't say that. I'm assuming that he actually believes this stuff. You wonder why he has to use complete made up nonsense to defend it if he thinks it's true. Yeah, ding, dadden, bing, bong, flipper. Oh, yeah, that's still Giovanni making fun of me, attacking me for criticizing Jay. You and Rob were cordial, respectful, and friendly equals exemplary. Robert Spencer? Yeah. No, again, guy, Robert doesn't argue like this. I mean, he'll argue that Muhammad didn't exist, but he doesn't like, oh, you disagree with me, so you're actually doing it because you're getting paid by Jews or something like that. Daughter of the Most High says, maybe the no-mo narrative people are so willing to believe is because it's easier not to work to refute Islam. They can say, he didn't exist. Why should I answer any questions about him? What do you think? That might, at a psychological level, it might just be, no, I think it's more along the lines of like, again, it's like the reason conspiracy theories are appealing to people. It's you've got this special knowledge and other people don't. Something about that feels good to people. But also possible, it does come across as, hey, you don't need to learn all this stuff and learn all these Muslim sources, and you could just say Muhammad didn't exist, and you can just sit back and play skeptic, right? That would be a parallel. I brought up a parallel earlier, but a parallel with like the new atheism, right? Did the average new atheist go out and study cosmology and fine tuning and the origin of life and the history of Jesus? No, they were trained to just sit back and say, burden of proof is on you. I'm going to play skeptic. That's no proof. That's no proof. Oh, you're arguing this? That's no proof. Oh, that's not enough to persuade me. Again, which any idiot can be taught to do that. But guess what? That's part of why it's appealing. It's fun playing skeptic. It's fun playing skeptic and saying, prove this to me. Prove it to me. Prove what you're saying to me. But I'm not going to believe anything you say. It's easy and anyone can do it. And it's fun. So not surprising that that becomes popular. New Hadith. Once the young boy Mo went to the market with his buddy Didgu. The merchant accused them of theft and asked who was the mastermind. Mo threw his buddy under the caravan. It was Digu's. Oh, Digu's. I get it. I get it. Should use a J there. Obviously, both these guys have been bought by the shame industrial complex, pushing the principle of embarrassment drug onto the population. That's true. But I don't know why you're exposing us for that. Thank you, David. David, thank you for all you do. Yep, that's what I'm here for. Separate from the question of religion, Raymond, what are your opinions relating to indigenous rights of Jews, Copts, Assyrians under Arab colonialism? Well, he's not here anymore. We'll have to send him that comment or read his books. I'm glad this Jay Smith thing happened. People need to see that we as Christians won't hesitate to check those who, alongside us, seek to polemicize against Islam. Yeah, and this is because I get tons of comments. Why are you guys causing division? Why can't this just end? Why can't you end all the infighting? No, sometimes you have to take your stand against people who are spreading complete nonsense. And they're like, but look, the Dawa guys are going to love this. The Dawa guys are going to love the division. They're going to think. Just think realistically here. The Dawa guys are going to love the division and the arguments among Christians. They're going to love that. What do you think they'd love more? That some people were arguing something and other Christians called them out for the misrepresentation and deception? You think they're going to love that? Or do you think they'd rather love Jay Smith spreads a bunch of completely bogus arguments around and all Christians mindlessly accept them and no one ever responds to it until Muslims eventually expose everything as a lie? And then no Christians spoke out against it. Which do you think they'd love more? Exposing all Christian apologetics and polemics as deceptive? Or, yeah, someone argued something and Christians instantly, unlike the Dawa guys, Christians called him out for it and exposed the misrepresentation and deception. So yeah, guess what? Someone spreads a bunch of nonsense. You're just in a bad situation where there are going to be some consequences of that. Decide which consequences you want. Like just completely destroy the credibility of Christians, or one guy or a couple guys have to answer for some things, but other people are calling them out. I would much rather have the second one because that's why we're different from Dawa guys. Hi guys, appreciate what you're doing. Any thoughts on UK about civil war in Islam and recent pushback? No, I've been saying for years, David, is Islam going to take over the UK? No, I don't believe it's going to take over the UK. I don't believe it's going to take over Germany. I don't think it's going to take over France. I think eventually Islam will push enough buttons that people actually rise up against it. The point is, the longer that's put off dealing with Islam, keep in mind, you could have dealt with Islam completely peacefully. You can deal with it almost completely peacefully right now. I mean, think if everyone in Europe started blasting away at Muhammad and exposing Muhammad, and everywhere you go, you find out about more embarrassing stuff about Muhammad, what Muslims are going to want to move there? Hey, I want to take my family and move to a place where we're going to be bombarded day and night about embarrassing material about Muhammad. And a lot of the problems will be dealt with there. You still have other things you have to deal with, and then you'll have more and more people leaving Islam, and Muslims are going to recognize this place is toxic for Islam. Instead, it's an Islamic paradise. We can go around banging people's 12-year-old little girls and stuff like this, and no one will even stop us. We can go around spouting complete idiotic nonsense everywhere we go. No one stops us. So it's a paradise to them. It's the greatest place on earth to them. We can go there, say and do whatever we want, and no one calls us on it. Imagine if it was different, where one, you don't get away with any of this stuff. You don't get away with it, and people are just constantly blasting away at your prophet. Would make it a pretty toxic environment for Muslims. So that could happen anytime, and again, it's totally peaceful. But anyway, the point is. As far as the Civil War, yeah, the more you push this off to the next generation, the bloodier it's going to get. Because you're going to get to a point where, you can get to a point where you're not going to go around criticizing Muhammad because people will kill you for it, right? And so it becomes increasingly more dangerous the longer you put it off. But I think it will, regardless. I think people will eventually respond. It's just, you got people like me who are trying to deal with it peacefully while you can. And then somehow the good people are the ones who want to put it off until it becomes a bloodbath. The people want the bloodbath, they're the good guys, and people want to deal with it peacefully, we're the bad guys. Lebanese pastor here. Good work, guys. The Bible prophesied many antichrists denying the Son. A historical Muhammad matches that. Yeah, Muhammad is the actual perfect fulfillment of biblical prophecies about false prophets, right? So we're told, Jesus said, beware false prophets. They come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. Muhammad is a perfect example of that. Muhammad came out, Jews, Christians, I'm on your side. Yeah, we're going to work together. We're all going to get along, and we're going to be against the polytheists. A few years later, you all have to be subjugated. Sheep's clothing, ravening wolf. And then you have, what is a false prophet's ultimate goal? What's he here for? Lead people away from the gospel. What's the gospel? Well, it includes three really important elements. Jesus died on the cross for sins, rose from the dead, and he's Lord. What does Islam deny? They grant all kinds of other things. Jesus is the Word of God. He's born of a virgin. He's the Messiah. He performed all these miracles. They're granting all these other things. What do they deny? The three core elements of the gospel. Is that a coincidence? No. You should be looking at that going, you are the most obvious false prophet in history, buddy. So it seems to fit really, really well with a false prophet. But it's easier to believe that he didn't exist, apparently. Have you heard of the Druze historian scholar Suleiman Bashir? He published works about the early history of Islam that were banned in some Muslim countries. I was close with a member of his family. Nope, not familiar with him. And that's actually interesting. I didn't know Druze. I didn't know Druze were kind of. I mean, it would make sense kind of where they are, but they've also had to kind of get along. So it kind of makes sense that Druze wouldn't be very polemical against Islam because they're in areas where that could be very dangerous. But no, I didn't know that there were Druze writing about that. Imagine if nomos were tasked with the burden of proof for Father Abraham versus Mo is the dirtiest false prophet that ever existed. How much evidence for Abraham is there? And yeah, that's what Raymond was pointing out, that if you want to take this methodology and use it and go tell Muslims, hey, here's how we're rejecting the existence of your prophet. You got to be consistent. You got to be consistent and let them apply that methodology as well. Giovanni said, donate to Thad, y'all. Oh, yeah, guys, Thaddeus did lose his job for criticizing Islam. So his channel, Reasoned Answers, good channel to support. There you go, check that out. D. Wood's track record speaks for itself. Say what you will. Yes, it shows that I'm just doing this for money. Is Raymond's favorite shirt color blue? If so, why? Certainly seems like it. I think we have to attack this evil ideology from all angles. Yeah, that's why we've never had a problem with people arguing Muhammad didn't exist. We just have to make sure we've crossed T's and dotted I's. Otherwise, the Muslims will be punching holes in our narratives, not just in the al-Zut sense. It's good you included that, not just in the al-Zut sense. But yeah, I'm all for attacking Islam from all angles. Just one, don't be using your approach to attack everyone else's approach and say everyone else is wrong. And make sure you're not giving bad arguments. Don't make stuff up. And if someone else makes something up, don't spread that nonsense. It's pretty low bar to set, right? Don't make stuff up and don't be attacking everyone else and saying everyone has to agree with you. But the nomos can't even accept that. Raymond's ripped, but not as much as AP's Quran. I thought you were about to say I thought you were about to say something else. I thought you were say Raymond's ripped, but not as much as Muhammad on the night of al-Zut. Both those work though. Both those work. I can't believe when people poke at Jai and DOC for that. Yeah, I know. Are you serious? You're going to attack Jai and DOC for covering their faces in the UK when they are on the front lines of wrecking Islam? I spoke with Jay this past Sunday. His researcher, Mel, quit on Sunday. Also, Jay contradicts himself continually. He uses Early Islam by Karl-Heinz Oleg as his source for his arguments. Yeah, the stuff about Mahmad and I think about the coins. I think that's where Jay's. That's Jay's source, apparently. And I'm gonna check that stuff out. Because I want to know basically. Like when I hear people using the arguments, it sounds terrible, but I don't know if if they missed something or they're presenting the argument poorly or they're misrepresenting the argument. So I actually want to check it out and see what did he argue. In other words, is the source, is Karl Oleg's book, is that actually bad? Does that contain terrible argumentation, or does he contain good argumentation? Other people just screwed it up when they were presenting it. So we'll check that out. You know how Muslims what? What are you talking about? And you know how Satan is represented by a goat? Yeah, coincidence? What's wrong with you, man? This is Islamophobic. David, I love your show. So you're the one. Is there any way to formalize the Islamic moral dilemma regarding Mo's conduct with Aisha? Is it the number one? It is the number one cause of Muslims doubting their faith. Project for 2026. The main project for 2026, well, it's going to be two. There's going to be the Satanic Verses, popularizing that. And don't worry, I'll do all the work for you. You guys just have to roll with it. And Muhammad in the Bible. Muhammad in the Bible is going to be a big project because these guys have gotten increasingly deceptive. Now they don't just go, oh, Deuteronomy 18:18. Now they go, but this commentary, and if you connect it to what this church father said and what this guy over here and what this scholar said, and they make it increasingly convoluted, but way more difficult to examine because now you're quoting a bunch of other things that people don't have easy access to. So some of us are going to do the difficult work of going through every insane, idiotic, nonsensical, cherry-picking misrepresentation that these guys go through. And we're going to expose it all so that they have nothing else they can say. As far as like character of Muhammad, conduct of Muhammad stuff, we've been doing that. Just need to keep amping it up. And more people have been catching on to that stuff. So it's good stuff. Leave the tribalism for sports loyalty, not polemics. Quit telling me what to do, sketch therapy. But yeah, as far as the cult mentality of everyone has to do it our way. No, we don't. Not to be a conspiracy guy, but it seems like those encouraging this idea be put forward might actually want us to lose. Interesting to think about. Yeah, again, you could always have trolls who are encouraging the division and so on, but there are, I mean, look at the response when Jay's speaking, even if it's complete nonsense. The crowd loves it. So there are a ton of real believers. So I'm assuming that the people we're hearing from are true no-mowers, true believers in the no-mow movement. Donating because D Wood is just in it for the cash. That's true. I don't know why you're saying just kidding. If I'm in it for the cash, then what do you think I'm doing this entire show for? Think I'm here? You think I'm here because I really care about no blah blah? No. I know super chats will come in. Momo knew gangbang and not Bing Bang. Big Bang is the proof. Hang on, I got to screenshot that. I'm about to respond to Lily J. Maybe this week. If it's not this week, it'll be next week. But her argument that Muhammad is in that the Quran talks about the Big Bang. All you have to do is read the verse and have any clue what the Big Bang is to know how stupid that claim is. But if I can figure out a way to put I don't know if I can insert this joke, and certainly not the way El Zut inserted things. But we'll see. I don't know if this joke would be too much for an otherwise nice video correcting a stupid argument. Drew says, I think Jay's no-mo method is too complex and makes us look dishonest. Yeah, especially when you're giving terrible arguments. Guys, I've said it a million times. There's plenty of room for skepticism about the Muslim sources. And you can dial up your skepticism and say, I don't trust any of this stuff. Along the same lines of what I was just saying about like Christian apologetics and compared to Dawah. When the Dawah guys make stuff up and then spread lies, and some of them know that it's, when Yasser Qadi was saying the Quran's been perfectly preserved from the time of Uthman to today, and there are no two manuscripts that differ in even one letter. He knew that was a lie when he was saying it. He knew it. So there's an example of someone who's like completely lying. He knows he's lying. How do I know? Because he'd written books beforehand. And he wrote the book on the science of the Quran before that. He knew there were variants. He knew that. And he lied because that's what Muslims wanted to hear. So you've got liars and you've got other people who they're not contributing to the lie. They're not deliberate. They're not lying. They're not saying it. But they're just letting everyone else lie. And they don't want to be the guy who exposes the lie. Well, what happens after that? You step back, and once it's exposed, you all seem like liars. Even the guys who weren't telling the lie were complicit because they're not correcting the lie. So we don't trust any of you guys. Right? Similar concern here. If you're spreading actual bad information, terrible arguments and so on, and it spreads and people don't correct it, then we all are going to look dishonest. Now, again, you can present The actual arguments. You can present actual arguments in favor of the claim that Muhammad didn't exist without making stuff up. But that's why I'm suspicious. That's why keep in mind, I haven't been following all the stuff. I haven't read all the latest books claiming that Muhammad didn't exist. I don't trust the position, and I trust the position that Muhammad didn't exist. I trust it less and less over time. Why? Because, as I pointed out, what would be most compelling to me is if you came up with a good alternative explanation. Here's a better explanation for why we have all this stuff. I wonder if we're supposed to believe that Muhammad didn't exist, what's the better explanation for all this stuff? And when they give arguments and we look into the arguments, it's a bunch of made up stuff. And so I think, okay, you can't put together a better explanation. And the more stuff you have to make up, the less I think that it's even possible that you're going to come up with a better explanation. Which means I'm thinking you're maybe never going to come up with the better explanations. Why should I take that seriously? So that's the situation now. Paul withstood Peter to his face, biblical period. Yeah, that's important to note for all the people who, hey, just deal with this stuff behind the scenes and so on. It depends on the situation. If Peter had sinned against Paul and done something mean to Paul, then what should Paul do? He should go to Peter and talk about that. No need to expose it. No need to expose it if it's at that level. What if Peter refuses to repent? Well, then, okay, go get a couple more people. Then you can eventually make it clear what Peter's done. But that sort of thing you would try to deal with behind the scenes. If someone spreads complete nonsense to 1 million, 2 million, 3 million people, that is not a private matter between two people anymore. If you want to respond to that, you have to respond to it publicly because it needs to be corrected publicly. And what happened when Peter was spreading a bad example by breaking fellowship with Gentile believers, Paul corrected him in front of everyone. Paul called him out and rebuked him in front of everyone. Why? Because it had affected everyone. Everyone had seen it. So, yeah. UK is in a bad way, mass migration. Yeah, oh yeah. UK is in a really, really, really bad way. Here is the money that we agreed on. Thank you for your service, Agent D. Wood. We'll be in touch. Love you, D. Wood. Say hi to me. Took him. Yes, the El Zut. Man, they're fortunately, they're just holding for ransom. They're not going to do anything messed up to him like they did to Muhammad. But thank you for the money. I will just give me my latest talking points that I'm supposed to defend. We need Al Zut song from AP and Al Zut merch ASAP. Yeah, trying to figure out. Hey.